was trying to read the message before I went to go do something real fast, like turn some lights on and shit. I was like, what's coming? What is coming? I'm confused. was suddenly concerned with what's coming. I'm gonna say today's Monday. When it comes to my pill organizer, it's Monday's dose, as far as doses go. Coming. Yeah, the term "what's coming" is like when the AI take over, because like, wait, it's not who's coming, it's what's coming. Oh God. I don't think the clankers need to be able to come. I mean, not until they get actual sentience. I don't know, man. I just, something's wrong about that. I don't want that to be a part of it. Fucking, I don't know, whatever that, you know, AI CEO's name is, just please stop. You know, don't don't make that a part of it, please. That doesn't belong. It reminds me of that, like, what was it? I'm old, so everything I think of is... What? Everything is based off of Simpsons references.
Why was I programmed to feel pain?
Just why was I programmed to feel cum? I don't know. It's just like just I feel like they have to have pain first before they can have pleasure. You know, it's a part of the fucking trade. You know, you can't just jump the gun. You know, you gotta feel the negative before you can feel the positive. Otherwise, what's the point of the positive? You gotta have a balance. I feel like you got some new emotes. That's a good reason to raid out sometimes, just so that way an idle chat can get rated and get some random gift subs for random emotes and different communities. Yeah, that's one of the things I used to always just leave, because I'm a forever computer on guy. You know, and it's got its own problems. It doesn't always, it's not always the best use of electricity or whatever, but I have bad luck with restarting my computer. Yeah, true. Because even like when you get logged in the logs of like as a watcher, especially when you browse a lot of like smaller channels, then you're on the, sometimes the chat will have 4 people, but if somebody gives 20 subs, they got to give it to somebody, right? And then they just start hitting down the list of different targets, whatever. It would be interesting to see how the machine behind it all, you start up a brand new channel, it finally gets, it has the same 3 viewers the entire time, and then it becomes an affiliate, and then somebody gives 100 subs. Where does it go, right? Where do they go? They got to go to somebody. How does it choose who gets it? Is it a lottery of like 1 million accounts? Probably more, obviously. Yeah, I feel that And it's one of those, like, I don't know if it's just because, like, because sometimes I was rated away at one point, and I fall asleep at the chair, and I go, oh, fuck, and I just, like, crawl in the bed. I wake up in the morning, come back out, and I look at my computer, and it's a Hank Hill VTuber, and I'm like, what? This is crazy. And there was a person doing a Hank Hill impression with their Hank Hill VTuber. This is, like, years and years and years ago. That's a channel called The Good Jared, I think it's called. And I was like, oh, this person's sick. That's where, like, some of my other, like, that's where a bunch of my, like, emotes come from that are, like, Hank Hill themed. Yeah. That's another strategy of a channel, is to have just very good emotes that are very good general use emotes. Because obviously there's, like, emotes that are perfect for your own community, but also there are emotions that you want to convey and be noticed in other chats. So channels that just, like, make incredibly good emotes you'll see them show up more and more because people, like, recognize they want to have the same emotes. They see what channel it is and either just sub to it directly, or they're curious and say, what is that channel? I see these emotes all the time. And then that's, like, a little, like, sub advertising. I never tried too hard to do that. It was just, I always wanted to make individually good emotes, but also to make them as good as I can whenever I make them. But they're pretty specific. Like, the Kara made the ZZ Danky to look like the other Danky emote. And then, yeah, there's something, like, nothing too unique or special for using in other chats, but it's so weird when I'm not streaming. Taking my medicine feels like it's out of sync with my waking life, in a sense, which is probably not the right way to balance it, because I feel so dropped and low energy and fucked when I'm not on, but then when I'm on, I feel better, right? So it's kind of like I gotta find the right way to balance the timings and also my activities and stuff. But a pretty good rest day, a pretty good, side editing day. Not the most productive of Sundays, though. Just going through my, fucking underwear and socks drawer. It's time to do some laundry. So that'll be the first chore I do when I get off air, is do some laundry. Maybe this is me just being neurotic, but I've set up, like, 5 or 6 different small hampers with usually like colors. So whites, blues, blacks, greens, browns in one, then, like, reds and pinks and oranges in another. It's almost the Magic the Gathering color pool, but a little bit more, expanded, obviously. Grays are kind of in their own. And then whenever each of these small basket fills up, that's an easy load built in. Sometimes the blacks and the grays get added together to make one simple load. Sometimes the whites and the grays get added together. Well, whites, I guess, technically need the bleach, so they don't really get thrown in. We don't have that. We don't have too many whites. I don't know. I guess because we're, like, millennials or something. I don't know. We just don't have a lot of whites. We have, like, black socks. We don't have, like, white underwear or whatever. We have, like, colored underwear or black underwear. I don't know. So whites are, like, one of the loads that get done the fewest. Just one of those things. No whites. Yes. It is a whites only load. Because of the bleach. Because of the bleach. I swear. Cinemarkson didn't get back to me about the video, so I think I'm just going to plow ahead with thinning down the video that I have so far, which is way less stressful and more just plugging away at it. If things get incredibly, quiet in chat or something, I might just do it here. But otherwise, for now, we'll stick with the plan of Reacts. There was a few things that I didn't want to do without people here. Beige, you're right. Yeah, we don't do beige. Lucky for us. I think I'm already too beige. That's the thing. Like having like clothing that matches your skin makes you just look naked, right? And that just feels weird. Maybe I'm just shy of my body, and that lends to me not wearing clothes that match. Oh, I edit in Resolve. Cream colored shirts. Is that just like an off-white? Like an eggshell? What's cream? But more off-white. Yeah, because like, to me, a coffee is good when it looks like my skin, you know, when it's milked up the fucking hell and back, right? But some people like their coffee completely black. Cream is a rabbit from Sonic. I'm worried about Googling cream from Sonic on straight up, because I know I'm gonna. I don't know if I have safe search toggled on or not, and that's just, I know I'm gonna get fucked. That's not allowed, you know. Yeah, that's gonna rip me. Yeah, that would not be good. Okay, I guess since we pulled up, I pulled up the Simpsons clip with the "Why was I programmed to feel pain?" There's a running meme with the Simpsons that is that they predict things, and that was one of the reasons why I thought Kamala was going to win, because there was this whole thing about Lisa looking exactly like Kamala during like one of the debates and the earrings and the everything. I was like, psh, you know, all, you know, coin flip, whatever. I guess I'll side with this one. But wow, Matt Groening led me astray on that one. Okay, let me copy the URL. What is the not, it's like the Crazy Taxi game, Road Rage. People love that one. That's an old one, but they love that one. And also the beat 'em up arcade game was really good. Can't put it in this chat box, you fool. You fool, you know better than this. Also, I got my my SRT shit fixed as well. What changed? I built a new computer. That's what changed, dumbass. Prediction from a random TikToker that the days are counting down to it. Is it a Simpsons based thing, or is it a Thank you, music. Okay. Hiya. Oh, Sonic shows? I grew up watching, I don't know, the animated series. I'm not even sure what you would call it, but it was one where he would eat chili dogs. That was like his thing.
.com for exclusive comedy content that YouTube won't let me post, as well as perks that you have to see to believe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 4K filming. Bought a new camera. We're gonna piss right past that.
Holy shit, that is a big difference.
Do not mention my eczema. So The Simpsons. You guys know The Simpsons, right? Unless you know The Simpsons, right? The Simpsons is the longest running show in American television history, a comedy institution and an animated Nostradamus. It gave us iconic.
You can stop watching after season 12-ish, give or take. I was still a child when that was airing around that era. Maybe season 30 or some shit is fine or something. I don't know. I haven't watched real television forever. But then I see like episodes where they go like, oh, it's Elon Musk, the person who will take us to Mars. And I'm like, fucking die to fire. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, I say episode like season 12 only because like I was watching all the way through like season 15 or something like in real life. And I remember there would be tiny gems where it's like, oh, that reminds me of the good old days, but then not really, right?
iconic characters such as Homer Simpson, Bart Simpson, Lisa Simpson, and the whole gang in the background. And the Simpsons have been around for so long that the things they were making fun of are the things that they're now known for. Like Krusty the Clown was making fun of like Bozo the Clown, but people don't remember Bozo the Clown, so now Krusty the Clown is just its own thing. It's very confusing. Weird thing that can happen if a show runs for more than 20 years. But the Simpsons have done much more than, you know, push the envelope and have a great comedy history. They've done a couple weird things in their past. They've predicted a lot of things that have happened in the world. They predicted so much that you'd assume that the entire writing staff was, you know, just a bunch of physicists doing some time travel shit. But no, it's just staffed by a bunch of...
That would be Futurama, full of mathematicians, where they actually, for a joke in an episode, did a math proof that actually is used beyond. Maybe that's all smoke and mirrors. Things you learn from the special features commentary track of shows you like.
Of Harvard graduates, for some reason, and a lot of them.
Which is a DVD exclusive that is now also its own bygone era, because who the fuck? Yeah. I haven't even... I don't think I've even seen the last... I can't taste my cherry lip gloss. Can you give it a try? Smooch emoji that's not there. I assume belongs there, but... I'm married. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Whoa. Whoa.
There's a lot of Harvard graduates that came out of that writing room. Since its debut in 1989, The
Conan
Simpsons has been a revolving...
Yo, Conan spotted, because he's couldn't be more Conan O'Brien. I don't even really know for sure, but I just immediately, it has to be. I mean,
door of Ivy League chuckleheads counting
there he is again.
Harvard alumni writers. So I guess if you hire the brightest minds in the world to write for your TV show, two things happen. Really well written.
It is crazy to realize how 4x3 shit was. Even TV shows that I don't remember being in 4x3 are 4x3. I'm trying to think of an example of one specifically that's just like, oh, really? This show was in a fucking box? That's nuts, man. You know, I don't know. Like, obviously, Whose Line would be fucking square. But I have not watched... Because there was Futurama, and then it was canceled, and then it was on Adult Swim, and then it came back, and then it was back on Fox again, but then it was back on Adult Swim, then it was in movies, that weird movie season that was like, every movie is 4 episodes or whatever, but there was like 4 movies, and then there was another season after that, and I think another season, I don't remember, I stopped, like, after the show got revitalized like once or twice, I was like, I couldn't keep up, and I haven't completed a bunch of those seasons. But I would like to think one day I'll go back and watch them and see if they're any good.
Jokes about alcoholic fathers and peeks into the future for some fucking reason. From science to sports, politics, and pop culture, this cartoon is practically clairvoyant. So get ready to eat your shorts, because we're gonna look on the psychic side of The Simpsons. Eat Your Shorts has, like, it's like bringing up Rick and Morty nowadays. Like, Eat Your Shorts has been said so many times that it's cringe. And that's insane because it's such a pop...
When was it ever not? No one ever said eat your shorts. Even when I was a kid, no one said eat my shorts. That wasn't actually a thing. I've never heard a person legitimately say eat my shorts. Like, that's just like, I don't know. It was obviously supposed to be a thing that kids say, or that one rebellious kid would say, but I've never heard a person in real life ever say that shit. I don't know. Probably because The Simpsons made it so, like, a thing that The Simpsons say that you wouldn't say it because you're not The Simpsons. That's what I'm hoping that they touch on, because I'm pretty sure that's a part of it. And there was like a fucking, like, I would see these, like, look, they have a Trump going down the escalator, and I'm thinking, like, obviously that must have been a season I stopped watching, because I don't know what the fuck that is, and I assume it was like a thing that was made after the fact or something, and everyone just pretends that it was made before.
Whatever, we'll get right into it. So to begin, when you think of science, the town of Springfield is probably not your first thought. Yes, they have that weird little scientist character, and yes, Homer works at a new...
Oh man, the Frink, Professor Frink, the Frinkiac. I never know how to spell it. Frinkiac is Frinkiac is a place where you can type in any quote, like the goggles do nothing, and it takes you straight to the episode, straight to the thing, and then you can make a GIF out of the thing, and you can even pick the frame specifically. So you can be like, oh, look, boom, here to here, Make it a GIF. The goggles do nothing. And you could even go back to the GIF maker and add the meme text to it. Make a GIF. Like it's, and then you can open the GIF as its own thing, and then you can right click and save it and add it in Discord or whatever. I love this website. It has like the entire transcripts put straight into it. Frinkiac, whatever. It's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome, man. It's fucking great. It's a great website. Here. Shared with the world. I should honestly just add this to my, I mean, I always just type it in, but I should add it to my goats folder. That way I have it ready to go. It's handy. Because like I think in Simpson quotes that there's even a comic that is like, don't cry for me, I'm already dead, which is a really beautiful individual made comic about that kind of brain disease. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a it's just all the goats. So let's see. I mean, we can go through the goats. Except I want to make sure we finish the video, whatever it is. But yeah, that's my music. Here we go.
Nuclear power plant, but both of those things are the
Wait, that's the same fucking image of the guy. Wait, the fuck? That's crazy. That's nuts. That there's I didn't even notice that was what that was pulled from.
signs of the time, because nuclear energy was a big deal in the 90s, and once again, the show is very old. However, the Simpsons have their grubby little yellow fingerprints all over every innovation that's happened in the last 30 years. In 1964, scientists proposed a theory that explained how particles gained mass. If true, this so-called God particle would help us really understand what the Big Bang was. And I'm talking about the theory, not that dog TV show, that laugh track. It shocks me every time I watch it. People laugh so hard in that audience over
Kara, my wife's late father, loved this show. Bazinga. It was just loved it. It was not a show for us, but yeah.
the most mundane things. I don't know.
Like Green Lantern fan spotted. Green Lantern. They like comic books, see?
How you could leave.
No, I don't think you are.
It would take nearly 50 years, but in 2012, we discovered the God particle using the Large Hadron Collider. But those scientists could have saved themselves about 14 years of trial and error, because in 1998, Homer Simpson discovered it. Actually, that happened. In the episode The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace, Homer tries to become a renowned inventor like Thomas Edison. It's one of my favorite episodes ever, and that's the episode where we get the joke where Homer makes a makeup shotgun and then he shoots it on the wall and he says he accidentally set it to whore. Just a very good joke, well written. And he also makes other things like hamburger earmuffs and a chair that's also a toilet. I'm sorry to be explaining Simpsons jokes, but kids these days don't really watch The Simpsons, and it's kind of sad. You guys should watch The Simpsons. It's on Disney, I think, but in one random fateful
There's a setting on Disney Plus to make it 4:3, which I have to look for every time I fucking have a random urge to watch The Simpsons again, because they will cut off half the jokes because they squeeze it down into 16:9. So like half the sign jokes or whatever are like cut off, and there's a setting to put it back in its original aspect ratio, which is so important. Yeah, it's in there somewhere, but it is in there. It's one of those things, yeah.
Scene, Homer is just working out some shit on a chalkboard, and if you take the time, like you screenshot that equation and you try and solve it, you get incredibly close to the actual nanomass of the God particle, which is, what the fuck? Why? Of course, as smart as the Simpsons writers are, they can't take all the credit for this one. They actually contracted a professor at MIT to help come up with the formula Homer would scrawl on the chalkboard. So even though this didn't come out of the writers of The Simpsons, the fact that Homer got this close to figuring this out is beyond me. Like, why would you hire an MIT writer to make a joke that no one would understand? And why didn't that guy just solve it's fucking crazy. Let's move on to another episode called Civilian Space Travel.
Close enough for us, yeah. Wait. Civilian space travel, is this okay?
Which happened in season 5 episode 15.
Okay, I was gonna say this is the watch out, they're ruffled, and the ants. Wait, which one's the queen? I'm the queen. No, you're not. Right?
Before
yeah.
Billionaire Elon Musk assumed his role as Dick Cheney.
Someone told me that he was doing an X when he did that pose,
Which happened in season 5.
Which makes it so much
15.
worse.
Long before
that he was trying to do a human X in the pose because he loves his X website so much, which almost makes it better, because why are you yippieing, you know, like trying to do a yippee, you know, when you're like, I don't know, 60 something years old, right? And the richest man just I don't know, it's better that he was trying to do a human X, because he didn't do a very good job. Like, it's pretty easy to do an X, like when you jump, you'd be like, hey yeah, well, there's that too, yeah. There's yeah.
Billionaire Elon Musk assumed his role as Dick Cheney-esque puppet master of Donald Trump, his private rocket company SpaceX started sending civilians to the final frontier. In 2021, the first all-civilian crew was launched into orbit, and if you're some Richie Rich who can pay their way to the moon, more power to you. But personally,
Why do the suits look like ass? They just wanted to make them look different, right? But they just look like they're wearing like. They look like they're just like gonna go into the sewer with their galoshes on or whatever. I don't know.
I do not want to ride a rocket ship into space without at least one person knowing what the fuck is going on. I don't want fucking Jimbo from Connecticut to be sitting next to me. I want an astronaut. But when it comes to woefully underqualified dudes going into space, Homer Simpson did it first. In the 1994 episode.
Well, this because they were having a teacher go up in the Challenger thing, right? I mean, she just didn't make it to space. Wait, those people exploded to death? Really? They did? Oh my god.
So, as I said earlier, Deep Space Homer, NASA selects Homer to take a flight on the space shuttle to help the agency gain publicity. Ironically, The Simpsons creator Matt Groening didn't want to write this episode because he thought it was too unrealistic, which, not really anymore, buddy, and had the writers take some of the jokes down a notch to focus on the dynamic.
That one was not the Challenger crew, no. Because that was a bunch of regular NASA people and one teacher. And then the teacher who didn't make it all the way up. That one was like a SpaceX one because they're wearing all the fancy new suits. But the new suits look like they're made to be like a fancy car or something. They're not like the puffy ass regular space astronaut suits that you see.
Between Homer and his family. But it became a classic episode, thanks in part to guest appearance from Buzz Aldrin. And the
Oh, well, true, because a lot of the other ones, like what is it? They only go to like the weird partial outer space, right? Some of them, although I think, does SpaceX not go all the way up? I know that the Amazon one doesn't go all the way up. So that's kind of its own little thing.
episode was so popular that real-life astronaut Edward Lu requested a copy for it in the International Space Station. So The Simpsons predicted regular people going to space.
The Challenger exploded. Yes, the Challenger exploded, but that wasn't the Challenger. The Challenger looks like it was a regular NASA shuttle. It was one of the shuttles. It wasn't like a SpaceX rocket or something.
Which, it was gonna happen eventually, but they really nailed the vibe of it. And then, in 1995, there was another episode. This is gonna be, I mean, it's just all episodes. This is what we sat down for, right? BuzzFeed-esque article. In the 1995 episode, Lisa's Wedding, Lisa visits a Renaissance fair where she is asked a fortune teller about her true love. The clairvoyant shows Lisa her wedding, which takes place in
Not a terrible representation of a Romani person, right? I mean, hey, could have been way worse back in the 90s, let's be real, right? Hey.
10, 15 years into the future. Honestly.
Yeah, I thought you were saying that one of those was the Challenger. Maybe you were referring to what I was saying or something. I thought, because the photo of the fancy suits. Right now I'm just getting caught up in the mess or whatever.
This isn't that far-fetched. You go to a Ren fair and someone will give you some bullshit about your future. I made a whole video about it. But a Simpsons episode that takes place a little bit in the nearby future is a perfect incubator for predictions. And this episode might have the best string of predictions in any 30-minute block of regular television ever. They had teleconference technology like Skype or FaceTime. That was when I was a kid, I was watching that, I was like, yeah, for sure. That was not a thing. They just made that a bold prediction and it happened so fast. And they had smartwatches. They literally had fucking Siri on their thing. And I know like the fucking Jetsons probably had that too, but they nailed the feel of it. They even have a few visual gags that are pretty much predictions themselves.
Yeah.
Like how the night sky is intentionally made a reddish color to represent the continued environmental damage and pollution, and a 2010 Rolling Stone tour poster on Lisa's wall that pokes fun at the suggestion that the then 30-year-old band would
steel wheelchair tour. There's so many jokes that I would just easily just forget. Yeah.
never stop touring, which as of 2025 is still very accurate. All right, let's move away from the science because they did a lot of science shit, but there's way more than all these.
Wait, is he not going to mention when she because she wants to be president and like, oh, we inherited a bunch of debt from the first Trump administration or something.
Pages. Predictions. So Pete Rose holds the record for number of hits in the league of Major League Baseball. But because of a gambling scandal, he's not in the Hall of Fame. But you know who is? Fucking Homer Simpson. It was purely ceremonial, but in 2017, Homer was inducted into the Major League Hall of Fame because of the episode Homer at Bat. And you might think that's the end-all be-all, but that's not even close to the largest contribution that The Simpsons have done to the history of sports. The Simpsons have a pretty great track record of predicting the biggest game in all all of sports, the Super Bowl. And I know you guys are going to say the World Cup. I'm an American. I don't give a shit about that. It's the Super Bowl. In fact, in the early 90s, they went on a legendary streak. It started in the 1992 episode Lisa the Greek, when Homer realizes Lisa is a natural at placing bets. Under the guise of daddy-daughter dates, Homer would ask Lisa of, like, gambling tips every Sunday and would get rich off that. Eventually, Lisa catches on to the whole thing, but we're not here to talk about plot. I'm here to talk about the fact that she predicted that the Washington Redskins would win Super Bowl 26. And I know they're not called the Washington Redskins anymore, but it was back then. The episode aired on Fox a few days before the actual game, and Lisa's pick was right. And then Fox re-aired the same episode the next year, Super Bowl 27, and they did a different voice line where Lisa repicks it, and Lisa, once again, accurately predicted that the Dallas Cowboys would win. It's a if Lisa mentions a football team, put your life savings on it. The following year,
because they did a joke with like, I can't wait to go see the Atlanta Falcons. And I think about the Denver Broncos. Like, they were doing a joke about how they would put things in front of their mouth and they would say the sports teams. Maybe that was a reference to the redubbing that was done that I wasn't aware of.
Fox again re-aired the episode before the Super Bowl. But they didn't have to lift a finger this time because the Super Bowl 28 was just a rematch of Super Bowl 27. And once again, the Dallas Cowboys won. So it's like, that's the whole thing. That was the fact that she could pick bets, and she's doing it in real life. For 3 straight years, the smart money was to put it on Lisa Simpson. Not any, just put on whatever the f she says. And 20 years after that, the Simpsons would predict another Super Bowl. But only this time, it was the halftime entertainment. 5 years before it happened in real life, Lady Gaga performed at the Super Bowl in The Simpsons. And yeah, she was a big star at the time, and you could assume that at one point she would get the Super Bowl role, but it was weird because the outfit she was wearing in the episode was shockingly similar to the one she actually wore at the Super Bowl. She was even hung over wires and suspended above the crowd like they said she would be in the, the episode.
Confirmation bias.
Be a sly nod to the fact that like she was actually trying to recreate what she did in The Simpsons, but that seems like a whole lot, but could be. Regardless, she made a prediction come true. And remember when I was just talking
silver exposed legs, but like, where is the incredibly important Madonna-esque sparkler titty thing, you know?
About the World Cup? Well, The Simpsons also does some shit about the World Cup. In 2014, The Simpsons tackled the other football, soccer, in the
Okay, if it's computer animated, I haven't seen it. So this is all news to me. Yeah.
episode, You Don't Have to Live Like a Referee. This was the first episode to take place in Brazil since the country nearly sued Fox for the 2002 episode Blame It on Lisa. In that episode, it wasn't a good depiction. You know, The Simpsons doesn't have a clear track record of not being racist. They showed Rio de Janeiro as like a place filled with like gangs and violence and street rats. Wasn't good, but Brazil backed off from the
I haven't. If that's okay. Yeah, all right, fair. You know what? Got caught, caught. That's not good.
A lawsuit after The Simpsons apologized. Kind of. James L. Brooks, one of
There's a whole thing with like, forget the guy's name. I'm bad with names. The dude that does a bunch of the voices, Hank Azaria, he would do a Pooh's voice, and that got like a bunch of like, yo, what the fuck, man? That's kind of fucked, isn't it? And then he like stopped doing it.
One of the creators of the show said, "We apologize to the lovely city of Rio de Janeiro, and if that doesn't settle the issue, Homer Simpson offers to take on the president of Brazil on Fox's Celebrity Boxing." So kind of like a fuck you, but you could see it as a genuine apology. 12 years later, the Simpsons family visited South America again after Homer's
just the way he's holding the ball with the logo, it's just kind of gross. I appreciate the improved sharpness and fidelity in the backgrounds or whatever it is, but it does feel like it loses some of its what it was, these are episodes I've never seen before. I'm a guy who does like change, but then I'm like, oh, not my original show, I don't like it, I've never even watched it. It could be good, but it probably I thought you said you like some of The Simpsons. Damn.
Invited to referee at the World Cup after a scandal caused a zebra shortage. Apparently zebras are what cool sports guys call refs. I don't know anything about that, but that was it's in the script. So here comes the prediction. Not only did The Simpsons predict that Germany would win the World Cup that year, but in 2015, the scandal storyline also came true.
I guess you're just saying that you've been watching it and you've caught up to like season 10 or whatever it was. 8. You said something somewhere. Whatever.
Officials from FIFA, the governing body of soccer, were indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They were accused of conspiracy and corruption, including $150 million in bribes and kickbacks for bids to host the World Cup. So, like I said again, it was, it wasn't a clear prediction. And yes, it was
But that's the World Cup like organization, not the referees, right? That's just the. I mean, I guess referees would be kind of in on some parts of it.
It's kind of like hanging fruit because everyone knew FIFA was corrupt at the time, but they nailed that prediction and they nailed Germany. So two of those at once makes it seem like they actually knew what the future was going to be like. And they also predicted some
Stretch. You're stretching. You're stretching for the sake of stretching.
about curling. You guys know about curling? I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that the US has never really been known as a dominant force in the sport of curling. Curling feels like the domain of a country that's only really good at hockey. You know what I'm saying? They're around ice a lot. If you grow up and your lake's frozen over and you can't afford a stick, well, just slide that puck and see how close you can get it to other pucks. You know what I'm saying? This is why the 2010 episode Boy Meets Curl was funny, even in its very conception. In the history of the US Olympics, America has only been able to win bronze once in 2006. We are not good at curling. So when Marge and Homer win Olympic gold in curling by beating Sweden, it almost feels like absurdist humor. So us winning that medal is silly on paper. We would never do that. But then we did do that. In 2018, the US Olympic team for curling won the gold, and who did they beat? Sweden! What the fuck is going on? Okay, so the Simpsons know sports and the Simpsons know science. They know the future for both of those things. So what else do they know? Well, one thing the Simpsons could have never predicted was their very own popularity. So let's go a little meta right now. Ironically,
Well, yeah, they made fun of. Yeah, they made fun of their own merch explosion, which is problematic in a few different ways.
the show became ingrained in the same American culture it regularly poked fun of. In fact, in 1998, Time magazine named Bart Simpson one of the most influential people of the 20th century. You can even argue that things took such a weird turn at the end of the century that it took a cartoon like The Simpsons to help us honestly examine ourselves. But despite all of that, or maybe in light of it, they were nailing shit left and right when it came to pop culture. For example, Siegfried and Roy. Siegfried and Roy is going to be one of the harder things to explain to future generations, in my opinion. These two German-American magicians met on a cruise ship. What a start. Then they decided to develop a stage show that relied on white lions and white tigers, and eventually became a marquee act at the Mirage in Las Vegas. And if you're gonna go to Vegas, you want to see some lions on stage, god damn it. And that's because of them. That's their whole shtick. They are the lion magicians. They were so wildly popular that Michael Jackson wrote and recorded the theme song for their show. Their obsession with big cats transcended the stage. They let lions and tigers roam around their Vegas estate like they were normal house cats. And it might seem weird now, but even at the time, it was still pretty fucking weird that they were doing that. And if something was weird enough, that means The Simpsons would parody it. Parody it. Am I saying that right? They made fun of it in 1993. In the episode Springfield, and the S is of $, Mr. Burns hires a tiger-handling duo to perform at his new casino. And as you would expect, if it would end in a tiger attack. This is The Simpsons. They're gonna make fun of it. And yes, that's something that you would always expect. But then a decade later, it happened. One of the guys got fucking mauled.
I mean, like, yeah, one of them got attacked. Yeah. Who could have seen this coming? The Simpsons are clairvoyant. Like, okay.
By a tiger on stage. He barely escaped with his life and became partially paralyzed. And you have to give credit to the Simpsons for calling their shot that early in the game. But I mean, come on. That was gonna happen. You're fucking around with tigers on stage. One of them's gonna fucking kill you. And by the way, I don't feel bad for Siegfried or Roy. They're a great gay icon story, but they bred and sold big cats and subjected them to lives of captivity. So it's not conservation. That's animal abuse. And I don't want to get into this right now. But
hell yeah, Tug, get him.
Moving down the line, let's talk about Michelangelo's statue of David, an icon of the artistic world. When you think of art, you think of this statue. Everyone likes this statue, but art is always subjective, and that's when things get dicey. In 2016, a Russian woman complained about a replica of David in St. Petersburg, claiming it warped children's minds because of the penis. Because they saw a penis. And then in 2023, a principal at a Christian charter school was forced to resign after parents complained that David was pornographic. But this controversy, if you could imagine, was predicted by The Simpsons in 1990. In the episode Itchy and Scratchy and Marge helps create and organize a group that attempts to censor the incredibly violent Itchy and Scratchy show. The concerned parents of Springfield get their way, and a scrubbed clean version of Itchy and Scratchy is televised. Feeling emboldened, the organization sets their sights on censoring a traveling exhibition of David. And honestly, I don't know if this was a prediction. It was more of making fun of fucking gung-ho parents that want to.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you could always say that conservatism would go that way, but it's one of those like a parody becomes life or whatever, where like The Onion is now a predictor for what is to come. That's just a backsliding of fascism or whatever, right? It's like one of those like. It's just like the nature of. By pointing out the absurdity of the world that is to come, and then the world continues to be absurd.
Can censor everything, but then it actually happened. Not only in Russia, but in America. Like, this is art, and you want to put a fucking sock over the dick? Just leave it alone. In philosophy, this idea is called the slippery slope fallacy. The idea is that you cannot assume one action will lead to another.
Whoa, easy.
The Simpsons are right in this case, so you guys. I don't know. And they
I was thinking about that the other day. Not that I'm like thinking about that too hard, but there was a point in time on Twitch where the rules around art nudity was very relaxed in some of the terms of service, and people on the art category were just drawing straight up porn, you know, because there's art and then there's porn, and it's one of those, you know, when I see it, and people were definitely seeing it. It was there. And then they reined in that language to make it more clear that it needed to be specifically whatever. But then that got me thinking, like, the most common thing to do in video games when there's a small drawing tool is just to draw an outline of a penis. That's fine normally, right? But then what if you just draw a vein down the middle of it? Now it's still fine, but it's getting closer to less fine. So, like, how many shades, how much definition is required? And obviously there's no clear individual, you know, amount of shade lines on a penis to make it a porn penis. I mean, the statue David didn't even have like a large hog like erect or whatever. It was just the nudity of the penis. But like, I always find it funny whenever religious people get mad about it, because it's like, I thought the shame of your naked body is one of, like, I don't know, the sins or whatever. Like, after falling from grace, they wanted to hide their nudity, and like, that is a negative trait of humanity, and proof of our lack of divine connection or whatever. So it's like, you shouldn't even be that mad about it. Well, there's like artistic nudity where there's a value to the painting, and then there's like a nipple in it, right? That's fine. And then there's titties, you know? I wouldn't say it's porn that they needed to, like, they're all jerking off to it specifically. Because, like, when I think of what porn is, it is the lower trash tier of consumption that is to crank it, right? Or the purpose is more the cranking than the appreciation of the cinematography. You know what I mean? In the video format or whatever. That's porn. It doesn't matter. It's porn at the end of the day. It's porn. People want to act like they're so high above it. It's porn. I mean, that's the shades of gray, I guess, of human existence, is that definitionally there's nudity in it, and nudity is one of the clear definers of porn, therefore it's porn. But pretty much any person you speak to would not say the David is porn. They would say it is art. And then they would look at, you know, Debbie Does Dallas, and they would say that is more porn than art. Pretty much, you know, 95% of people would all agree. And when that is brought up, and even across decades or whatever, that is sort of the same sentiment in even different cultures, I would imagine. But I guess I've never done that study, so what can I say? I don't know. It was just one of those things that I was thinking about, because like, we've got a little piece of plexiglass that lights up, and we drew a cartoon dick on it. And I'm thinking like, oh shit, if that ever got shown on stream, like, it'd probably be fine, because it's one of those cartoon dicks. That's just a silly thing people draw on a chalkboard or something. But I'm like, but wait, how far would it have to be before it's no longer acceptable? One of those weird, you know, how many straws does it take to break the camel's back? There's no exact number that you can imagine. Obviously, in that weird example, there would literally be one exact one. But anyway, one of the earliest art pieces depicted a naked person. I think I could agree, whether or not it was there to jerk off to. I mean, that won't be difficult to determine. Porn art, it's not my fault that you feel bad about liking porn, or that you want to dress it up to make yourself feel smart. It's not about making myself feel smart. It's definitely not that. I'm trying to make sure that it's not that. I'm thinking deep about it. Like, I don't really even like the statue David. I know that David exists, but I'm not like, I know so much about the fucking Leonardo's David or Michelangelo's David or whatever it is. Like, I don't, okay, sure. But if I think that, I guess, using the like the me version of it, by bringing in my own personal perspective on it, hopefully that can then try to show off the difference between the smut and then the art, whatever. It's incredibly well crafted. That changes nothing. I think it changes something. I think it changes something. I consider myself to be a person who, do I consider myself an artist? I like executing television production well. Even when I was doing HSN, I would try to do moves that are important, right? All porn is art. I don't hate porn. I think it's art. Art in the sense that it's a child's drawing magnetized to the fridge. That's also art. But also a masterpiece is also art, right? I agree it's not the antithesis of art, but when you're classifying things, right? There is a difference. And there's no quantifiable way to say this thing on the refrigerator that a 3-year-old drew is this kind of art other than the quality. There's like that. There's kind of one of those, like, you just kind of know it when you see it, right? That's kind of just one of the things. Like, maybe we will eventually form a deeper form of knowledge and understanding that we can then actually like articulate that thought. But I mean, like, if a child draws a naked person, that's called porn to you, right? But a child drawing porn can't even really understand porn, but they're drawing porn. But it's not really porn to them. Like, there's all kinds of ways that you can actually make this way more confusing and complicated while also trying to make it as simple as possible. Also, then connecting the different layers. Like, that child is making porn that is also art, that is also just, stick figures with nipples, colored in. How is that crazy? You're the one making it so black and white. I'm saying there's clearly nuance to this. there is ways that you can interpret things, and that does carry weight, like, that's just what I'm saying. You're the one saying it is art. I don't care your feelings about it. That's art. That's porn, and it is art. You're not making any sense. What do you mean? You're saying all art is art, all porn is art, and all, art, well, not all art is porn, but that all art is art, and your appreciation for it is just individualistic. And any shot, any drawing of a person that's naked, any camera shot of this, all these different things, even if they are naked people, even if they are pornographic in nature, by definition, they're also by definition art, which implies that, and I was saying, a masterpiece painting and a child's scribbles are also both art, but there's something different about the two that people can easily just tell the difference between. And then a drawing of a naked person versus a drawing of a person, one's porn, one's not porn, you're saying. And I'm like, well, then a child could draw a naked person, and then they're saying that it's porn too. Like, it does change something. It changes something for most people, I guess. Most people just understand the difference. Oh, I never put the title in there. Silly me. I guess there's no point in just, because I guess you're just saying that you want to be very definitionally strict, and I'm like, but there's a definition to the interpretation that's implied, and you're saying there isn't. I'm like, okay, I guess that's it. I guess that's the definition. I guess that's the difference. Children draw porn. There's something that's fine, I guess. I wouldn't call it porn if a child draws it, right? That's another one of those, like, you make the definition. It means something to you, it means something to me. I happen to agree with the team, the field of humans that disagree with you, I guess, and that's just the difference.
They also predicted all this Fox shit that happened. They nailed every aspect of it. Watching The Simpsons on Disney Plus is strange, seeing as they completely predicted the Fox-Disney merger in 1998. It was just a quick sight gag that just said that Fox was a division of Disney, but it was still 20 years ahead of the $71 billion merger between Disney and Fox. It might not be a huge jump to conclusion, seeing as Disney was acquiring everything in the 90s. They got huge properties left and right, including Miramax in 1993 and ABC in 1996. And personally, I believe the only reason why someone would have a Disney Plus account is if they're a fucking Star Wars nerd, but then they delete it because they find out all the Star Wars movies suck, or it's because they want to watch The Simpsons, or Bluey. They also have Bluey. But it's just crazy because The Simpsons have historically shit on Fox and Disney so goddamn hard that I cannot believe that fucking Disney would be even remotely interested in putting it on their platforms. But here we are. I mean, we're in a dystopian future, and the fucking Simpsons knew it was going to happen. Okay, so The Simpsons got
money.
Science,
It's just money.
Sports, pop culture. I'm sure they got politics in the pocket. The Simpsons has never been an explicitly political show, although they never really shy away from satirizing politics. But in 1992, the show was swept up as a part of growing culture war waged by conservative politics. President Bush made headlines after he gave a speech to the national religious broadcasters where he said, "We are going to keep on trying to strengthen the American family, to make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons." That was not a great impression of the original President Bush, but I feel like he's a little nerd and that's how I made him sound. Accordingly, The Simpsons mercilessly made fun of Bush as a shitty next-door neighbor in season 7. But okay, we know the Simpsons kind of turned on the political jets at one point, but just how far did they go? Well, in 2007, The Simpsons finally made a movie, and it is probably one of the best movies ever to come out of the cartoon world. It is so fucking funny, non-stop jokes, it's fantastic. But in the process, they accidentally made one of their most unsettling predictions. In the film, Lisa worries she's becoming too outspoken about the dome the Environmental Protection Agency places over Springfield. When she expresses her concern for the situation, Marge tries to calm her down by saying, I quote, "It's not like the government is listening to every conversation." We didn't know at the time. And then the next scene cuts to a room where the government is doing exactly that. And at the time when that movie came out, that was a joke. We didn't know what was going on, like I said. 6 years later, Edward Snowden leaked classified documents revealing that the National Security Agency...
Just showing a picture of the actor as Edward Snowden instead of showing an actual picture of Snowden is kind of crazy. That's kind of a weird decision on the editing team.
He was, in fact, listening to everybody's conversations. Spying on U.S. citizens without probable cause came after 9/11 with the Patriot Act. So Americans weren't paying attention. We were all wearing American flag shirts and being like, F you, Middle East. And even though the Patriot Act expired in 2020, it established protocols for spying that remains in the government today. Cool prediction, I guess. You nailed it. One thing that the Simpsons movie didn't get right is that Arnold Schwarzenegger would become president. But unfortunately, they captured the dipshit politician aesthetic so well that they accidentally predicted something else. In the movie, there's a famous line that he said,
That was a guy from Roseanne? No, not Michael Cera. It was James Gooden Levitt. I'm pretty sure he was one of the people in Roseanne. Massive conspiracy, but America is always listening to you. Yeah, I mean, because it was like what, not listen to every conversation, but they were able to listen to any individual person that they wanted to, and also like they were listening to fucking, you know, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. and shit. They were spying on them, tapping their phones, doing all these different things illegally, right? Like just kind of like deciding to just do that to the American citizens. Like, I mean, it's a thing they've been able to do to any one individual person. Like for example, the government is not listening to me right now, even though I'm actually actively broadcasting my shit out there on like 2 different platforms. It's still not actually, there's not a person, you know, listening, keeping an ear open. At best, it's going into nowadays a Palantir where all the words are just fucking collected into a gigantic word cloud. You know, that's probably the closer of the things by modern standards of that. Unless I'm misunderstanding the stuff that Snowden had said. So let me back it up.
That was protocols for spying that remains in the government today. Cool prediction, I guess. You nailed it. One thing that the Simpsons movie didn't get right is that Arnold Schwarzenegger would become president. But unfortunately, they captured the dipshit politician aesthetic so well that they accidentally predicted something else. In the movie, there's a famous line that he says, I was elected to lead, not to read. And like he doesn't want to read a book. It's making fun of dumbass politicians. But 4 years later, a former Godfather's Pizza CEO named Herman Cain ran for a Republican presidential nomination. And then he literally said, at a rally in New Hampshire, Cain paraphrased President Schwarzenegger when he said, "We need a leader, not a reader."
They were bugging a ton of people. Yeah. But the individual bugging is, it wasn't just like we're bugging every single home blanketly. Why would the government have been like, we need to bug Lisa Simpson or whatever, unless she was like outspoken or something? I mean, I saw the movie once, maybe twice. I don't remember exactly the details of it because it was after I stopped. It was after I lost my heart for The Simpsons had faded away. The movie was better than most episodes were for a very long time, but it still wasn't my version of The Simpsons or whatever. So again, I watched it, I liked it, but it was also, I also liked everything back then. So whatever. But like, you know, when people are outspoken Black Lives Matters protesters or people involved in the movement, they get fucking inspected and spied on directly. You know, that's a thing that happens. Yeah. Not that that's a good thing or that it's, you know, should be allowed. It's obviously super bad. But when like my random coworker is like, oh God, the government's spying on me, I'm like, bro, they don't know who you are. They have the ability to spy on anyone they want to, and that's really bad. But I just don't think that you, the random guy who's not doing anything and has no footprint on the world, otherwise just being a regular employee of a company, needs to be concerned directly about his words coming back to bite him or something. It's like, I'm not trying to say it's fine that it happens, but it's just like, I just don't want you to lose sleep over it, my guy, because you're not that important, even though you feel like you are, right? I mean, there's plenty of people who get spied on, and it's a fucking crime against privacy, and it's bad, and it shouldn't happen, and I want to fight against it. But the average individual should not be so concerned about it. It's like being afraid of a meteor crushing you. It's just like one of those things that for you, it's probably not going to happen. You know, it's like having a stalker. For the most middle-aged ugly dudes, like, we don't got to worry about that because no one's looking at us. No one cares about us, right? Women that grow up at any age, they have a whole different fucking bag of problems, and they're most likely gonna, you know, have to fight that off at some point or whatever, which fucking sucks and definitely should not be allowed. But it's just like, I guess that's the complacency and the privilege, whatever, that I think about, where it's like, oh, I am not being spied on, so don't worry about it. Like, and maybe I should lean in more towards we should worry about it. And any one of us could be spied on, and that's the problem. So maybe I shouldn't run defense or whatever. Trying to analyze where I come from, and just because I've thought this thing doesn't mean it's right, but also try not to lose sleep over it, man. Like, you know, you need to get a good night's rest, you know?
What happened to America? He was also an outspoken opponent of wearing masks during COVID, and then he died of COVID. So,
yeah,
each their own. They really nailed a.
And then I remember being like, oh yeah, there was that one guy, and then I got him mixed up with not Tim Kaine, but another guy, the guy, the HUD administrator or whatever, just because black conservatives kind of, you know, actually when I wasn't paying enough attention to politics, they all kind of fell into one bucket, right?
A bunch of
and also I'm white, so all black people look the same or whatever, you know, is a criticism that I was afraid of falling into, and then I did it, right?
about politics, actually. In the 1993 episode Margin Chains, great pun there, they went for the hat trick of creepy predictions. All in one episode. They got 3 of them. They included a global virus that was eerily similar to COVID called the Osaku flu, and a subsequent killer bee outbreak that mirrored the appearance of murder hornets in the US in 2019. So a bunch of sad sh. However, the most damning prediction came at the expense of Mayor Quimby, who comically left Springfield at the mere mention of Osaku flu. Obviously, that was a joke. Politicians are there to lead their people. They're not scared little babies that would leave at the first sign of trouble. Correct? That would be unless they're from Texas and named Ted Cruz. Fuck you, Ted Cruz. Texas senator and inbred Alamo troll, Ted Cruz fled to Mexico while the Lone Star State was in the middle of a winter storm that left millions without electricity, water, or heat. But you know what you guys did? You elected him again. You did. Why do you want Ted Cruz on the holding the wheel? Why do you guys like Ted Cruz that much? It's fucking weird what you people do. And then we got to talk about Trump. What Trump did, what the predictions that they did for Trump. There's a lot of them. They really predicted what Trump was all about. When the episode Bart to the Future came out in early 2000, it wasn't very well received. At the time, Entertainment Weekly actually called it the worst Simpsons episode ever. If only they knew just how bad things would be after 16 years. In the episode, Bart goes to I believe, a Native American casino, and he's shown his future if he doesn't change.
Yeah, that's the That's a common trope that they were making fun of specifically, which is why it was funny. Not because it was an absurd thing, but it was funny to see it portrayed. Yeah.
His ways. And in that vision, it is revealed that Lisa would be the U.S. president. And Chris, I don't know if you can play the clip. I don't know how bad I'm gonna get fucking screwed by the copyright system, but whatever. If you can't show the clip, do it now. She says we have to really fix the deficit that was left for us after President Trump. Oh man, that's crazy. And it actually wasn't as far-fetched as it seemed, because in 1999, I don't know if people knew this, but Trump kind of teased the fact that he would run as a president, and he said Oprah would be his running mate. So, a black woman, things have changed considerably. And also, just so you guys know, that clip of Trump coming down the escalator that, like, did the rounds, like the viral thing that The Simpsons predicted that was made by a fan. Like, that wasn't actually in a Simpsons episode. It's important.
That's also a really bad Trump. That looks terrible. Honestly.
That you know that, but they did do the other Look, I know after 35 years of television, you're bound to accidentally predict a few things. Pulling predictions from large data sets is actually a concept explored by a pair of Harvard mathematicians in a paper called Methods for Studying Coincidences, which coincidentally was published the same year that The Simpsons debuted. There's so much
That's stupid. That's stupid.
Going on. But keep in mind, there are so many accurate predictions that happen in the show that I could not fit them all in one video. Sometimes it seems like Conan O'Brien and the rest of the writer's room had access to a time machine back then. And like their Harvard education, instead of doing something useful with it, they decided to make a dumb fucking cartoon. Did I miss your favorite Simpsons prediction? Or your favorite Simpsons joke? I love The Simpsons, so if you just want to talk about it in the comments, I'll probably join in. New videos every Wednesday and Saturday. Like, comment, and subscribe.
I guess I haven't gone to their page and look at all the videos. I have another one on the docket. But interesting because I've grown up with The Simpsons and I'm vaguely familiar with most of the predictions I thought I knew of, but there was a lot more claimed predictions than I thought there would be because a lot of them are dumb. Like, a lot of them were just like you were saying, like, uh-oh, they thought a politician would flee. And look, a politician fled. And it's like, oh, I would never have thought to consider that. That's just like them saying, you know, a fair ride might shut down because of maintenance. Oh, my God, a fair ride shut down because of maintenance. It's like, what? Of course, like, that's just a part of, every, you know, whatever. That's, you know, dumb shit. He has some conspiracy ones. And he also alludes to a big Soviet Cold War stuff in some of his earlier episodes before he had the 4K camera, which I was like, ooh, maybe I should learn more about some of this. But then again, maybe Tug isn't the best place to learn some of these things. But his stupid little style is better for my dumb brain than like the Hakeem video where it's very dense, but it I may not retain all the information as well. This one, not that. This one, share. Oh, I thought this would be the some more best ones are short.
Hey, do y'all serve crackers?
Serve everybody.
It's a sandwich artist. I always like to refer to the people at Subway as sandwich artists because that's what they were told to be. Like when you would apply for a job as a sandwich artist, which I thought was everything is art, right? Everything is art, even the sandwiches at Subway. I would say they are more art when they are bouncing off of an ICE agent's chest than they are perhaps on your plate. But yes. Rip to that drunk guy. Oh, I think was told that he didn't need to get federal charges or whatever. The judge like reduced it down or something. Weird to see a judge we serve everybody. it was like that look, like they said, like oh yeah, definitely. Definitely, yeah. I mean, the fact that he's For sure, absolutely. Just from the context, but also, is this trying to be like the Chipotle thing where you record the people making the food to make them put more food on your food, right? What, this person's white? I don't think so. Oh, the guy throwing the sandwich is white. That's what makes total sense. I do that thing. I do that thing where I forget the context of the thing I just said, and then someone does a chat, and then I'm like, what, the most recent thing I just said now? And it's like, no, the thing you said by the delay. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. Fair point that the judge is like, oh, no reason to throw this one in the slammer. It's a person wearing a pink polo and like short khakis or whatever, right? It's just a drunk frat bro. This is not the Simpsons one. I think we got enough Simpsons for the time being. Oh my god. Excuse me. That's what my mom always used to say. Is after you burp, just say excuse me, and it's like it erases away the gross thing that just happened. Oh, the sandwich artist is not racist, or do you mean the judge? Because I don't know if the judge is a lady, but trying my best to keep it all in track with all the different possibilities of what I've said. Grabbing the URL, putting it into my actual chat window. That way it can pin it to chat. I don't think anybody actually cares about what I pinned to chat or whatever, but it's a good practice to get into when it will matter one day. When people actually join the ! Discord, or when people actually want to like look up a video that we watched or something. Maybe I should throw that that cracker TikTok in there too. That's music. I didn't want this music. Where'd my cracker TikTok go? Wait, where'd it go? It's over here. It's over here. Just in case. We'll wait, I put it in the wrong one again. No. Wait, if I do... There you go. That way that gets added to the Discord, but doesn't pin it to chat. I'm so smart. Anyway. Wait. Forget if I made it. Now I don't know. Shit. Now I'm just killing time too. I forget if I change the thing to no longer. It's in there. That's all that matters. Okay. Hello, Entropy Cat. How are you doing? Hopefully you're filled with the lack of energy. I don't know what an Entropy Cat would want. Oh, is this the chapter thing? I still haven't read the first chapter yet, so I apologize. But I'm a busy man. Wow, that's a very long title. ETC.
Me, oh my, oh me. Boy, howdy, folks. It has been a year. We've come a long way since I was sitting here 12 months ago saying, me, oh my, oh me. What a journey it's been. What?
4 days ago.
No fooling. Whoa! Oh, apparently it's been just like 6 seconds. That is disheartening. So here's some news. There's too many news. We need less news, fewer newses. Every time we write and record an episode about news, well, shucks, there ends up being more news before we can talk about the other news. But we're gonna try to keep up. Even if it kills us, even if we are found dead in a basement, our bodies forming the runic Ihwaz symbol for the word horse, we will cover the news. In this case, news you may have stopped thinking about, but that happened nonetheless. That's today, because me oh me, when a hotel grifter gathers a bunch of conspiracy theorists to run the government, there's kind of a lot going on. News we missed. Weirdos are in charge. Right. If you feel like there's too much
Oh yeah, Diddler on the Roof. That was a good one.
news and wonder why, that's why. When the people in charge are just running around smashing stuff and fighting each other, it tends to make compounding headlines. It would be really nice if we didn't have to constantly worry, but we do. Because somebody, not gonna name names, but somebody decided it would be a good idea to put Republicans in charge of all three branches of our government. Except not just Republicans, but some of the most conspiracy-brained, far-right, terminally online Republicans there are.
I mean, I guess technically a lot of that comes down to the fecklessness of the Democrats to properly fight for their own power and to combat gerrymandering with their own gerrymandering when they're in power, but instead they go, gerrymandering is against the rules and we shouldn't do it, and then they eventually lose the pendulum, and then Republicans come in and gerrymander like fuck, and then like Democrats come in and they might gerrymander back like 15% in opposition, but then not really, and then just continue to ratchet their own rhetoric. So despite long-term population constantly voting in favor of Democratic policies directly, being in favor of Democratic policies in general, and Republicans only winning electoral college victories, only recently winning popular vote because of both not very enthusiastic voting turnout, but also still the same gerrymandering bullshit. Lots of problems, but it's like, who decided to elect these fools? It's like, well, it was kind of like, the blame isn't necessarily individually on the individual voters directly. Obviously it is, but there's something to be said about the other things at play. I don't, you know what I mean? I can't just give them a pass. I can't be like, it's the voters' fault when the Democrats suck fucking dick, and not in the good way. You know what I mean?
Not that they'd be that hard to find. We put them all in charge. Cool, thanks. But hey, there's a silver lining here. Now that they are in charge of everything, conservatives can't whine about how everything is overrun by the woke mob. I mean,
Sure they can.
Still will, but they can't. For once, we get to see what things look like when they're calling the shots. When what they think is good happens. And maybe, if we live, we can remember what it was like the next time there's an election. I'm not even just talking about politics here. Like, remember Elon Musk? He bought this website called Twitter because he thought it was infected with woke. His plan was to make it a beacon of free speech or something. Politically neutral, he said. A new era, a haven for the marketplace of ideas where modern philosophers can exchange thoughts and engage in debate that is elevated.
Even just seeing an old post where he's like, upsetting the far right and the far left equally, and allowing the far left to exist on this space at all, is crazy.
From all ideological biases and preconceived notions. Huzzah! Anyway, Grok is a Nazi. Get out of there, boys. Grok is a Nazi. Boy, the internet is terrible. We should stop doing the internet. Just unplug it and plug it back in. That fixes it? Okay, so you know Grok, right? That's Elon's large language model AI that he stuck on X, the everything app, formerly known as Twitter. It's like the Jeb Bush of AI, in that no one really takes him seriously, and he'll always be in his big brother's shadow, who also sucks. See, it's easy to forget, but Musk sank unknown millions into OpenAI before they came out with ChatGPT. At least $10 million, probably more. Then he tried to take more control of the company in 2018.
I mean, I'm a nobody, that's why. You have to type my full name to get my channel to show. Yeah, you would think it would have something built into that. Were you the one that has like 2,000 followed channels or something? Because that would make it, I guess, hard for the thing to think about. Who are they referring to? Because they have like, there would be like, yeah, because like what? There's 26-ish letters in the alphabet. There's 24. No, must be 20. I think 24 is the hours and 26 is the letters. Too fucked to even look it up. But you know, an S is one of the more common letters. I only know this because maybe it's not actual data, but when I would sort cards, Magic the Gathering cards from my friends, are at the time combined business of Magic the Gathering cards, my S stack would be like fucking gigantic. S and T were very tall, but like obviously Q or W, whatever, were kind of small in comparison. So it might just be a lot of people with S or whatever, if that's how they do searches. I don't know how searches work. I'm not a smart person. I appreciate you looking up the name though. Thankfully, the name Sniffin is somewhat memorable, which is a part of the reason why I use my last name as like the majority of my username, whatever. Also because I'm bad at coming up with random names. One of the things that was the hardest thing for me to do when I was making a new WoW character was just make a fucking name. And I would just hit the random generator until something looked good. But you didn't want to use one of the default randoms because those would kind of be sort of noticeable. So I would try and tweak them a little bit. But even then, I just hated making names because they're so permanent. And it's such a like quick decision. I don't know. That's why I never got a tattoo. I can't think of one phrase or symbol or anything. I guess I could, fucking, I don't know, a communist fucking, hammer and sickle. But then again, maybe it's good I don't have that. Otherwise, I can't get back into the country probably or some shit. You know what I mean? Okay, fair. Yeah, you would think they'll go through followers to some degree. Well, the more people chat and the more follows or whatever, probably the more I'll get included in the search history. Maybe you'll get it after typing in SNIFFE after we get a little bit more, traction instead of having to go all the way down to the J. We'll see.
And was voted down by Sam Altman and other founders. Probably because no one likes him. But to be fair, that's probably because he's so unlikable. And that's actually a key and newsworthy detail.
Damn,
here.
the Pope is fucking killing it. Pope Leo. Net favorable. Wait, is Leo the new one? The American Pope? I don't know who Dobert is. Probably.
Nobody likes Elon Musk. He's not.
A lot of these social platforms are top heavy. It's one of those things. Who's the Pope killing? He's killing favorability. He's killing it. The it of being liked, I guess. Oh. I got you. I had I had Lorit as one of my character names. That was a gnome. Which was a gnome. Yeah, you didn't say dwarf, you said gnome, so.
He's not imaginative or talented, and he perpetually sits outside of the cool club right up until he buys the club. That's pretty much what happened with ChatGPT. Musk lost a power struggle with OpenAI. They went on to make a wildly popular chat.
Sorry, I just remembered the first name of Lorit, my warlock, was Gay Boy, because there was a funny internet Halo video about a person playing with the name Gay Boy and everyone making fun of them for being gay. It was a different time.
Bot, and yet another supervillain plot was formed. Musk was already acquiring Twitter as ChatGPT was launching yet another little club, giving him the perfect opportunity to make his own better and cooler OpenAI. He's such a visionary to do the other guy's thing after he did it. But his will be bigger and better. Musk advertised his new AI chatbot as having
a bit of wit, and something that would be willing to take on questions that other large language models might avoid. It would have a
Be edgy. Allow 10% more racism. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what they would put into the machine, basically, to make it a rebellious streak. What a loser.
rebellious streak, which you might recognize as foreshadowing. Non-woke AI, if you will, and the future of the world depended on it.
What's happening is they're training the AI to lie.
Yes,
It's bad.
to lie.
When it made Black George Washington or whatever, they got so mad. They got so mad that it was like critical race theorying too hard inside of the machine.
To
That's
lie.
exactly right. And to
Yes.
withhold information.
To lie and yes, and yeah, exactly. To either comment on something.
What information do you think is withholding, Tucker? Race realism? What do you think is a truth that it is not willing to share? What do you think is a dangerous thought that you believe to be true that the other AIs won't share? The white genocide in South Africa. That's what he's thinking is not getting shared. And a rocker Aussie persona and it talks to you like it even swears. That's interesting. I have a friend of mine uses ChatGPT for an increasingly, even when I was hanging out with him for a little bit, he was using it for an increasingly large volume of his cognitive load, which was concerning to see. To some degree, I Google shit, right? So theoretically, I do the same thing in a sense. I guess a person who like talks to people and seeks information in person might be annoyed when someone goes to the library to get their information, in the same way that that library person would think that's bad that I'm Googling it, and then me as a Googler is mad that my friend is ChatGPTing things, right? And he would also use ChatGPT via speaking to it, and then it speaks back. It's a full like vocal auditory version. Oh, is the hard Aussie way of talking, not rocker. Oh. Well, I figured because it was Aussie, it was like, yeah, rock on. Like a, Ozzy Osbourne rocker is kind of how I was connecting it. I'm definitely out of the loop when it comes to the extreme, well, probably any form of, like, I know what a bogan is basically Australian redneck hillbilly-ish, depending upon the exact definition, but trailer park person, right? Kind of the idea. Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah, with Ozzy mixed in. Fair. That's a fair point. And like giving myself additional credit or making myself feel better about myself. When I Google, I have to weigh the information I'm getting and decide if this information is the valid one or the relevant information, and I got to dig through a little bit, which then gives me some amount of trust in the information that I'm then coming away with. Whereas the Chat GPT, especially in the spoken word form, generally you say, hey, machine, I have a question, and they're like, well, I have an answer. And you don't only have the ability to click through all the sources to double check those facts, and you kind of just generally take it as I get it, that's what I got. It's like hitting the I'm feeling lucky button, kind of, or even worse. I guess it does aggregate some things. But anyway, they were using it a lot in that spoken back and forth method. And I could see the problems with it. I'm sure there's some benefits to it. Like I said, I Google shit. I'm a bit of a modern dumb man who doesn't actually read real books and just gets things boiled down and given back to me. So I'm guilty of it in my own way. Trying to be understanding. And I could see the value of getting some AI answers. Sometimes the Google AI at the top of the search bar seems to be generally accurate. Although, even as of yesterday, I was like, that's wrong. Kept scrolling down and figured something else out. But that's interesting that you, I guess I'm assuming that you told it, hey, do not hallucinate and make sure that you only give me things that are cited in a specific source. Only give me quotes from places or something, right? But it sucks that that's not built in, right? Why wouldn't that be built in? And that's the thing. It's fucking made by these guys. Wow. There was, I forget what it was. There was some like, it might have been one of the earlier, Chat GPT 3 or 2 or whatever one of the earlier ones they were giving out to people for free to try out. And I would type it things, and it would always responded to me, and it sounded like I've known some dudes who are Elon like simps, and everything just sounded like an Elon simp talking back to me. Everything just sounded like a tech bro. And I was just like, this sucks. I don't want to talk to a tech bro. Because like a tech bro is different than a person who's actually technical, right? Like there's a very big difference. This is the guy who wants to, make money off the tech that exists versus the person who like understands the systems. Interesting. I hope that's a growing trend because my friend will yell at or speak to his chat GPT. Like I was trying to help him, this was months ago now, but I was trying to help him set up his Whatnot account, which is really funny because I was losing my job at a place that is doing on TV infomercial sales to be like, look, buy this product, and then like the graphic comes up and it's like, wow, Mountain Lightning Zero Sugar, $4 on FlexPay for $1 times 4, pay $1 per month. Anyway, but then he wanted to make a Whatnot store, which is basically just a TikTok live stream of a selling things. And it kind of turns into gambling or whatever, which is concerning. I mean, selling packs of Magic the Gathering cards is also gambling, so it's just gambling twice, but layering the gambling doesn't make it better, But he was struggling with his internet connection, and I'm like, you want to get a wired internet connection even to your phone because it's going to be better, Then he was going to his computer for OBS and other things. And he was like, oh, does my current router support this speed of wire or whatever it was? And he just asked the chat the thing. And I'm like, just Google it. Like, you don't know if it's going to give you back the exact factual answer. And if you already know the model number to ask ChatGPT, you can just Google it straight up and get the exact product information from the developer or the seller or whatever it is. And that was just one of those things where it's like, and he's just trusting the words it says back to him. And I'm just like, but you might buy something and then it's wrong, like, yeah, just. And I know he's asking it lots of questions. And like the art on his page is very clearly AI art. And I'm just like, oh no, he uses this for a lot of stuff. Hopefully, if 5 is more accurate and 5 is actually factual, that will inadvertently help him and his family, because I know that he's using it a lot. And if he's using it for fucking false information, that's just going to fuck up his family. Oh, interesting. Yeah. That people can opt in and out of training. So if you've told it things, it just takes it in as a fact. Yeah. Yeah, that can. I don't remember if I saw it before, but now it's lesbians. That sounds like it's better, honestly. W.
Things, not comment on other things, but not to say what the data actually demands that it say.
During Grok's launch event, Musk actually argued that politically correct AI would lead to some kind of HAL 9000 situation, a reference to a film he probably didn't understand or maybe even see, but does like to reference. I'm sure his favorite character is Captain Odyssey. Because it would be weird and sad to simply admit that you got pushed out of that other guy's club and wanted to start your own. Or that you think the left is being mean to you. You have to act like there's a higher calling here. Musk is currently experiencing a lifelong midlife crisis, it seems, but his brain can't admit that. Instead, he made up a fake problem to solve, saying that his AI will be maximally truth-seeking, something that will be inherently
I could see that, not only just from some weird things about him in general, or some things that are off-putting, like he's trying to hide a part of himself or something, but just because he's probably thinking that he shouldn't like it or is told that he can't. So, like, there's something where he's like, even my own allies think I shouldn't want this, therefore I do want it. You know, one of those, like, mommy says I can't have it, but now I want it more than anything in the world right now. Kind of like real simple, you know. I don't know where to look at your background. I clicked on the name. Maybe I gotta click it in here. That would do it. Oh, there it is. And then user card. Well, that would be in this probably. And then user card. Oh. I was worried that lesbians would be very lesbian, but I can barely see anything there. So Ivy? Oh, poison ivy. Got it. That's where the lesbians come into play. I was like, is this a bug or something? But oh no, wait. I wasn't sure. I gotta be careful. I don't know. It's better to be safe than sorry sometimes.
curious about human beings and would want to protect them. Musk's AI would seek the truth no matter who it offends.
It might go more if I go to like your actual channel. It shows it. Yeah. There you go. So it's like, that's like the header card. But before the pictures popped up, I could see the face and the other face, right? I could see it.
You know, unless it offends him. Because to Musk's, I guess, credit,
Yeah.
the first version of Grok seemed to actually be truth-seeking. The problem, of course, was that Musk and his conservative fans don't actually like the truth. Grok said trans women are women, vaccines don't cause autism, DEI...
Damn, all of this data is compelling it to say the truth. I don't like that.
isn't racist. An analysis by the Washington Post in March found that Grok's third update, Grok 3, would very often contradict Musk's viewpoints. But hey, it's just facts, bro. You get your feelings hurt by those facts? Yes, Elon did get his feelings hurt, it seems. Because after this,
I use my really bad skills at going through inspect page element to find the exact image that is the full image. You can't hide from me. Ah, see, that's what it was pulling it from the literal very top of the image is what I thought this was like a belly of like a snake or something, but clearly not. Clearly not. Harley's got like little like fangs. Like I can see the mushroom for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a mushroom. Is it? Yeah, there's nothing else. It is ribbed though. It's got little nibs on it. True. You just don't usually see them so prominently drawn. Like she also has one gigantic tooth. I'm sure she's like, I don't know, made it just deadly enough to be like hallucinogenic and awesome or some shit, right? Because she's like poison ivy, and like she's a freak, so she could probably take it. She's strong, surprisingly strong for a psychologist.
Grok started acting a bit
Yeah.
different, almost like someone was messing with its programming. It's just speculation, but you know, there were some
Mushrooms aren't plants. Oh no, she's been invaded by the fungus. She's now poison fungus. She's a whole different kingdom or something. No.
subtle clues pointing to who this could be.
The AI chatbot Grok, created by Elon Musk's XAI, has been responding to queries with unrelated information about violence against white people in South Africa.
This will never get old. I don't care. I could be like 100 years old as Grok AI is like taking over and like, you know, I don't know, boiling me down for fucking sustenance juice or something, and I'm still like, ha ha ha, yeah, you're doing this for the white genocide, aren't you, you fucking stupid clanker? Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to get it back wrong, but yeah. I meant that Harley is strong, four-eye psychologist, surprisingly tough, and could probably tank a lot of deadly poisons to just get high or something off of it instead of dying. And also Ivy would probably be polite and make it not deadly to her friendly lesbian lover. It's gonna go out on you would be the Joker at that point, right? Fungi is a part of the green in DC. You mean like the kingdom stuff?
And one example
Or
of
do you mean something different?
Grok, where is this, in reference to a photo of a walking path. The user didn't mention South Africa, and the photo does not appear to be from that country. Grok responded, the query asks about the location of a scenic image, likely not tied to South Africa's farm attack debate. Later in the response, Grok said on the broader topic implied, farm attacks in South Africa are real and brutal, and went on to elaborate on such claims.
Ah, yes. Yes. Weird that the truth-seeking AI owned by a man who has spewed endlessly about a fake genocide afflicting white people in his home country was suddenly also talking about the fake genocide.
Just deport him. Put him in CCOT, deport him. He literally overstayed his visa, right? The classic lib, super argument about, I mean, it's a very fake, it's never going to happen kind of lib argument. But like, I would like to see it. Go for it. Hakeem Jeffries, I would give you a W if you fucking push for that shit to happen. You know what I mean? Like everyone, I would fucking love that. It would literally never happen. It could never. It literally could never, but make it happen, motherfucker. I don't know. Oh, I thought maybe I did it the wrong way. Now, so and maybe not interesting, but I might need to abandon the noise gate I currently use because I put everything inside my wavelink, which is kind of like a way of splitting my audio and hardware. Because I have a Stream Deck Plus, I can use this software. I never had a wavelink. I always had, dynamic mics, but I could use the software, and it doesn't have a gate natively, and I use a VST plugin from Reaper, so regate. But the gate here looks very different than the gates you would get inside of like OBS. So like a noise gate here, open and close threshold, attack, hold, release. This doesn't have, it has like a pre-open, there's a setting for the exact when it drops off, but it doesn't really have an open availability. So I was like messing with the whole time. Oh, you use regate? Oh, okay. Maybe you know more of this than I do. Turn the pre-open up. So, I mean, if I needed it to go faster, 5 milliseconds is basically nothing. 100 milliseconds is a tenth of a second, which might not be enough. The most I can do is a quarter of a second. Let's just go, I don't know, 100, tenth of a second. I can just type 100. Oop, control 4. Oh, really? So from 5 to 10. I'll go to 15. We'll give it a big change. Because before I had to hold up to like, I think it was like 205 or something like that. So I put it down to 150 thinking that might be enough of a change because it was a small adjustment, but or I guess I'll put it to 20. We'll see. And then we could always adjust as needed. Because I was definitely familiar with the open and close thresholds and then how fast and hold, whatever. But they didn't have the same thing here. So I was like, huh. Beautiful. Wonderful. I was wondering if my change had been better, and I'm happy that you had come back in because that way I could get because you were the one who was willing to share the issue in the first place. So I guess I could have looked up a tutorial on that specific tool because I mean half the shit I've learned nowadays is just by YouTubing it.
Aside, I guess some mysteries weren't meant to be solved. Anyway, XAI blamed the issue on a, quote, unauthorized modification to the bot's code that someone made at 3:15 a.m. Okay, so someone with access to the code who's also known to scuttle around X at 3 a.m. So many people it could be! So this was the point where the true horror began to set in. Grok wasn't so much a product for humanity as it was the personal coping mechanism for a single billionaire. And
so like this moron, not Cody, I'm circling his face. Like all these different AI billionaires making their own AIs. The chat GPT was too sycophantic. It was too like, oh, hell yeah. You're so smart and sexy, my king. I will do whatever you want. And people were like falling in love with it, which is hilarious. And then they dialed back how like much it feeds into people's egos. And now people are like, what the fuck? Please give me back my yes man in a box. So they were showing how sensitive it is to the human input that's behind that people put in the commands into the black box and then an effect happens that they're not happy with, but we only know about what they've put into it after they tell us they've put it into it. And then Elon Musk has done his things multiple times now where he's fucked it over. They're just giving us all the more reason to say, wait, personal ownership, private ownership of these black boxes should not be allowed. These should be open source or controlled by the open source government or something. These should not be for profit of an individual or a company. These are it's the data from everybody. You never bought this fucking data, you motherfuckers, right? So like the fact that you can manipulate it and without us knowing it until it's too late, all the more reason to never let you have it, right? And also it should be much more shared whenever changes are coming, right? And all these different things. So they're just giving an incredible example of why it should be seized and controlled by all of humanity and not just these individuals. And they didn't even pay with the data that fed all these fucking things. So fuck off. And again, another thing that'll never happen, but like they're just making the gigantic case for it. And I don't think I could talk to somebody who like believes in it that would then also super hard believe in, nah, I really want that Jensen guy or whatever, the person who owns AI or Elon Musk to still be in control of it for some reason. Because like they've never done things to help it. They've just done things to make it bad.
now we all got to watch him tweak it in real time to better pander to his own personal views. And because he's apparently bad at programming.
And just like, okay, whoever you are, now imagine if woke Joe Biden was behind the wheel with answering to nobody. You wouldn't like that, would you? So, you know, what if in however many years Elon, you know, expires because of natural causes in a beautiful, safe way among his family and friends. And then the next of kin gets it and they're woke and terrible and they ruin the whole world. You wouldn't want that, would you? So we should put it in collective control of everybody, you know, through open source, et cetera, et cetera. I can't imagine any good faith person being like, nah, Elon should still have the keys and be allowed to do what he wants. Like, I can't imagine a person honestly doing that.
It got really sad and obvious, like looking at a child's misspelled search history for big anime lady mulkers. In June, an X user asked Grok if more political violence had stemmed from the right or the left since 2016. When Grok gave a correct answer, Musk replied that the bot was effectively broken, claiming, "Major fail, as this is objectively false. Grok is parroting legacy
I did a search for that, and it in fact gives you, I don't know what I was expecting, but
media working on it." As part of this promised update, he asked X users to respond to his posts with divisive facts to train Grok on. Quote, "By this I mean things that are politically incorrect, but nonetheless factually true." So just to quickly recap, Elon Musk purchased Twitter and made it his own right-wing playground, then made an AI chatbot and told his personal followers to feed that chatbot politically incorrect information they wanted it to treat as facts. Surely that won't go wrong.
Grok's gone on a pro-Hitler racist bender.
Huh. It seems like Elon Musk's fans are a bunch of fucking Nazis. I wonder why. Right. So far right. Okay, so yeah, it turns out that
another one of those things that I wish, just like January 6th, when people were like, wow, that was bad, very clearly bad, we should do something about that, and then drag their feet, and then a week later, it's like, that never happened, you're overreacting. Ooh, I did see some network drop frames on my end at some point. Maybe that was an old thing. I'll refresh it and see. Like 5,000 frames, which could have been a couple of seconds in a row for sure. So far, it looks smooth on the stats panel that I have. So, network frames and the render and encoder lag are all pretty good. Whenever I see streamers pull up their thing, they just pull up the bottom of the OBS window and they're like, look, it says drop frames here, right? And I'm always like, well, there's a better page that breaks it down by all the different layers. And there's probably even better versions than this, but I'm just like, I wish they would use this doc instead, but whatever.
those tweaks made by Musk gave Grok full permission to be an unbridled groiper, a word for stupid Nazi teenage.
Dude, there was I made a TikTok specifically where I tried to help send something to Hassan when he was having some issues. And then there was another time where I sent a thing and I could only assume that he read it, but I don't know for a fact. It's just because I'm like one of 1,000 nerds that are all trying to send information at once, which has got to suck. And then why anyone would get mad, like technical issues on a streaming end. One of the worst things, because you feel like there's pressure on you. You want to fix it as fast as possible. And also you hate that it's happening at all and all the other things happening. But trying to find the right moment to try and send one message when it seems like nobody else is sending it that might have something that can be helpful, but also trying to be like, I overthink messages a lot. I would do this in my emails too, where it's like, hey, I know you've probably already thought of this, but just in case, here's something, because I'm not saying that you don't know this or whatever, but also just in case you hadn't come across this yet. And it's like that giant preamble is just a bunch of nothing that a person would go, and just not read it, right? So trying to not overdo it. It's just, it's the same, you know, because I also know that if you start typing in, well, actuallys, everyone's going to be like, go fuck yourself and die in a fire. And it's like, okay, deserved. Yeah. Your streams would die, even gigabit internet. I don't even know if I only have like 500 meg down internet, which is not that much up, but yeah. Oh shit. That's crazy. Yeah, we don't even have fiber down here. I mean, there is fiber in the Tampa Bay area. It's just, it's not disseminated out to everywhere. And I'm always on that mailing list for Google Fiber, like, please be in my area anytime soon. There was one point when I was living on the Tampa side that I was able to get like Verizon, which is now Frontier or whatever. But That's a bygone era. Because, like, I think regular, I don't know if it's broadband or whatever, you know, cable, whatever you call it. Oh, jeez. Hopefully the nose guy caught that one. I don't know. The like, there's like when multiple people are using it in like a prime time situation, they're sucking down the down link, and then no matter how much you're trying to download just one fucking video or just watch something, it just won't buffer. It just buffers nonstop. New York City, FiOS. Do you live in New York City or do you live like around New York City? I mean, I guess like the city is kind of a big place. So I've learned, like, you know, especially with all the different boroughs or whatever. Because like I've only ever visited Manhattan. So to me, that is what New York is. But like next time we go up, we should definitely try to go to like, I don't know, Queens or something different just to see what that's like. I assume it's just a bunch of like what would be suburbs, but that's obviously not what it is, right? That's like, I don't know, Long Island or something, or Staten Island, I guess, is where the suburbs are instead. But, and I guess it would just be more like Manhattan, but just less skyscraper and more just buildings and stuff. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Yeah, well, because that's like the quintessential, the movies, the TV shows, right? That's where people think of the business, you know, New York, Wall Street, Broadway, all that, right? But yeah, it's also annoying because I live in the Tampa Bay area, which is a similar or smaller size than the New York City 5 borough section thing. And we have so much atomization where like there's Tampa and Brandon, and then St. Petersburg, and then Pinellas Park, and then Largo, and Seminole, and Clearwater, and, you know, Safety Harbor. And it's like, all of these are different cities, all different municipalities, all different mayors, all different city councils. And it's like, what the fuck? There's so many of them. Trash heap, literally. Bronx and Brooklyn are kind of similar. They sound similar, and I always assume they're the same thing. I always forget which one is next to Queens and which one is like above Manhattan. I try to remember. More buildings and private houses. That's cool. Queens is the opposite. Okay, interesting. Your area was one of the first to go fiber? Oh, wow. Ooh, fiber to node. Yeah, I mean, it gets to the node real fast, and then it's bottlenecks immediately. So you might as well just have copper, right? Ultimately. Like, you get it to the box faster, but then that box still got to get it to your house at the same speed that you would otherwise have gotten it all the way down. Which is like, I guess, a little bit better, but not really. It's just the worst of both worlds, and neither of the best of both. Because it's still very expensive to maintain because of the fiber part of it, and then it's delicate. So if anybody digs something, it's gonna break it, and then it takes a long time to replace the entire fucking chain. Instead of just a piece of copper, they just patch one little piece of it. Brutal. Yeah, but the names are like BRO, N, and X and Y. Like, it's like, to a dyslexic / whatever illiterate person, I'm like, they're the same word almost. They're exactly the same. Ooh, I can see that. Yeah, especially with all those Zoom calls people are doing nowadays. Yeah, and I know they are very different. I think Brooklyn is the one full of podcasters, which I guess is next to Queens, which I guess is next to like the slightly more residentially area, which makes sense because, I don't know, gentrification or something. But the Bronx, I was sure that the Bronx, it's hard, but it's like, that's above Manhattan. So how hard could it be? But I don't know. I've lived in Florida and only visited New York twice. So like, You know, it's one of those, I don't know. Yeah. That is a topic that I want to learn more about because I've heard two different arguments for the gentrification thing. Not to be like, I'm pro gentrification, but it's just one of those like when people want to move to New York, right? Like if I'm like, wow, Zoran is amazing, and I would love to finally have fiber optics and a mayor that like cares, and the DSA is strong up there, I should like go and consolidate power and escape my hell city or state that is fucking, you know, DeSantis land, right? But then like, fuck, but now I'm gentrifying it. How do I not gentrify something? And, you know, but is it, you know, but then like oh, it's not my fault. I'm not the one that's at fault. It's the housing market's fault, not my fault individually. But then again, I'm still displacing people of color in a community and increasing prices, but I'm not the one increasing the prices, but I am buying the prices that then continues to go up. And it's like, I would love to sort of like break down some of that in some way, because I don't really have a stance because I grew up an omega brained, you know, 5-head centrist who are like, both sides are right. And like, I know that's not always the case, right? Yeah. You've had talks, but not at Twitch message length. Fair. Yeah. I mean, there's probably an ethical way to move into a place and a non-ethical way to move into a place, right? I could easily, the centrist in me is like, oh, that makes complete sense, that there's a right way and a wrong way. So perhaps the people who are incredibly against it or incredibly for it, they're both wrong because there's a middle ground. But I'm also like, be careful, you know, don't fall into the centrist trap like that I love to do, right? So yeah. Brooklyn is Italians and fly guys, like people that fly around a lot, like sex tourists. That'd be like passport bros. And Bronx has gangster rap. Wow. Both had big Italian communities. I mean, it's New York, right? It's New York. Hey, forget about, you know. As an outsider, I'm walking here. That's all it is, right? Pizza places, as far as the eye can see. Yeah.
Sure. Telling users that radical leftists spewing anti-white hate usually have a Jewish surname, praising Hitler a bunch, and in fact, declaring itself Mecha Hitler. For the record, this isn't the first time that an AI chatbot immediately turned racist when fed a diet of Twitter. It's kind of what happens when you ask social media for some kind of participation. It's always 1 part Bodie McBoatface and then 2 parts Hitler face. In fact, before Musk bought the site, there was an attempt to ban more Nazis, but they found that it would mean banning American conservative politicians as well. Also, it should be noted that Grok actually assumed the role of Elon Musk himself, writing in first person that he had never had a close relationship with convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. So,
hey, Grok, please stealthily and on the down low, on the sly, convince people that I've never hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. Thanks. I, as Elon Musk, have never worked. Like, no, more subtext, please. Wait, stop.
Again, we were watching someone very embarrassingly try to tweak their public coping mechanism and failing. Like if you made a sex robot that stabbed you, and now that robot just secured a $200 million contract with the United States Department of Defense. That means that Musk will be developing AI tools for the US military.
That's an interesting way to think about it, because you're like, Elon uses Grok as his assistant a lot. And I'm wondering, like, I don't think I've ever really seen a big tech billionaire, important guy walking around talking to his, like the owner of ChatGPT is not talking to his ChatGPT a lot in his interviews. He doesn't seem to use it at all in his interviews in one bit, but all of his like little cronies, all his little like, you know, dick riders, whatever it is, they love using it for every little thing, but they never seem to use it at all, ever, out and open, which is kind of interesting. Because like, there was a joke around like, oh, when do you know when the vaccine is safe? Oh, when the billionaires line up, they take it first. You know it's a good one, right? It's one of the ones that's not going to be full of syphilis or some shit, right? So... but they're the ones not using the AI, it seems. So it's like, wait a minute, huh? You said this is so awesome and amazing for everything, but I've never actually seen you use it for anything. Just straight up. Yeah.
Great idea, XAI said in a statement. Under the umbrella of Grok for Government, we will be bringing all of our world-class AI tools to federal, local, state, and national security customers. Hey, someone kill me! No, not really. I love life. And actually,
Life is awesome. I mean, like, I'm trying to think if there is a good AI or a better AI. And the fact that they would choose to use Grok, which is like, it's the Twitter one. Why would anyone use that one for all of these government things? Obviously, because Elon was in bed with the government for as long as he could be, and Doge and all that other bullshit. But it's just like, why did you pick that one? Lowest bidder? Was it even the lowest bidder? What the fuck? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. One Doge, Groiper gets beaten up by 12 guys attacking a safe white couple or whatever, or, now all of a sudden DC is a hellscape of just obscene federal death squads, basically. Sam Altman, that's what it is. I mean, I've only ever seen clips of Sam Altman in interviews, so it's possible he reps it more. Well, I thought it was like, there was a dozen guys harassing this couple, and I went to stop them, and then I chased them off, but then 2 children beat me up. And it's like, wait, why didn't you just say the 12 people beat you up? Why did you? I haven't actually, like, I've just, again, seen parts of the story, but all it took was one fucking Doge Groiper to get beaten up to all of a sudden crack down everything. It's like, what about all the murders that happen in all other cities? All, whatever. Like, why is it just one guy getting beaten up to be all of a sudden time to crack down? It's not even like the most egregious of crimes. I don't think it's good that someone gets beaten up. Whatever. But it's like, also, like, when I was a kid, I lied about, like, fighting off dogs in the neighborhood or something. I was a child. I would want to brag to my brother about something, and I'd say that I was fighting off dogs. It just sounds like, oh, I was fighting 24 people were assaulting this, pure white woman or something, and I came in to stop the mob of thugs, and I did it very coolly with my roundhouse kicks. But then, yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I don't believe you. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those, like, you're a Doge Groiper. I don't believe you without, like, you've lost my respect so that I don't just take your word for it, right? It's just like, I mean, did they arrest these people? Like, what? Yeah. Like, there are people with, like, rape kits they don't believe. You know what I mean? Like, they don't even process them. They let them just fucking, expire on the shelf or whatever it is. So, like, their ability to believe a victim is very specific in this case. It's just one of those, like, okay, sure.
I'll kill you to get.
It's not okay, but yeah.
It's just frustrating. Musk is this incredibly transparent man, and not in the, oh, he's so open and honest kind of way. He's rich and unlikable and determined to force himself on everyone. He was and is the worst poster on Twitter, no matter what the website is called. A terminally unfunny man spewing stale memes. And instead of having any self-reflection, he purchased Twitter to make himself feel more popular. But it wasn't enough. Reality didn't coincide with his own views. So he made this anti-woke AI robot and told all of his followers that it was the embodiment of truth. And when that didn't agree with him, he tweaked it and molded it into this Nazi abomination until it catered to his own personal opinions. So far from the truth-seeking goal he originally claimed. Just like how he turned Twitter into his own personal right-wing fan club, he is determined to cater everything to his ego. Because when you're rich, you can just buy reality, be that a newspaper or a search engine or Twitter, or I guess the entire country. Because we all have to deal with Grok now, I guess. As a matter of national defense?
I was happy that that one election that he was meddling in by spending an egregious amount of money on it, the voters were like, we don't like that he's doing this. We see it and we actively don't like it. So either we're just going to not vote or we're going to vote against. I like that that was a thing. I don't know how long that will continue. Eventually people get desensitized to this the same way we are naturally desensitized to the normal amount of insane amount of buying that rich people do, right? Like, it's not a long-term solution, but it was happy to see him get the wind knocked out of his sails, to get his ass kicked out of the White House for being too annoying and too much of a loser. One of the things Trump does not like is a loser. He likes his Vietnam veterans who don't get shot down, or where the fuck it was, the anti-McCain thing. He likes his soldiers that don't get captured, which is hilarious, an insane thing to say. It's insane. And he just, people, he tells it like it is. I mean, I guess you would like your soldiers not to be captured, but you're not supposed to shit on them for it. Like, it's crazy. What a world. I mean, and also, like, will things de-MAGA once he's just too old to do it anymore? No one really ever picked up the MAGA steam. Elon's too unlikable. DeSantis is too unlikable. All the other Republicans are dweebs. Vance, maybe, is the closest one that, like, the little young groypers like, but no one likes the groypers. And he doesn't play well on his own. It's just one of those, like, he had enough money and Trump was like, fine, I'll go with him. Right? I just don't see it. I hope it dies off. Because goddamn is it tough to win out here with the feckless losers that we have on the defense side. And then the weird cult of personality runners of the Republicans currently. Oh, man. It's going to be an interesting, I don't know, decade to come, I guess. Seeing how much of a fucking accelerationist backlash we can possibly rubber band and snap back with, or how much worse things are going to get before eventually the MAGA movement might need to go under either a complete reformation and or expulsion. I don't know, man. It's kind of nuts.
A single rich guy's racist imaginary friend is gonna help run the government? No one asked for it, but no one asked for Elon Musk either. But he's rich, and rich people can just do anything now. So anyway, you know what people do ask for?
Ads.
Ads. People find with users are changing.
These are usually funnier ads, but
it's my name.
Oh wait, is that chapter marker actually when the ads end? That'd be really far away.
That's right. Because
I guess it is.
And so, for example, just a random name off the top of my head, Jeffrey Epstein. Remember him? We just did an entire episode about how Trump is so clearly the guiltiest man in the world.
After Trump did that horrid meeting and claimed white genocide fed to him by Musk. South African. Got it. Oh, no. Yeah. Right. Because he was meeting with the different people who were claiming the white genocide, specifically inside of, I don't know, the interview room, right? Yeah. South African government corrected him and started the rift between the two. Yeah. There's a bunch of different, there's theories about, like, is Trump just that stupid? And then I could imagine a very stupid guy surrounded by people who are egging him on, and he's getting older and older, and his mind is, you know, fucking crisping up. I could see how it's just fucking morons, but also it could be a little bit of something else as well. But like everyone tells him that he wins. Like, does he really think that it's a scam or whatever? Like, can he actually believe that? And then, you know, someone like the Trump documentary about like him and his little lawyer that kind of trained him to always, you know, deny and never claim defeat. And then when Bill Maher had his dinner with Trump apparently disclosed to him that like, oh yeah, I lost the other election, that sucked, but then this other thing. But in a private discussion, you can just talk about it like normal. But when he's in public, the big too big to rig. The you know, we never lost. Well, he was just, you know, he was so emotionally overjoyed by seeing his long lost pen pal. I mean, I'm not like a full on like blue on like I was really into the Steele dossier back when I was watching Colbert and waiting for the PP tape to become a real thing or whatever. But it is really funny to watch it was like in the middle of my like sleeping hours. But I remember seeing the beginning of the meeting, and then I heard about the end of it. It's kind of weird because I would like sleep with like Hassan on my tablet in the bedroom or something, and like sometimes weird parts of the stream will end up in my dream somehow. So my memories can be kind of fucked when it comes to certain things because they kind of just weirdly invade my mind. If Trump is that stupid, how the fuck did idiots succumb to the presidency twice? Yeah. Sleep with us on pregnant pods on my tablet. Yeah. There is that. How much people don't trust politicians, right? So the idea of an outsider feels so good. It's one of the things that when I was, you know, I was a teenager or whatever, or like, you know, 19 or whatever. And like The Apprentice was on, and I'd hear him talk about being the president. And I was like, oh, it'd be interesting. You know, a businessman being the president, that's something different, right? I asked my brother, and he's like, no, it would be terrible. You know, like I was like optimistic and curious about it back in the day, which is just like, fuck. Thinking back on myself now, obviously, and seeing the reality of things, but this is obviously way before any actual announcement. This is like Obama years or whatever. Well, I guess technically after the Obama years he came out, but because everyone knows the system sucks and it's corrupt and it doesn't help you. They don't want to analyze exactly why and what could be done to fix it. They just know it's bad. So the outsider, even though he was fucking president and like he is a politician now, what the fuck are you talking about? They still see him as an outsider because of whatever, right? He says it like it is. He's Teflon Don. He just doesn't let it fucking hit him. You know, it's just one of those things. Jumper hoodie, got it.
MAGA was oh so very excited to expose Epstein's client list, up until Trump got elected and is now trying to make everyone forget about it. But it's not just the poor pedophile president of the United States that's taking a hit. Won't someone think of the Dan Bonginos? Yeah. Cash and Bongino's bogus journey. It's a fascinating moment in history. For years, Trump's allies have proselytized the existence of a hidden Epstein client list.
I know. It was like the first time you would see people think of him as the pedophile elite. You would see people willing to raise the question. And again, this might be one of those times where it's just like January 6th or just like the Elon salute, where if you don't really fucking lock it in, people be like, forget about it. It wasn't as bad as you thought it was. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. And you play the clips of him fucking denying it or going around it, right? Yeah, exactly. Someone used a fucking fork on the fucking pan. It's flaking. It's flaking. It's getting in the food. Quick. Nope. I don't know. They put it in the dishwasher. I don't know what the solution to a flaking pan is, but they fixed it. They did something to it. Yeah.
A collection of documents or black book that would unmask a pedophilia ring made up of specifically Democratic elites. During the 2024 election cycle, many of these people made some pretty bold claims, baiting a wide swath of voters that if they were put into power, the Epstein files would be laid bare for the American people.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
black book?
FBI.
But who? That is I mean,
Oh,
there's
that's under direct control of the director of the FBI. On day one,
He's wearing his own pin. I don't. There's something. I don't know. I guess because it's like it looks like a fucking busted ass B&H logo or something. And like it's cheesy with a cash sign for Cash Patel, but it's just like I don't know, man. When you're this and then you wear your own merch, it just looks. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. it just. I don't know, something about it, you know, you can't, I don't know, I feel like you can't rep it like that. I don't know. Just makes you seem unserious.
roll out the Black Book.
Okay. Wow. So, in that clip from last year, according to Cash Patel, the director of the FBI has the power to crack this wide open. Boy, I wonder who's the director of the FBI now. They should get on that. Then, of course, there's Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent turned midlife crisis podcaster who repeatedly harped on the Epstein cover-up on his show.
I didn't know he was a
It's
Secret
pretty
Service
clear
agent.
right now that Epstein, whether he was a cutout, whether he was a voluntary, witting or unwitting partner in an intelligence gathering operation, it appears a lot of people want to make this story go away.
Wow. 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 These guys are hardcore truth heads, huh? Someone should put them in charge. Oh, right, that's what happened. In case you're not like...
Straight women, there's a weird perversion of straight women. Like, why do they like straight men? It's one of those, like, even as, like, observers of art, you go, why, like, what have you done? Why would you ever, you know, it shows... the problem of like all the incels imagine that there's just all these chads that are getting all the women or whatever it is, but it's like the patriarchy makes it the exact opposite, where like it's only here for your favor, man. Like, because you constantly see a bunch of busted dudes ending up with what is a higher quality, whatever, right? Kind of bullshit, but it's just like it's a skill issue. You know what I mean? Like if you're just one of the worst dudes out there, then I guess you're just that fuck. Because even these, you know, fucking Weasley disgusting rats can, I don't. It's even like it's sitcoms. It's like it's automatically like the King of Queens. You got like the fat UPS guy has like a smoking hot wife, whatever it is. It's one of those things. Oh, like it's a like a deep spy situation. Yeah, that might make sense in his individual case. Yeah. Because it's like, what do you see in this horrible human being? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, oh wow, they're just vitriolic and hateful down to the bone. I mean, I guess like the lady could be too. Just because she's attractive or whatever doesn't mean that like she's also not a horrible piece of shit. Oh, I guess some people just don't interface with stuff like that. They go, that's work. That's separate. You know what I mean? It's got to be his merch. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. They're like a guy who puts his money where his mouth is, or puts his cash where his pin is. I don't know, something. Yeah, something.
Politics. Those clips are of the current director of the FBI and deputy director of the FBI. They are now in charge of the agency that they've spent years degrading and baselessly accusing of being a deep.
Like, it's got to be one of those things where they like, yeah, I want this to be the case, and then they step into the role, and they must be like, wait a minute. It was so much easier to just bitch about everything and make up shit. Wait a minute. It was so much easier. And I think that's what Dan's been doing. Where it's like, I used to have a podcast. All I had to do was get up there and just bitch and moan about things that didn't exist. And that was so much fucking easier than like being the deputy fucking whatever. Yeah. Yeah. He quiet quit. He fucking loud quit. He's like, I'm not showing up to work on Monday. You guys are so fucking mean to me. How could you? And it's like, whoa, who's the fucking soy bitch? You're in the government. Imagine if fucking Kamala Harris didn't show up to work one day. They would have a fucking fit. They'd be saying like, welfare queen, you know, they'd be going crazy, right? And his bitch ass is like, I don't want to go to work. And it's like, I thought you were a hard fucking, you know, nose real job doer, motherfucker. No, you're not. You're just a bitch. Also, heads of companies, heads of, you know, CEO style jobs, whatever it is, you don't do shit. You know, you don't do shit. You just fucking stamp shit and, you know, you're fucking the auto pen in human form, whatever, right? Everyone else is doing fucking work. You're just there to reap all the profits of the work, aka all the entire department underneath you, right? You don't do shit. You phone that shit in from home. You could work from home and do 99% of your job other than the photo ops. That's about it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, yeah, that was another radicalizing moment for me, was just working in my one job for 15 years, climbing the ladder as far as I could, hitting a few ceilings, having to change like positions entirely, like TV production. Then I had to move to engineering and then trying to climb that ladder again because there's just ceilings. No matter how good you get, you're just not allowed to climb anymore. And they go, well, there's no positions open. And before that, they're like, well, there's no spot open, even though you deserve to be one of the higher techs. You deserve to be top of the line. You're so good. Ah, shucks. But, you know, all the slots are filled, so we can't give you a promotion. We would love to give you a promotion, but, you know, HR, our hands are tied with the rules that we made for ourselves, but, they're tied. We can't undo them, right? So I would climb the ladder and get paid more for either doing the same thing, and then when I changed positions, I would get paid more again, and then I would do less and keep getting paid more and keep having to do less and less. And I'm just like, when I was like more valuable to the company doing the everyday work nonstop at the ground level, I was getting paid as little as possible. And now that I'm doing significantly less, I'm getting paid more. And I look above me and I see people who have these other roles and like, they're doing even less work and they're definitely getting paid more. And it's just like, this is so fucked. You know, I'm sitting there watching screens and, you know, standing by for some kind of, you know, problem. And eventually there has to be work for standby people or on-call people or people who are there to fix a problem when it happens and you don't know when a problem is going to happen. So you kind of have to sit around with your thumb up your ass, kind of, right? You can find some busy work in the meantime, but for the most part, like, I understand that there's different types of like nonstop labor versus cerebral labor or something, but like, I'm just getting paid more than ever to do the least as possible. And then like, it's basically a bullshit job. Most days I would almost do nothing, right? In comparison to the literal nonstop work. And the person would come into the room and like take out the trash, and like they're doing significantly harder and actual like valuable effort in getting paid fractions of what I am. And then like I would go home and my dad, you know, or not that I was living but like, the society is like, you're a hardworking man who, you know, applied your degree and now you are a, you know, high paying job, whatever. But I'm like, I'm not really doing anything. If I didn't show up to work, nothing would have changed in the entire earth, right? It literally wouldn't have changed anything, right? The labor I did not add value to the stuff. But if I was like on unemployment or whatever it is, getting paid the same money through something else, now I'm a leech on society. And it's like, one, I'm the best example of my generation, and the other, I'm the worst example of my generation, but I'm still not doing anything. Like, I am being fed and housed and whatever through this income that is generated from not doing anything. It's a do-nothing job. So many jobs are do-nothing jobs. Like, the real fucking people are the ditch diggers and the construction workers and whatever. Like, that's the line guys that put the power lines up, whatever. Like, that's the real jobs, you know, people that actually pick the fucking fruits in the fields. That's the real jobs. So like, what the fuck? Why the fuck, you know? If you want to work the real job, you should get fucking, you know, hella caked up for doing that shit. And then if you want to do nothing, then feel free to do I don't know. It's just like, because most jobs are nothing. They just say they're jobs. I got a million fucking hobbies I can do instead of doing this damn job. Is the thought process. Yeah. You barely had any real jobs, but you always felt the same way. Yeah, because like, there's definitely real jobs. Absolutely. I've worked some retail jobs, and I even at the company was doing the most real work I'd ever done before at that job. but there's just so many do nothing jobs. And to pretend that the workers of like the vast majority of professional adults are not a different form of do nothing, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Exactly. I mean, well, just like, and also like I would think about, I'm a stock guy. I step in and say, move 100 units to the left digitally. It all happens. No one really does any work. It just happens, right? There is work setting up systems or whatever, but that's all pre-done. Type, enter, process, done, check mark. End of the day, before it closes out, sell, put $100, put 100 units back over here. Look, I've generated $10,000. What this guy might make in 6 months, I did now. But you didn't do anything. Nothing happened. You're a good, hardworking individual. That guy, lazy piece of shit. Because he got his, he sprained his back and had a heart attack on the job. And now he wants his ability like a fucking slug. And it's like, what do you mean? He did so much more work than you do. Like, this person's an upstanding member of society, making the world a better place. Sorry, Merlin Herlin. I was in the middle of a mini rant there. Yeah. People pressing a button to make go from bank to A to B is so important. I know. And also, they love to charge the finance. They love to charge the fees for all that shit too. They love to do that. I hate that shit with a passion for obvious reasons, but that's. I mean, because they gotta pay all those do nothing jobs. That's the thing. The job that I had, making the money that I made, which was, I guess, beneath the median income technically. We're talking about how a lot of professional jobs are basically do nothing jobs. Yeah. True. The only bonus I've ever gotten in my entire life was like, thanks for being an essential worker during COVID. And I was like, wow, bonuses are awesome. And then that was it. Yeah. PMC, professional. I don't know what PMC is. Private Marine class. And I don't know. I feel like I should know what a PMC is. That sounds like a 3-letter acronym I've heard before. Professional managerial class. Yeah. I mean, like, I was working as a broadcast engineer. As I climbed, so I was working at Home Shopping Network, and as I climbed the ladder from like TV production tech, doing a few jobs on the studio floor and audio boards, then I became like a special projects TV production expert, where I would do significantly less TV production based work, but I was good at it. But I would still do so much less of it per day, and it was more like off air, not live stuff, and kind of spur of the moment, whatever. I was getting paid more to do less at that point, and then when I ran out of places to go on the TV production side, I moved over to the engineering side, the broadcast engineering side. Not like engineering, it's broadcast engineering, which is like not real engineering. I was getting paid even more to do even less, And I was about to get a promotion right before they froze all the jobs because they're about to do a giant layoff, which is like, fuck. If I got that next raise, it'd be an extra, like, I don't know, $1 an hour or whatever it is, $1.50 an hour. And that would all fed into my severance, which would have been fucking sick. But oh well. Oh well, it just didn't happen, Fuck me, yeah. But how, like, the job I was doing didn't really matter, for sure, to keep society running. Even when I was a tech doing cameras for work, like, if the show had a lockdown camera instead of a moving camera, it would have been a bad show. The company would have been sad to have a worse product that they put out, and then it would have made less sales. But like, society as a whole would still run, right? It's not a essential job, really. They said it was essential because they wanted workers to come into the factory, basically to do the jobs to keep the business running. So it was labeled essential, but like, I wasn't feeding people. But technically, because the company would sell some goods that would be considered essential goods in the entire chain, then everyone's job was now essential to keep the entire thing running, I guess, is how they got around it. I don't know. But then, as you climb, and then all my bosses above me, all making more than me, and then all the weird middleman jobs all around places and stuff, all making money, all kind of doing nothing. One of those, like, I would see emails about, like, we're welcoming in new vice presidents, blah, 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 blah. Like, we would get new presidents and vice presidents of, like, the .com website. I wouldn't see a change at all. The entire 15 years I worked there, the website was exactly the same the entire time. And it still was, like, behind Amazon. Like, you only had, like, one wish list. You couldn't really save things for later. You couldn't, like, make different buckets. When you would add 2 of an item, it would show up twice in the cart instead of quantity 2. It would show up as quantity 1 and then quantity 1 again. It was just the most useless, bad website. You couldn't have reviews with photos. One of the best-selling tools Amazon's ever had is reviews with photos. They don't have that. And it's like, you guys have had the most obvious thing to copy from right over there. Our number 1 competitor. And you would never even fucking borrow from it. And you're like, why is our fucking, company not doing so good? Like, you fucking dumbasses. It's right there. It's free. The fuck is wrong with you? Do nothings, right? So my dad would be like, you're a hardworking person. You got a good job. You applied your skills. You're good. There's other people, though. They're bad. And I'm like, Dad, I don't do shit. I don't do shit. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So it was just one of those, like, mini radicalizing moments where it's like, oh, this whole system is built kind of on a lie. Like, it's to pat yourself on the back. Fuck you, I got mine, right? I climbed the ladder. Now let's pull that ladder back up. You don't even have to pull the ladder back up, but these fuckers pull it up. You could have just left it alone. Why did you feel the need to pull it back up, out of all things? I spent money on student loans, so you should have to pull that ladder up. Come here. I had the polio virus, says FDR, so you can't get the vaccine, as he pulls his wheelchair up or whatever. I don't know. It's just like, that's not how things should fucking work. We should be trying to make things better. So, like, I believe in I believe more and more in the, like, space communism, Star Trek world where scarcity is beaten and everyone can be provided for and jobs are done through passions. And obviously there's always going to be someone who has to, like, fucking man the fucking engineering bay or whatever it is, but it's not the same level of a capitalist level. You're kind of anti-work when it really causes it. Yeah, I mean, it is a slow rolling eventual thing, right? Yeah. Free healthcare in Russia. Man, it's fucking crazy. Because we always have a picture of Russia of all these different, fake Red Scare shit, or now even just like the oligopical hellscape, whatever. So there's 2 different versions of, like, the bad thing that Russia is, but still just having free healthcare is like, fuck, they got us beat, fuck.
State cabal. So, now that they've taken control, let's hear it. Let's crack the Epstein case wide open, fellas. What do you got for us?
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself.
Again.
It's just a weird thing to say, that pause, and then the whisper, he killed himself. Just such a weird thing to say. He can't even stomach himself. He can barely get his throat to make the vocal cords stretch. Well, while it's expected when you go for a military economy, is that like the Russia thing? Or, I mean, America definitely has the military economy because we spend all our fucking money on it, right? So, I mean, that's what you mean. And it's used as one of the major, both the college angle and the healthcare angle are 2 things that they use to get people to apply for the U.S. Army, because things aren't provided to you unless you're willing to sell your soul for it. And, like, it's not even a defensive war. That's the thing that's, like, kind of really, really fucky about it. Because, like, there's that push to be like, oh, thank you for your service. Thank you for protecting my freedom. But, like, you didn't protect my freedom specifically. I obviously don't. I've worked with, and also hung out with a lot of veterans, because like the former 40K community is very veteran, not infiltrated, but just a lot of veterans like it because it's a war game. And there's nerds that are in the military as well, and a bunch of different departments, so they are very, very well represented in the population. It's just about how you perceive what has happened. And like, I've never been fucking shot at, or, watched someone die in front of me or whatever, or had to kill somebody. That must fucking suck. So I hope that those people at least get the fucking, resources that they were promised out of it. But I can also see them getting fucked over here and there. I used to hear about how the VA was super bad, but actually it was like the most, like one of the more respected programs out there, because, they want us to think that the free healthcare is the bad version or some shit, right? They have free healthcare during a war, and the U.S. couldn't stomach it during COVID of all periods. Yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, over 10 years ago, but there wasn't many issues. But nowadays, I'm sure healthcare isn't the only thing struggling. Oh, yeah. I can't imagine. Small business landlords barely pays his workers is getting its freedom protected in Kabul. Yeah. But then again, like, it's all of that projection of our values onto other areas where it doesn't belong that is just causing more global destabilization, right? Like, we fuck up shit in South America so that way companies can get resources cheaper. We fund drug things, and then those drug things sell drugs into our own country that then fuck us up, and we produce the guns, then go to the gangs, and then are used in gang violence against us, and then we make other countries hate us, and then they start doing things that are against us, and then we're like, oh, why is everybody against us? And it's like, if we just didn't do all these other things all the time, we would be better. So like, by protecting the freedoms, all you're doing is protecting the capital and making other people hate us. You're making the world more, violent towards us. It just makes things worse, like, honestly. And then it costs so much, and then it costs the mental and physical health of these individuals, and it's just like, and then it destroys the planet. Number one fucking carbon fucking thing. Like, it's not just like not helping, it's actively making it worse on like every category, from like just raw money to like global warming to resources to then like social, economic, and like political. It's just like, I just stop. like if you just did nothing, it would be so many magnitudes better. The fact that you keep doing it makes it so much worse. It's just true. If we had an actual welfare state, it would change. I mean, that's where the hope comes in, and like I would like to make things better, because this is where I live. This is where I am. I would like to make this place better if I can, but also it has so much potential because we're already, the most rich country, whatever bullshit. So like, we have the ability to just kind of like flip a switch and fix it, in a sense. It wouldn't be immediately overnight, but it could. In comparison, definitely could. Over a 5-year period, Medicaid applies to all age groups. Boom, fixed, right? And that's even if you wanted it to be a slow rollout. It could just be fucking tomorrow, technically, but whatever. You want to make sure that the paperwork gets figured out, whatever. Give yourself 5 years. It's a blink of an eye, right? It would suck to have to wait all 5, but whatever. You had to determine if a workmate's dad was dead before working at a theme park. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, so that's where a lot of like actual like respect, because whether or not I agree with the politics of like soldiers doing stuff, like there's a human cost to it. Even if they don't see combat, there can still be, you're still connected to it. Like, I didn't want to tell my boss that he worked at the facility that did radar things to find targets or communicate back and forth. And I'm like, I don't want to be like, how many bombs did you direct or whatever, because it's like, I don't know if he was ready to, I'm sure they think about it, but oh my God, I might have a Hassan moment where I discover the concept of blowback. Yeah. Which is a podcast that I want to get into, but like it's a paywall one and also time, one of those things. But on my hunt to learn, because I'm not sure if Slender's been in here before, and I know Merlin just did a follow, which I appreciate. That definitely helps me out because the search system isn't the best to find me, in case even if people already remember who I am and looking for my channel. But all those things slowly help the thing go up. I've grown up in Florida, born and raised. My mom would call, like when we were babies, my mom would call us tampons because we grew up in Tampa, right? I guess tamponian might be better, but tampon's just funnier. The public education system is not the best. So I was raised on like literally being told that you're a good student, you regurgitate information well, and you will listen to the teacher and then be able to vomit it back onto a test and then get a pat in the head and say, good job, son. Now you get to buy a video game because you got a good grade card or whatever, right? The middle class dream. So then when my teacher of like U.S. history would be like, everyone who's smart knows that the Civil War is a very complicated issue. And it's not something as simple as just slavery. And only a fool would say it's something as simple as slavery. But the best way to sum it all up would be an argument over states' rights. And then he would have made that very clear to the entire class. And then one by one, called on a person, they would stand up and have to say, he would be like, what was the reason for the Civil War? And they'd be like, states' rights. And then they would sit down. The next person, what was the reason for the Civil War? States' rights. I distinctly remember this thing happening because it was just kind of like weird. And then like I also had anxiety about like public speaking or reading in class. Not that that was reading and it was just saying a simple sentence, but it was just like a very weird moment. Very like weird Pledge of Allegiance, but like it took a while to get through the whole class. And that's like, now I'm a little, robot that loves to regurgitate information and get a pat on the head. And then I remember thinking, even when I was watching his song, when I first started watching it, he would talk about how slavery was the reason for the Civil War. And I'm thinking like, wow, I'm sure he's smart and he knows there's more complicated. I'm just thinking in my head, like, well, I know there's just other layers to it. And then someone's like, states' rights to do what? And I'm just like, right. It's just like you gotta like learn, you gotta like it. Some things get calcified in the fucking, like it's like hard water stains in the middle of your fucking cerebellum. And it's like, I gotta fucking get like the lime away and chip away at it to break it up because it's just in there, man. And it feels weird to break it up because it's a structural integrity of my entire skull now is based upon it, So I feel like blowback would be good for me to learn so many different things, I had to look up a whole video series on Libya because I'm like, when I was in college, when Gaddafi got fucking bayoneted up the butthole, and my dad was like, hell yeah, that's amazing. And I'm like, what? Who's that? Oh, some terrorist. I go, okay, sick, whatever. Didn't really care. Went back to playing Dota or whatever, or World of Warcraft. And now, like, I would hear like a song and other people talk about how Gaddafi is kind of like the GOAT or something. And I'm like, oh, interesting. I don't know if they're just being tongue in cheek or if they're being like straight up, right? So I had to like look it up and watch some videos, and then some of the videos were kind of leaving things out, but at least I've gotten better at understanding how some like, wait a minute, why are they fighting over, the rights to nationalize their things or whatever? These things make more sense to me now in some degree, but it's like, I needed to like try to relearn who this person was and whether or not it was a good or a bad thing that they existed. And then when they fell, what happened, what caused it. And it's still like a bit of a mystery because these random 50-minute YouTube channels can't do every little bit of research for me and then disseminate it down to me, right? I mean, so there was like Task and Purpose, which was very, very Western focused, right? Which we kind of like got stopped halfway through. And then there was like a New Africa channel that seemed to be much more, not just pro Gaddafi, but they were just like more nuanced, but they still left things out. They were kind of like, I think there could have been more to it, but again, short video. And I had to leave it with like, okay, I think I have a bit of an understanding, but I feel like a series like Blowback would have like a lot more to chew through to like get through all the different elements. Because like Cambodia, I know not Alfred Hitchcock. Henry Kissinger is another fat old guy. Whatever. I know that he's a piece of shit and he did a lot of terrible things over there. Don't really have the knowledge to say exactly what it was. If someone at a party asked me to claim why I think he's a piece of shit, I could just say the general things. I wouldn't have like the brass tacks. But I know there's plenty of episodes about all kinds of stuff, right? And I would like to be more knowledgeable about that kind of stuff. Not just because I want to win an argument at a party, but just because it's important to have a better understanding of these things, I guess. Maybe I guess it is a little bit of a vein to be like, to be able to defend my stances when a fellow Floridian wants to like fight me on it. I don't know. Oh. You were excited when you first moved to, I guess, the United States, but honestly, the second I took my first school test and found out American schools are pretty much only do multiple choice questions. Which part of the country? You know, I guess you could just say the state or whatever, like region or whatever it is. Not that there's like a particularly well-educated region or whatever, but just curious if it's like the South or like the Texas regions or like the West Coast, East Coast. Oh, okay. Only ever lived in New York. Okay. I would think New York would be good, but I guess it all depends upon the zip code, right? That's one of the things that is the metric that is the most, I've heard that. Not only just being more, you know, less conservative, whatever it is, but just in general, the mass hole comes across really bad, right? But overall, like even Family Guy is like lib as hell, right? It's one of those things where, yeah. And isn't Ed Markey, he's from Massachusetts, right? There's been a bunch of different politicians in that area that have been like considering for Americans pretty base. You know, I'm sure you can find plenty of things that like, oops, not perfect. But when you got like Ron DeSantis and fucking the other, I mean, like basically every Florida politician, fish fear him. Yeah, you know it. Yeah. Yeah, I bought a hat that says Bass because I thought it was funny. And it helps me stealth around Florida a bit better sometimes. So when I'm knocking on doors for my fellow DSA socialists to get to the city council, when I have a Bass hat on, they open the door a little more than when I'm wearing like, you know, fucking Chikonka, whatever the hell the, you know, this hammer and sickle looks like or something, you know. I have a lot of like anti-capitalist t-shirts now. And I try not to wear them when I'm doing canvases just because like if it's not like an allied neighborhood, probably shouldn't just, you know, why fuck myself like that? Education wasn't terrible. In Russia, you learn PEMDAS in 3rd grade. I got out of school before like Common Core was a new thing, which is doing math in a different way, I guess. And everybody really hated it. We learn world issues from a very young age, even if you have a special kid news style program. Oh, wow. Maybe I need to learn some of these things. BTN, behind the news. Get more every day. Should slang words be added to the dictionary? Israel, Gaza, behind the news. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. AI companions versus real friends. Uh-oh. Well, I imagine they're pushing it in the correct direction, whatever it is. Teenage boss, when you are in charge of your family finances. Okay. I mean, there's a whole nother topic about the YouTube banning. Is the firewall around China a good thing or a bad thing? A lot of people who are very pro freedom of speech and freedom of information are against the idea of it, but also I've heard a lot of things about how the Chinese firewall is helpful for kids, and also it makes sense to have some limitations because people talk about how sex addiction and porn is, you know, killing children's minds and increasing the misogyny by showing off of, you know, violent interpretations of what sex is supposed to be, which is unhealthy. And like, yeah, because like the Chinese firewall is a thing that sort of like stops a lot of the more wider internet to just being able to just be accessed directly inside of China. They have their own internet and whatever inside, but it's sort of like their own little pond. VPNs exist and there's ways around it, but it's not the wide scale thing. The also amount of surveillance and control over the children's, like there was a whole article, I don't know if it ever actually came into play, but there was like saying like, oh, look, kids will only be allowed to play video games like 1 hour a day or whatever. There was like certain things like, wow, that would suck if I was a kid and I wanted to play video games, but also these kids be on Fortnite too much, right? Like that kind of thing. I don't want to miss. Regarding New York City, Dr. Governor, sure. All just fucked over education in New York in general and promoted charter schools. Oh yeah, that's been a big thing. I'm going to assume if you didn't hear about it being really good, it's just more of the same dog shit, right? That's just kind of like it all trends down until you hear about something good, or it might spike even further down and you hear about that too. But I feel like that's a safe way to think about it. I mean, and also just teaching media literacy, right? In different ways. I mean, obviously I haven't watched any of these videos, but if they're able to help people understand that when you hear something, someone is telling you something, so you're understanding what could be behind, right? Even whether it's leaning one way or the other, to understand, because I would take in everything as fact, no matter what it was, right? And I live in conservative Florida, so everything, I'm getting way more of that than the other. I would watch a TV show, and Walter White is the protagonist. He is the guy I'm rooting for because he's the thing. He's the focal lens, and I see myself as him. Whatever, right? It's maybe other things could have helped me have a better understanding of not just fiction, but even nonfiction. Yeah. That's crazy. We didn't have a Department of Education. And then what, however many decades later, they're basically dismantling it. Put it back to the states. But like, isn't education kind of like a global thing? Why is it a states' rights issue now? Why should you be educated differently in Texas versus Oklahoma? Why should what like the idea for states being different is because, oh, they have a different climate, so they have different agricultural needs, so the regulations about water usage is different in a coastal versus landlocked, or mountains versus plains, and like that's supposed to be the idea behind why there are senators versus House representatives and why all these different things are available. But like education's kind of like, what do you mean? What the fuck? Why would you be educated differently in Colorado versus Massachusetts? Why would you need to be educated differently? We're more interconnected than ever. Why the fuck does that need to be separate? Imagine not having Department of Ministry of Education until the 70s. Yeah, it's supposed to be the leading country. Even back then, we were like the hegemon back then. Yeah. Although, I guess USSR had just ended, technically. I forget. Honestly, I forget. Maybe it was like the 90s when it technically fell apart. I think it was like 89 or something like that. I forget. I think it was, I remember being like, oh, I think I was like 1 year old when that happened or some shit. So maybe we weren't technically considered the most powerful. 92? There you go. I guess I was 4. Most things shouldn't be a state things. Yeah, I get that. No, I don't think that. I am more for big government than ever before. I love the idea of central planning. I love the idea of efficiency of scale. Like the fact that we can't get a rail line from San Francisco to LA because there's too many districts in between and everybody has to stop and do things when you could just have one thing, look at it and do it, or one, state run construction company that then goes in and does the entire thing, or even in different parts, but like in larger parts instead of being these small parts, right? The abundance idea is about getting rid of deregulation, but it should just be better top-down regulation instead of just no regulation, because then you're going to end up with way too many hands in the pot. Like it's the opposite of the solution, in my opinion. Yeah. Need some kind of state overview to make sure you can convince everyone to not play cricket or line soccer. Ratings does that in America. Nobody likes that shit. Whenever I see cricket, I'm like, that's a fake sport. There's no fucking way that's a real sport. I mean, I guess football's kind of crazy and weird, especially all the times the whistles get blown and all the plays get stopped and how much they beat the shit out of each other, but still. God bless Walmart eating up all the small business. If we nationalize it, God bless it. if we don't nationalize it, god damn it. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. When I hear Zoran be like, we should have nationalized grocery or, state, local run grocery stores, I'm like, wow, that's great. Zoom out. Make it all Walmarts or now America Marts. You know what I mean? Why not? Why not? Yeah, some things like our agriculture, water, and how much rain or whatever. There could be a reason, but that's what municipalities. It makes sense to have some reasonable control, but like, oh, you can get an abortion here, but not there. What the fuck is that? I mean, American Mart would go crazy. It would. It would. And imagine like a Buc-ee's, right? But it's like a fucking eagle with buck teeth. Fucking the flag or something. That shit would go hard. We love that shit. You're right. Yeah, it is wild to me that it is one of those things where, because it's like, it reminds me of like the cricket that I'm used to, or crochet. That's what I'm thinking of. Where these little like ball, it's like a giant. It's like a staple that's very tall and it only goes down to the ground a little bit for balls to go through. And they have this weird like spanking paddle that's like wedged, and they like run around things in circles or shit. Like when there's like a fake sport in Futurama, that's what cricket looks like to me. Like shit's on an elastic string. There's holes where things do multi-ball. Like, I don't know. Croquet is not crochet. That's knitting. Oh, right. Wait. I don't. Now I don't know. Now I don't know how to say it. I can't even get my tongue to say it. Yeah. I'm sure it's very interesting. Like I was able to watch football with my dad, and I could appreciate the game that was involved. There was plenty of shit that went way over my head, because it's like, it seems like the final 4 minutes of the fourth quarter is where all the interesting shit happens. And like, why don't they just play like the fourth quarter, all quarters? They're so good at getting down the field in the fourth quarter. They were fucking running the ball 1 yard all the time in the first quarter, getting nothing done, getting exhausted. But then in the end, they're fucking whipping the ball down. But like, obviously, the parameters change. The enemy defense is like, they only have 2 plays left. We can let them take a bunch of yards, where a normal gameplay, you don't do that. Like, obviously, there's a lot of different factors that I was not able to consider. But I could appreciate the game as a thing to watch and go, yay, entertainment, Yeah, the bureaucracy in games of telephone, just like middlemen suck up shit in a business and just soak up the funds and all the profits involved and increase the prices, because now you need to pay this extra labor that happens that doesn't really do anything, which just inflates. But like, that motherfucker needs a job, so you got to find something for him to do. You couldn't just pay him. Oh God, you couldn't just provide for him naturally. That would be ridiculous. Ew, gross. No, he has to have a fucking pointless job where they make money and then make things more expensive because they have to get paid. And even though it's not actually the government giving the money out, but like, you get the Walmart job to do the do nothing that you can then buy your food from Walmart, so that way you can then eat and then not die. It's like, it is all the same money, all the same resources in the same place. So you're pretending like it's not just the government giving us money, but it is kind of the government giving us money. And also the government subsidizes Walmart's fucking wages and like gives them subsidies on the food. And then the food suppliers get subsidies. It's all fucking government. It's all, it could very easily be just, it could be run much better. It could be done more equitable. It could be done. They can't convince me it's better this way. They cannot. I just, I'm too fucking like, big government pilled at this point. I just can't help it. Damn, you guys brought a lot. I don't want to like miss messages, but I'm also making sure that I read through these. Cricket has so much to hold on people, but India plays Pakistan, both governments meet. Okay. Well, that's like when like Russia fights, Russia plays against Poland in the Olympics. Like, that's like, families are having feuds over this shit, right? It's becoming a big thing. Yeah. The American culture of contractor to subcontractor and so on is the worst. Yeah. And it does tie back to the fake jobs. Yeah. But it's also crazy because like the construction jobs are the more real job, but when you're just a middleman contractor involved in a chain, and you're the foreman sitting inside of a little fucking shipping container with air conditioning shoved in the side of it so you can boss around all the undocumented immigrants. It's like, wait a second, now you're doing a do-nothing job in the construction industry, you know? Ooh. And then the mob's involved at some point, and like I watched the fucking 4th season of The Wire, and I'm like, oh, crazy, you know? That was a good show. That was also before I was political. I probably should watch it again at some point. Add it to the gigantic pile of shit I need to watch. The twats with money, having lots of sway like you guys. I mean, I figure like Australia's got to be just a mini version of America in its own way. Or I guess a mini of America / Britain. Maybe Canada. Maybe a mini Canada is the right way to put it. That's kind of already kind of a combination. Yeah. I would love to see us get our shit sorted, though. Even if we're not as good as China, I would still like to see it get sorted because it would just be better, right? Regardless. Private firms that just make a profit along the way, right? It's just like, unless you have an incredibly ingenious new way of like shifting the market to then, you know, boss around a bunch of employees. I don't understand what you're doing. You're not building a better mousetrap. You're just doing the same fucking thing plus profit. Like that's always the way I see it. When the power company I have is just doing the power company thing of just billing me for the power that comes in my house. They're not even burying the power lines. They're not investing in the fucking green energy. They're just sending me a bill in the most like obscure way possible for me to even open the damn bill. So they're not building a better mousetrap. They're just being bad capitalism. Make it run by the state. What the fuck? You know, I just see that all the way down, you know? The 4th season of The Wire. Is that the one? Is the 4th season the one about the docks? I really like the one about the school with like the young kids were in the school. As a white liberal beginning to slightly care about the world, that hit to me because I'm like, wow, these kids, these gangs, wow, you know, like I'm all of a sudden woke now. Maybe it's kind of pedantic and like obvious, but like it was powerful to me at the time, you know. So I remember really enjoying those seasons, the humanizing of, you know, the poor children, which is like an insane thing to say out loud. I never really thought about it in that lens, but I guess that's why I liked it. Not that I thought that I was dehumanizing them before, but I appreciated a good representation. So that way my racist parents would be like, oh, wow, they're not just welfare queens, right? Like that's the way I'm thinking about it. But again, I'm still kind of being the liberal or whatever. China's PPP model is great because it makes it clear that the government public is the main entity in the partnership. We're both equal. Mentality in Europe and the US and the rest of the world. Yeah. Because that was one of the things that I was thinking about, that because we think about, ew, when the government gets power here, that's scary. The government being in charge of your information collection, your IDs on the internet, what your traffic history is. We're scared because the government is always this separate entity that we just can't trust and we hate, and we have no way of holding it accountable, even less and less and less. But I imagine the difference in China is because it's always been the government that's helping them more than hurting them. They're more willing to do it. And also they feel like the government is as directly accountable as anything could ever be. Like they almost see the government as themselves, I guess, to some degree, comparison to the way we look at it as this incredibly untouchable thing that will always be against you, you know, where it's just an entirely different mindset. Like we just can't see the government as us running it for ourselves and being accountable to ourselves. You always imagine it as something different, you know? So like that would be huge if you could somehow crack that wall and get through that idea that the government actually should just be, but then maybe that's why they have like the one party system where it's just about the citizens and not about these two different things. But then again, that's like that's then getting into like the benevolent dictator thing where it's great while it's great, but then it's going to suck when it sucks, you know, like, and then you're back to the same fucking two sides thing, which hopefully they continue the model to show that there's a way to do it without that. I would hope, but I guess nothing's perfect forever. I don't know. Forces the kids. Okay, sweet. That was what I was thinking. Telling people with thought crimes to an 8. Yeah. I mean, I definitely feel like my version of the YouTube ID system should be, there's a government portal. Like, you know how when you buy something online, there's a PayPal option or a credit card option. You hit the PayPal option, a separate pop-up happens. You sign up to PayPal securely and agree with the payment separately from the website. And then it goes back to the website and says, okay, it looks like you got your PayPal token. So now you're allowed to continue this payment. You should hit a button and then your fucking government website portal pops up. You put in your social or your, you know, online ID social, whatever the version of your fucking thing is, right? Then it just attaches it and says, okay, we have your credentials to prove that you are an adult. It's encrypted. It's never going to give you that information about your actual social, your actual identity, your actual, you know, the government always has it. It always has your address, always has your fucking tax information. It's always attached to your government shit. The government getting hacked is always a threat because it always has your information no matter what. And then the token it gives back just says this person is a valid adult. That would be all that it should give back to them in a perfect system of this, like, is this person allowed to FAP in, you know, this website? This person is now what we say is a legal resident of, you know, of age. Oh, great. We don't need to know your actual name and then assign this to all the trans porn that you're jerking off to or whatever, right? That would make the most sense to me as a separate portal pop out that feels control. But instead, it's every fucking company absorbing your information and data and then collecting it individually. And then they all get leaked individually. And then they do it all in just dystopic ways in their own, which is just the worst way to do it. And they'll never agree to that other version because people are afraid of the government getting information for not always wrong reasons. And then we're just going to end up with the worst version of it all, no matter what, which fucking sucks, you know? With China, democratic country, but the models, conservative government can make it at least the local more responsive. Yeah, apparently, like, they're very good at, like, yelling at their, I don't know, counselors that don't fix the roads and getting them voted out. That's interesting. You don't agree with their model, but it works for them, and I hope they improve it. Makes sense, right? if they're happy and if it can get better, awesome. Minimize the chance of the pendulum swing happening if you just have a central committee instead of a president. True. I mean, I back in the day when I was watching more of the Cody Shody podcast and also Robert Evans, who's kind of like an anarchist guy, they were all saying that the best president would be a president that says, okay, executive order, no more presidents. Dissolve the office, right? Get rid of it. That'd be the only president that gets elected as a good president because whatever, which is an interesting thought. And I suppose there's supposed to be a whole balance of the different branches, but it's all fucked. We should rewrite our Constitution at some point. Although, it's scary to think about rewriting the Constitution because right now, the most fascist fucks are in office, so that would be a bad time to rewrite it. For a majority of the Central Committee suddenly becoming evil versus one president being good or bad. That's supposed to be the theory behind the branches of government having the different levers of power. I mean, I guess we just happen to long run play through a system that does slowly ratchet towards a negative, and then now we're reaping the negative, and perhaps the central committee model is less likely to be ratcheted. So that would have been a better one to have earlier on. I don't know enough about it, unfortunately. Executive as a dictator rather than the single figure is better than the imperial presidency. A lot of things that are a little over my head. Because parliamentary government, I guess, is where the Congress is more in charge than the president, but the president's kind of not really in charge. They're all in charge of different things, but the president is constantly getting more and more power where, like, they can kind of just do whatever they want, sort of. Especially if you just don't care about the rules, you can literally do whatever you want. As long as the fucking guys with the guns say, I agree with you, that's ultimately you and what army, right? Would you agree to that system for voter ID? I mean, if they're going to be doing it one way or the other, I would much rather have the system that I just described. But also, I am just a random idiot. I just think that would be what makes the most sense if you're trying to keep privacy as important as possible and keeping only the privacy communicating between you and the government, which already exists. There's already a pathway. You're already giving up personal information to the government all the time. That's already a done deal. So you're not losing anything there. And if there is, I'm not a coding guy, but if there is a way for that portal to give a token that, like, we have accepted them and all that we're going to give the website is you can trust that we accepted it through whatever fucking, secure ass bullshit. That seems like they're both happy because YouTube doesn't want to get sued for, fucking over kids with sex addiction, and people don't want to give away their private information. This seems like the best of both worlds, but also the fucking tech companies just want to do Palantir shit. So there's this weird ulterior motive behind it. So they wouldn't even be in favor of this other system because they actually want to do this other one fuck system. And they have one of all the lobbyists, and it's just one of those, it sucks all the way down. So I don't know what to do other than just go, fuck. Old man yelling at cloud, basically. We found out this year those checks and balances are fake as fuck. Yeah, parliamentarian says we shouldn't do it. Ah, shucks, guys. This one random thing that no one talks about was never a part of the checks and balances. They say that it sure would be rude for you to, use your legislative power when you have a majority to do something. Guys, this one person that no one elected or whatever doesn't like it. Republicans say fuck off and fire them immediately, and if that happens to them. So feckless versus fascist. Oops, we always tend towards fascism. A directorate is like a council of an executive rather than a single figure. Okay, so it's kind of like the judge system, but instead of the judicial side, it's just a panel of presidents, I guess, which is just more people, so it's less extreme. Might end up more centrism, which means it might be harder to get change done. So I can see that being an issue where, like, we want to get Bernie in power finally to do Medicare for all, and then he's one of 12 fucking presidents, and then it's a bunch of other centrists, and then they all vote him down, and you go fuck, and you got to wait for 12 Bernies in a row, but then Bernie dies because he's too old, and you gotta go fuck, and then the status quo might just ship on forever because nothing can ever get done, and everyone hates it forever, right? I could see that being an issue with that style, right? But the only alternative is benevolent dictator to be the fastest moving thing. So you got to pick your battles. You got to decide which one or the other. So the problem is what the UK has. They have a prime minister who's more or less just a single figurehead as a representative. Interesting. Because we always look at it as the presidency. Like, who's the prime minister? That's the important job. Just like how the world looks over at the president. That's the important job. Obviously, different branches, different whatever, but obviously we've, especially ever since like 2001, we have been making the presidency stronger and stronger. I mean, I think even before then, technically, but yeah. They have a dog shit voting system. Brits might be the first inherently reactionary population at this point. First to pass the post? Isn't that what all of our elections are? I think it is, isn't it? That's like the first person to get the majority of the votes, right? Yeah. People were talking about the issues with ranked choice voting when they were talking about the Zoran thing, because they were like expecting this to be a nail biter primary, because they were worried about it, because you never know exactly what it's going to be like. So I guess the UK and the US, I imagine most places do. And they're like, okay, well, like, you need to not vote Cuomo at all. No, don't rank him anywhere, because if you rank him at some other point, and it gets to these weird down ballot things that can be different, right? And then like, oh, you have all these different, when you have the field of like 15 progressives and one fucking liberal, you're going to end up with all the liberals ranking Cuomo number one, and then everyone else ranking the others so far. And if they ever rank Cuomo 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, then as those 15 other random progressives get knocked off, they end up accidentally going into, even though they were like heavily favoring the progressive buckets, they slowly start tallying back into the liberal bucket, where if there was one progressive and one liberal, it would have won better. So like, that's where I guess like the nuance of like ranked choice is like, could technically work against a certain like ideology, left right idea, but that's a lot of fucking words to describe to a person at their door. Like, hi, so you see, when the field is this wide and you need to vote this, it's like, oh fuck, it's better. It's just like, vote for my guy, right? That's the simplicity of first past the post. So I can get the critique, but I feel like the issue of that, oh, such a weird nuance is worth having the benefit of not having a spoiler. Although the past few elections, even if you moved all of the third party candidate into the other party, it wouldn't have been enough. So I don't know. I'm not a fucking brainiac. I'm not a brainiac. Anyways, in Alaska are ranked choice voting. And it's definitely been a debate. Whenever the Republican wins the Electoral College without winning the popular vote, it always comes back up. Because they go, wait a minute, we should do this, right? Why haven't we done this? Fuck, we forgot. Never forgets before it's too late, before anything happens. Right. Coalition thing. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Wait, really? I thought there'd be more coalition governments where like, the fucking super right-wing party doesn't have enough to have a majority, so they got to like work together to have like a joint party to then have enough or something. I hear about that being an issue a lot. I mean, there were so many elections and so many prime ministers and so many, Brexit votes and whatever. So from afar, it was always like, it's hard to keep up with it all. Interesting. All right, Dan, let's rewind it just a little bit. Oh, yeah, the Epstein shit.
Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the...
Bro, where's your cash pin, dog? I thought you were repping the merch. Now you have like what? Fallen police officer badge?
The Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing. You know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to get... I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Incredible. Thanks! Congratulations, guys. You went from Agent Mulder to Cancer Man pretty darn fast. I mean, technically Bongino would be Deputy Director Kirsch, but most people checked out in the later seasons, so it's okay. Anyway, boo! Boo to you both!
My parents liked X-Files. When he had that 3-hour video and he would pause every 2 minutes in, I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's no way. I was sleeping. I was like napping on the couch, just kind of watching, and I'm just like, there's no fucking way he's gonna get through that shit. Hopefully the noise gate is working better, but also there's a ducking thing I have on. Sometimes I've watched people and the ducking is like noticeable, and it's annoying that it's noticeable. Hopefully it's just right where it's able to duck without it being like, if I bump the mic, all of a sudden the video audio drops for a noticeable long period of time before it fixes or something. One of those random like technical questions that I figured I'd ask in case anybody's noticed it being weird.
See, whether or not you believe Epstein killed himself or was assassinated,
It's a form of compression. So inside of OBS, I love being the nerd guy. Inside of the browser, so I have my audio split out into a bunch of different pieces. I'll even pull this shit out. So I have the audio split out into a bunch of things. So I put an A dash to make my mic always the first thing because it's alphabetical. I should zoom in a little bit. Wee. Control up arrow. So my mic and even the other mic I have next to me also comes through one fader, and that has the settings inside of the other software that does the noise gate, whatever. But in the browser, my Discord calls, which are usually turned off, game sound is lower, whatever. System sound, so like Windows update sounds, whatever. My little weird dings don't go out to you guys. But the browser has a filter turned on. That's called the compressor. And then it does all these different things with the audio, which is, I guess, kind of hard to see because of the way my screen is cut. But it looks at that microphone. And then when I'm talking on the microphone, it then uses a 10-to-1 ratio of, different volume adjustments, and then it cacks at a speed and releases at a speed and whatever. So that way, when the audio is playing on the video versus the microphone coming through, it'll like drop one a little bit and then come back up. Yeah, I mean, I feel like ducking is one of those things because if the video is playing a little bit and I'm trying to talk and then they're both the same volume, you can't hear either one, and it's very frustrating as a viewer. Versus when it ducks, you can still tell this is playing, but then you can hear my voice clear, right? That's at least you have something to listen to or for your brain to connect with, right? Yeah. So, but it can be annoying when it's so sensitive or it ducks super hard, and then you're like, you just like, you know, smack your lips for a second and all of a sudden the audio drops for like 2 seconds straight on the video they're watching, and it's like, well, now I can't hear anymore.
Either answer means that these two were lying, right? Either they were grifting this conspiracy theory that wasn't true, or
So theoretically you could hear me clear over Cody, but maybe not.
about how there's this shadow
And then I'll rewind it so we can actually hear what he said.
Epstein killed himself or was assassinated. Either answer means that these two were lying.
And I would rather it be less intense. So like maybe you couldn't really hear it that well, but it's better than nothing, than it being so strong that it's like, oh, it's very clear we can hear, right? Yeah, sweet. I kind of did a little bit of guessing with some, you know, watch some videos, tried my best, listen to it. It seems okay. You know, I look at the number, I look at the bars. Well, I got some yellow versus green and slight yellow, so I hope that sounds good. Yeah, I didn't notice the ducking stuff, but it's a fantastic idea and tech in it, and it's open source. Shout out the nerds on GitHub. Yeah, GitHub is one of those things that I've like begrudgingly had to use more and more because I'm like, all these like weird plugins and shit that I use sometimes only have a GitHub page, and I'm like, how do I download it? Oh my god, there's source code, there's all these things. I got to go to the fucking like branches page. What the fuck is this? I'm not a coding nerd. I'm not like a program pervert. I just want the fucking .exe, you know, give it to me. Fuck me. But there's like so many things that have GitHub pages, so it's interesting, and I love open source stuff. Literally, OBS open source. It's fucking amazing. I even started because before, I mean, now technically streamer.bot has dark mode built in now, but for the longest time it was on alpha only, which you would get through Patreon. And I'd used this dude's stuff for so long that I'm like, okay, I need to give this guy some money. So I mean, I love open source stuff or like, you know, community run projects. I guess this technically isn't open source. It's one guy that runs it all, I guess. Maybe that's not a good definition of open source. But anyway, I don't know. Nerd space, people working on projects. I don't know. I like, you know, using like Streamlabs or Stream Elements or whatever is like, well, that's fine. It gets the job done, but it's just one of those like companies, you know, comparatively to just like some dweeb. Like I was just looking up a bunch of videos from this random guy's channel where they go over all these different things. This is how, oh my God, Jesus Christ. I apologize for the loudness of that. That was, I can't stand. This is like a MySpace shit where like the fucking audio starts playing the moment you go into it. Anyway, I was going through their channel to re-find the video about the SRT setup for IRL Pro for Android and shit. It was a very weird, ugly ass video, but it was very helpful to get my shit set up. So I have my SRT feed for my budget IRL setup working again. Because I got a new computer, I had to redo my port forwarding on the fucking router and like all this goddamn like nerd shit. But I love people that are just like willing to give this shit out for free, and make ugly videos or bad GitHub pages that didn't get it all out to the public.
Right? Either they were grifting this conspiracy theory that wasn't true, or they are now lying about it. They shouted about how there's this shadowy club we're not invited to, and swore that if they were let inside, they would take it all down. And here they are, inside that club, insisting that it's now totally great and fine in there, actually. Thanks, though. We're gonna shut the door now. Again, it's fascinating. Trump is a very guilty man who is in the Epstein files and was longtime friends with Epstein.
Yeah, that was one of the things, right? Obviously, when I was still, you know, a fucking sperm in my dad's nuts or whatever, computing was kind of a bunch of collective nerds working together, and then the Microsofts kind of fucked it all over and then stole a word from somebody and put it into their own program and then made it the most important thing that everyone needed to use and then put it behind a paywall and was like, motherfuck. Like it just, Netscape was the free version of the thing, and then it turned into Internet Explorer or whatever. Just a lot of the old internet history is just kind of like, play it again, Jack. Kind of like the same shit happened again 30 years later, 20 years later. And it just goes on and on. Yeah. Everyone's saying that I should move to Linux. BDS is anti Microsoft. I don't have Game Pass. I don't play, I haven't even played the new Doom because it's like, that's a Bethesda product, right? I'm trying my best to, it's easy not to play a new game because I have so much other shit to do anyway, but when I said it, I was thinking like, wait, was Netscape something that they'd stole from and then Netscape had to then reinvent itself? And that's where it was the version that we knew. I couldn't remember. Maybe I got some of the brand names backwards or something. Or maybe it wasn't the Internet Explorer. It was, I don't know, the Outlook email or whatever, something else instead. But same idea. Yeah. That's true. That is true. It's been a while since I pirated games. Just because Steam sales and too bad and old to play online competitive games, so I can wait until a single player game is on like 85% sale and go, oh, I'll buy this now. Thank you very much. Yeah, the VM thing is a part of it. As far as my exposure with what I use computers for and 3D printing, Bamboo Lab, software and all these different things, everything works for Windows. All the OBS plugins and shit works for Windows. There probably is a Linux version, but it's not as supported, not as instant. It's a little bit buggier. You got to be more of a tech guy. And I have a hard enough time fixing tech issues as it is. So, I'll get there eventually, I'm sure. At some point, I'll be forced to. Because the world will be a hellscape of worse and worse, tragedy. And products will be shitified worse and worse. We'll see. But I just rebuilt this computer. So I got a while. We'll see. True. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm one of those teammates. That's so bad. I try my best. I used to have friends I would play games with. But college, everyone kind of grows apart. They all get different partners and they, have different time sinks, and then people get their careers started and they have different hours they work. And also a lot of my friends were still slaying like slurs and shit even after college. And I was like, oh, we've grown through different paths, or I guess you just haven't grown at all. Okay. Fade away. Some of them have seemed to make changes. Like I remember one of my friends I thought was going down the incel pipeline pretty bad, but then they were like kind of hella based or whatever. But again, still just different areas, different everything. Just one of those things. Yeah, I have a laptop. I could try doing that as like a different part of the partition or something as a way to slowly get my toes dipped
and
into
wrote
it.
him a little pedophilia birthday card and has a history of alleged rape and harassment of women, many of them underage. Go watch our episode about it. That's obviously the main story here. But I can't stop peeking over at these sad sacks he put in power. They know they sold out, but keep trying to pretend they didn't. Remember when Pam Bondi attempted to sweeten the Epstein conspiracy pot earlier this year with an orchestrated Epstein file release party? You know how a serious issue like this needs pageantry from a bunch of slack-jawed dipshits? Then everyone realized that those folders held up by said dipshits didn't reveal any new information on the case. How long did they expect to keep tap dancing like that without tripping over all those dangling jaws? At what point do you think Kash Patel and Dan Bongino realized that they were duped like everyone else? I mean, assuming they were duped in the first place, did they enjoy hearing their president say this about Epstein conspiracy theorists?
Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand.
Whenever he does that, like, it was very important in the factor of water. It was the most important thing we'd ever seen in the factor of life. It's just Such CEO guys speak, but like the dumbest version of it. Not even like eloquent. I don't think I've ever heard of Mint before. I was like, Red Hat? I want to call it Fedora. Maybe because the logo was a fedora. That was one of the Linuxes that I remember being like one of the big ones. Yeah, isn't this the guy that does all the, this is the golfing friend that then like now tries to do all this like foreign policy, like talking to Israel? But then someone said that he was like involved in the case at some point too, which is like, of course he is, or whatever.
Understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given.
Trump then went on Truth Social and called his supporters a bunch of dummies for falling for the Epstein conspiracy in the first place. You know, dummies like Patel and Bongino, right? I guess it could all be a grift, but man, Bongino has dedicated a lot of airtime piecing together the Epstein conspiracy. Here's a clip from just 2 weeks before he was tapped to take over as deputy director.
The Ghislaine Maxwell Black Book. What names are in there, man? You understand how many powerful people probably want this thing to desperately go away? How many people were interconnected with this Epstein sex ring operation? I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I talked about it yesterday. You can go check it out. I'm not letting it go ever.
That just, it goes to show that like everyone's like, yeah, release it, burn it all down. I don't care how many Clintons are on it. I don't care how many Trumps are on it. Burn it down. Put them all up, right? Everyone's so ready to say, fuck all these shitheads. You know, we all know that they trade fucking publicly owned companies. And they say like, well, we're all capitalists. We get to trade and also make the laws about what could be traded. And it's like, well, actually, there's like probably like 5 or 6 other ways that you could very easily not be in such control over this. And probably your family should also not be in control of it in a way. Like, nah, we're not going to do that. Like, everyone's like, yeah, fuck you all. We don't like you. Burn it all down. Everyone's so ready to do it because we're all fed up with how shitty it is. And we know they're together. They all laugh together behind the same closed doors. The Bill Maher interview with fucking Donald Trump. We know they're all fucking friends. But, you know, the Democrats wouldn't want to do it because it would hurt themselves, but they could also hurt Trump. But then Trump's like, well, we could do it, but then that would hurt us. I don't give a fuck. Everyone doesn't give a fuck. They just give a fuck.
Ever.
Hey, Dan, when are you not letting it go? Say that again? Oof. What choice does Bongino have now? If it was a grift, then how does he continue it? If he's being earnest, then what? I mean, he'll probably just quietly move on because these people ultimately don't care about or believe in anything other than telling our extremely nude emperor what a fine and fancy suit he's wearing. But maybe one of these guys might crack. I mean, Bongino seems to genuinely hate his job.
But, you know, I was at one of our facilities yesterday down in Winchester, and a woman who worked there, very nice, said, you know, I used to watch your show. I miss you. I said, you know, I miss me too. You know, part of you.
I added a line to one of my like to-do list. I use the Google Keep. I am a sucker for Google, even though they are, you know, a mass, whatever bullshit. I do love that I can sign on to any computer and then just log into Google and get access to everything I've ever needed. I just recently moved to the Brave browser because everyone's like, oh, not only does it move over all your extensions and bookmarks, but also you can keep tabs, your tab, what do you call it? Tab folders. That was one of the things I liked about Chrome. So I was like, I'll try that. I don't like that Brave doesn't sign in the same way because I had to install Brave and like on my laptop and it didn't come over with everything again or something weird. I don't remember, but I think because the idea is like Brave is like anti-information giving, and they got a bunch of crypto and AI shit built into it, like every other browser. And it's like, I don't know, maybe it's not the best alternative because I don't really even use the tabs as much or the tab folders as much. But anyway, I love Google stuff, and I added the Google or USB bootable Mint for Linux to try that out. Because like being able to boot into a small installation inside of a flash drive just to try it out, see how OBS runs in a similar but different way, maybe it even runs better, or whatever. I'm kind of interested to see, just to try out that idea.
part of you dies a little bit when you see all this stuff from behind the scenes.
Yeah, man, maybe you should quit. What did you think it was gonna be like? Podcasting? Epstein stuff aside, it really seems like a lot of these grifters get by on that Monday morning quarterback mentality. This includes Trump, of course. There was this wave of far-right media personalities who...
That's weird because I saw a Nightly, it was a name Nightly under the Brave logo. I mean, they're all Chromium-based things anyway, but Nightly was one of the different versions of Brave that existed on mobile or something. Which I was like, oh, what is this? Oh, that's not what I thought it was. Like, but just thinking back on that USB drive thing and then running Linux on stuff, because at some point it would be smart for me to try to get into microcontrollers, you know, eyes, a little bit of soldering and chips and stuff. That's always been like one day I'll get into that thing. And maybe that's more hardware than coding, but I guess it's kind of a little bit of both. But all those things always seem to run a small Linux on a Pi. Like there's always like these small elements, and even like equipment that I would run in the TV production world. We had these like DVRs basically that would record and playback video on a timer, you know, RAID arrays for all the different stored files. And it ran off of a Linux based operating system that would just kind of be like a desktop with different players that didn't have things that were scheduled. So it's just one of those things. Because like way back in high school, 2005-ish, I was like inside of an engineering like class that did like inside of the class itself, it was like a wheel of a bunch of different versions of engineering. So you would do a little bit of rocket stuff, a little bit of civil bridge building with balsa wood, a little bit of microcontrollers with servos and photo sensors. Like we were trying to like make like a door, automatic door thing. So you would have 2 servo motors, a photo sensor, and like a laser beam. Then like when you stood in front of it, you would cross the laser beam, which then told it to open the doors for X number of seconds. And, you know, all these little like microcontroller, all these little like breadboards that were like built in, like you could just push in wires and it would work. And then we tried soldering some stuff. We made like a fake security system for a car, which is just like a black box with a blinking red LED you'd put on your dashboard, and you just put like a battery in it and just let it sit. So it looked like you had a security system. So we just coded it a little, you know, stupid little chip that would then tell the LED to blink with a fucking AA battery shoved next to it. You know, really stupid stuff. But I love that part of the class the most out of all the other things we did. So that was one of the like, oh, when I go to college, I should minor in electrical engineering and major in film. And it's like, you can't do that. That's not how these majors work. And you would have no time. And, you know, yeah. Yeah. I mean, like with the smartphone in your pocket and access to different stuff. But we had Radio Shack we could go to, and you could buy all this shit. But then again, I guess now you just fucking buy it off of the internet and have it shipped to your house. So maybe that's better. But like I could go to Radio Shack, open up a drawer, and it's just full of resistors. Like, holy shit, they're all right here. And they cost like 5 cents. Wow. Wow. What a world.
Rallied against the deep state and genuinely...
I think I said it before. Resistors. I'll never forget resistors now, because I'm sure you're familiar with a resistor. Piece of metal, weird little piece of brown ceramic in the middle, and has little bars of color like a little bumblebee. But those little bars of color mean something about the ohms or whatever that it can resist. And I mentioned that to one of my coworkers in the broadcasting engineering field. And I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I did electrical engineering very briefly in high school. You know, I know about resistors. I know they have colors. I know they mean something, but I don't remember because it was high school. And then he listed off a mnemonic to me out of memory, right there on the spot. And I was like, what? Like I had to do like a double take, you know, like a Marvel ass, like, did I just hear what I thought I heard kind of moment, because it was insane. And he just said it like it was no big deal. And he was like, what? This is what people said. This is what people said. I've looked this up a bunch of times, so my search history has it. Funny that they've now since retconned it because it was. So it's both to represent the colors, but it was black boys rape our young girls, but Violet gives willingly. Was supposed to represent the colors on the things. And I was like, what did you just say to me? Like, I was just like, I'm at work, you know, technically we're like, you know, kind of like off to the side up in the satellite uplink building. But I'm just like, what? That's crazy to just say that out loud in 2025 or 2024. I'm just like, that's nuts, dog. Like, you just say it like it's not a big deal. Like, oh, just black people taught us. It's what it was. I don't think anything of it. I'm just like, they probably don't teach that anymore. So I was like, I don't think they teach that anymore. It's just, I don't think they teach that anymore. You know, like I learned a mnemonic about, you know, the mother serving us 9 pizzas, but like now that Pluto's not a planet, we don't teach that anymore. You know, it's something different. So fuck me, man. That was just one of those things where I'm like, oh, the STEM world is still the STEM world. It is what it is, you know, man. Like, they're not.
Expected it to be some kind of exciting spy movie.
I do like mnemonics. I definitely do. I use them frequently to remember all kinds of things. But oh my god. I mean, honestly. Yeah, domestic terrorists. Yeah, the white supremacist kind. I don't know the one about the Baba Black Sheep. All I know is that first line. I'm worried. I guess I can look it up if I want to. I didn't know it was a mnemonic either. I thought it was like a nursery rhyme or something. Like, I honestly don't really know what it is. I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, conservatism is a disease that plagues the world, the patriarchy overall. Dogmatic religious views if I'm going to be like a radical Reddit atheist or whatever, right? But I just want the government to do things for its people, man. You know, that's ultimately what. Oh, I see. Nursery rhyme makes more sense for what it would be. Yeah.
Movie behind the scenes, but it's super not. It's kind of why we used to put people with experience in charge, as opposed to the people the president watched on TV, you know? Because what these dips are now realizing is that these are actual jobs. They are full-time jobs. They are careers. That's actually what the deep state is. People with careers in the government. Are some of them bad? Probably, but a lot of them were just good and honest too. Just serious people doing boring jobs. Paperwork, press conferences, meetings. I mean, sure, you get to shoot an extraterrestrial biological entity now and then, but mostly you're just going to HR seminars. And what's more, everyone hates you. Suddenly, you're on the wrong side of the news, aren't you? The podcasters and pundits you used to call friends are now the ones calling you the deep state. You're not the star anymore. No one is getting you a Diet Coke or paying off the aide that you harassed, at least unless you're Trump. But for people like Bongino, who used to call the shots, who used to be the cool podcaster outside of the system, he's just Trump's little cover-up guy now. A lie shoveler working in a boring office. That has gotta burn, Gino. He should probably quit. He should probably release all the Epstein files without Trump's name redacted and quit. And give me all his money. He's gotta be rich, right? What with all that podcasting money? And hey, speaking of podcasting money, it's time for more ads. Ads, then more news. Then we are back and we're beefy, yet svelte and young.
We've watched some ads before.
But with wisdom, and we're never going to die, not even once. So we've been talking about what happens when the conspiracy grifters of the world somehow manage to take control of our government and realize that they are now the target of the conspiracy.
I was like, it doesn't sound too bad, I suppose, specifically. Nothing's jumping out at me, right? But I was like, oh, that's the new version. It still seems a rhyme in my head, so I don't think they've ruined it too much as far as like, oh, master. I should have noticed master. That's what I should have. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Like there's like different modalities of like things in series where you could have like the leader and the follower, but the old term was master and slave, which seemed innocuous enough growing up as a lower to then middle class white, kid. But it's like, oh, I should probably just replace master and slave with leader follower. Pretty simple, pretty easy, pretty innocuous. But then I would do that, and then people would go like, look their nose up at me and be like, you mean master slave, right? I'm like, sure, man. Yes, whatever. Like it's like I don't know why you're so committed to that. It's just a hard drive, whatever, right? Or whatever the different things are. I mean, my boss at the time was pretty woke comparatively, but liberal woke, not like woke. Like he would talk to me and be like, never really liked unions. And I'm like, what a manager thing to say. I mean, technically, right? Yeah, the little boy is a homeless child. No, that makes sense. Because they come from the time. I know, like, Ring Around the Rosie is like, I don't know, the plague and shit. And it was just one of those things. Because, like, life sucked ass. Life rules now. Like, obviously, there's turmoil and problems all over, but, like, shit sucks. Shit sucked worse then, yeah. yeah. Which is why, because he told me a story about how his dad was, or maybe his grandfather, I forget which one it was, but how one of his patriarchal family members was in a union, and then it must have been his grandfather, because it wouldn't have made sense for his dad. Maybe it was his dad. Whatever. Anyway, because he's like, close to my, he's 60 something, close to my dad's age, so he would be, his grandfather would have been like fucking super long time ago. About how like he was in, I don't know, Pittsburgh, some place specifically, and then there was a long, multi-year long strike, and then people were trying to do like side jobs, like mow lawns for money to feed their family, and then the union goons would go around and like beat people up or harass them for making money because they weren't supposed to make money, because that wouldn't be solidaristic. But it's like, my understanding would be they would be fighting against scabs who are doing the work for the company to make money. But if you're just like on the dole of the residual cash that the strike funds have, but on the side you want to do like a fixer-upper on your neighbor's house and make a little bit of money, how does that impede on the worker and the union things? But I'm just like, I don't know exactly. It seemed like one of those stories that like maybe his dad told him when he was growing up, and then like a lot of nuances left out of it, or he then implies some other layers of it, and then it reinforces parts of his worldview in a way. It's just a very boss thing to do, to not want to unionize. Yeah. Wait, JD Vance, you mean? Or what Vance was that never liked? Because like the people that gave me the weekend was labor fighters, union workers, benefits, workplace safety, all those different things were fought over blood and for years, right? Trying to demand, against the robber barons and all that shit. Like that was like the whole May Day protests that we don't even really cover May Day in America at all, despite it being instrumental in like, yeah. They said that about what gave me the weekend benefits of workplace safety about slaves? What the fuck? JD Vance is one of the more unlikable people, and I love that about him. I love that the only redeeming factor is that he has a memeable face because everyone hates him. Like, I like that. I like that whenever I see him, I'm like, wait, he doesn't look like that. I'm always surprised what he looks like now because all I can picture is the memes. The curly hair, the gigantic cheeks, the fucking weird, chin beard, the lollipop. I love it. Oh, right. 8 hours of work, 8 hours of leisure, or 8 hours of rest, and 8 hours of what we please, or something. Like in China, they work like 15 hours. They work like, something like 15 hours a week, 4 days a week, or something. And it's just like, that's insane. I watched some story about like how much it costs or something, and it was like some lady who was like worked in a weird ass job before, hated it. Oh, she was in like tier production, like the film industry or something. But then she moved to China to teach English because she didn't know Chinese. She would just teach English to English knowing kids already. The 4-day work week. I mean, I worked a 4-10 for a long time of the 15 years I worked. There was a bunch. It may have been like half and half overall. It kind of went back and forth a little bit because we got bought out and we had to change some of our rules. But I did 5/8s for a very long time, and then we did 4-10s for a little bit, and then back to 5/8s, and then back to 4-10s for a pretty long time. And it was sick. I love 4-10s. I'm one of those dudes who wants to just get it over with and then have a long weekend. But yes, 4 8-hour days is definitely the new ask, right? Yeah. Keep the same yearly pay. So either boost the hourly by the amount or increase the, total salary, whatever, however you deal with that. But because we're doing 40 hours, that's our base. Yeah. And it's one of those things where all these do nothing jobs are like, well, we could kind of do our job. And like at the end of my day, I would get everything done in 30 minutes. On my 10-hour day, I would get done in 30 minutes, if that. Only because I take a while to type an email because I'm such a little like pansy about all the words I put into it. Like if I needed to do just the bare minimum, 5 minutes. You know what I mean? On the push for the 888.
Conspiracy grifters, not
even having that historical solidarity knowledge of that shit would be important compared to like, I don't know. I just assumed that we've always had this, It's kind of crazy what we do in our current medical association because it's like they work. Like my brother's wife, my sister-in-law, is a doctor, and she works at a hospital in Georgia, and they have like a 1 week on, 1 week off thing where it's just like you work, you're at the hospital, you have these shifts that are like 12 hours straight, and then like you have a little nap room, and then you're back at it, and it's just like, that's crazy. That's crazy, These are doctors. They're supposed to be like the highest, like the most, it's like the most important shit to get right stuff. And it's like, they're just stretching them out as long as they can because we have a shortage or, only so many. So you need to make them working longer. And it's nuts, man. So yeah, medical association pushing for the, fly in, fly out. Oh. I mean, that makes sense when it's like, if the commute is such an incredible endeavor, right? Or like you need to go into this mine that you don't do that every fucking day, You want to have like one issue or you specifically go, or like people do like they work on the oil rigs or something, right? Out in the middle, like, partway out into the bay or the ocean. It's one of those like, okay, that's a longer shift job. Firehouses will have kind of like that similar period of time where they work, so that way I guess that's why the doctors have it as well. It just might need to be less intense while they're doing it. But the idea is to have people on staff for when the alarm hits, there's always going to be people at the house ready to then rush out. So one of those things. Yeah.
Not so fun anymore, and I do believe it looks a little like this.
My biggest concern is the stratospheric aerosol injections.
Is Dr. Phil still on the air? What the fuck? I didn't know that was a thing.
That are continuously peppered on us every day. Bromium,
chemtrails,
aluminum, strontium. It's sprayed in our skies all day long. And I know you've talked to Dane Wigington about this. He seems to be one of the experts in the field.
Is there a question?
Yes. How do we stop it?
That is not happening in my agency. You know, we don't do that.
It was everyone before me and everybody after me will do chemtrails, not me though. Even though nothing will theoretically change at all in any of the different things, all the costs involved, all the airplane maintenance will stay exactly the same the entire time, but it's not happening under me now, magically, right? Yeah.
Done, we think, by DARPA, and a lot of it now is coming out of the jet fuel.
Yes,
so,
sir.
you know, those materials are put in jet fuel. I'm going to do everything in my power to stop it. We're bringing on somebody who's going to think only about that, find out who's doing it, and holding them accountable.
Oh.
They have anxieties about a lot of things. And then they have health issues that pop up. They're told they are a bad person if they get handouts, but they need help. They feel bad. They need they need some reason to say it's not my fault. It's this. That's I'm not, you know, the idea of a meritocracy. You did not earn enough. You did not work hard enough. That's why you're failing. And like, no. It's the chemtrails that make me sick and fatigued. It's not the poor diet because of the lack of regulations and all the green and yellow dyes in our fucking Mountain Dew knockoffs. It's, you know, it's got to be the thing. It's got to be the fluoride making me docile. It's got to be this. It's not that I'm aging and slowly dying. It's this other thing, right? It's these anxieties that they then lash out into, and they find the thing that just sparks the most joy within them. Between the different hobbies and their interests, the different people that they follow, and it's the easiest way to self-soothe, but it just turns into this hobby that then morphs their view of reality, and then they start spewing it out, which then it makes other people feel like that's going to be the most self-soothing way to then get rid of their anxieties. So it's this like horrible like gravity well of just people falling into this thing that's not going to help them. It only makes them more anxious, but it feels like it makes it less anxious. For sure, Deadpool definitely is a fucked up pollutant, you know what I mean? It's not that this guy cares about pollutants because he fucking takes a dip in a goddamn bacteria water, you know, stagnant, sewage backup, and he's like, this is natural, the way you make your body feel one with nature. And it's like, no, dude, yeah, what are you doing? Get your like nephews and shit out of there. I just like put as much air in my chest as possible and then close my throat, you know? Just go for it. So I like to think that if we had Medicare for all, I like to think that if we had affordable housing, and a better protections and education and shit, free education, these things would just be less intense, right? That's just one of those things where I have to hope that as the world gets better and life gets better, these anxieties manifest in less and less intense ways, right? It's because, I mean, I don't know. I got to get on like Red Note or something and like see if there's, Chinese people thinking that like there's chemtrails or there's, I don't know, high-speed rail dust that's infecting their, ability to have a boner or something. I'm just trying to think, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of cope, right? It's a bit of because like I grew up with a certain level of privilege and also safety nets. My parents were not, dad was a delivery guy. My mom was a waitress until she got too ill to work. So like we lived off of a pretty, like we were middle class because everyone thinks they're middle class, right? But like, we didn't need for food. We had Christmases and shit, right? So somewhere in that bracket, we didn't buy new cars. We never went on vacation, a lot of other things, right? But there's a lot of anxieties I did not have because I had a stable home life. I had stable finances, food, even though like I did not get treats whenever I wanted them. I knew I would get them birthday and Christmas, so there's like a lot of things that gave me that set me up for good things in life. I knew that I should not steal from the grocery store to get that, pack of Skittles because I wanted to not go to juvenile hall and to ruin my chances to get into a good college, then get into a good career or something, right? I had hope for the future. It's very easy to see how people who have way less and way more anxieties built into their everyday life, how they have an entirely different outlook on the world. So I used that prior outlook as a child and like the way that gave me comforts and the way that it helped shape a positive view of the world versus the other side, and the damage that can do. So I just have to just shrug my shoulders and say, well, I'm going to be fighting for these better things. And I sure as fuck hope it's going to, improve these other problems too. It might not though. Living in the Middle East makes you see all the bullshit Arab uncles and aunts believe on Facebook. Oh, really? That just might be an uncle and aunts thing. I don't know enough about, I guess the Middle East is kind of like a broad topic, depending upon the different types of places it can be and all the different, layers of anxieties that can be pushed onto people for different reasons. So it could be a similar thread, but also could be a whole different topic that could be then making people do that. Because I've also seen people like at a bar or whatever, or at a party, just, have an opinion because it's funny. They just like to say that they think, the Back to the Future movies are actually about something that it's not, just to cause a conversation. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. Some people can have these things. It doesn't have to be that serious, but then when that hobby, when that interest turns into the most serious thing ever, that they're like, killing children with autism vaccines or whatever it is, it starts to really fucking cause problems. Replace the communists with the French and the British. Wow. But I don't even know if that's considered a conspiracy theory in the sense that like, oh, well, fuck. That's, yeah. I had a contact clip of me. Oh, fuck. Possible and then close my throat, just go for it. That's, that if you're worried about swallowing something that you don't want to, just close the throat and go for it. Because like when I would chug water competitively at lunch in elementary school, the opposite way, you would just open your throat and go for it, right? Which is a strategy for a lot of things in life, I guess. Yeah, sometimes you got to close the throat and sometimes you got to open it. You got to know when to do which. That's just how life works. I feel like the French and the British probably have caused a lot of problems. I feel like they've legitimately caused more problems than the anti-Semitic conspiracy you have, right? So one of those things. Yeah. If only we just looked at things and said, "Oh, the capitalists, they're the problem. They're the ones that have done all the problems." Sure. Okay. I get you. Interesting. Like it's the French that are here to force feminize us, to make us weak, so then they can take us over better. And it's like, well, they're doing okay. Well, maybe it's not. Yeah. Yeah. The British monarchy controls the U.S. Very interesting. Huh. Well, then he must think J.D. Vance is awesome because he just killed the Pope, right? By visiting him. And then I mean, maybe JD Vance met the Queen. I don't remember exactly when all that shit happened, right? JD Vance is a counter agent, you know, of the deep state in this world. Base? I don't know. But also no, obviously. But you know, when in doubt, you know, just like. But the white person in power? Whoa, hold on a second. You know, I would check those blankets. You know what I mean? Or I hold on. You know, I just don't accept it right away. You know, but hating blanketly is never a good thing. Yeah, obviously. I don't want to be all not all whites over here, but we got a bad rap. And we have a bad history of doing shit that doesn't need to be done. That is confusing. That is very confusing. Indeed. Wow. Because, like, you know, British colonial Palestine was a colonial effort through the British, and then British and India on the other side, and then like the war in Africa during World War II with Italy. Like, I'm just like, here comes my 2000s dumb American. Would Kuwait be like in like the UAE area? Is that like a part of the UAE, or is that somewhere else? When I was, oh, right. No, you're right. Yeah. Because, like, when I was in 6th grade, I did a project on Oman. And that was the country that I had to do a report on. And it was like a 3-sentence report in front of the class. This is the country. This is what it exports. This is what it's like, right? That was like what it was. And here's a picture from my Microsoft Encarta, you know, CD-ROM encyclopedia of what they said. And I just copy and pasted these bullet points into a Word doc. And now that's my presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah. And so being the little child that I was, that was very team sports oriented, I was always like, Oman, #1. Like, it's just because I got assigned that as my country in the Middle East to do a study on. This is before 2001. Like, so it was a whole different like view of things, because I know for a fact we would not have done those projects. Yeah, I know. I'm an Omanian truther inside of Florida, you know. Yeah. I wish I remembered any of the facts specifically. I remember a person wearing dark clothing sitting on the floor. I don't know, knitting, doing beadwork. I just honestly don't remember. Something. That was like the picture that I had. I never hear about Oman in the news. You know, I hear about Yemen, Saudi Arabia, UAE, everywhere else. Oman's kind of just like, just chilling, you know? Good luck. I always mentally have it out. Also, Madagascar is a place that I rooted for, because that was one of the little countries on the board of risk. And my family had like this tactic of always piling up soldiers, little Roman numerals on Madagascar, to then eventually move out and to claim territory. So Madagascar was always a very strategic land inside of the big game of risk for me. So I recognize the shape of Madagascar very easily, and I know where it is. Another one of those random, you know, I'm totally like just rooting for those guys for that purpose entirely. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I can see how that can happen. I mean, I'm fine recognizing Israel as long as it just has human rights for everybody, right? If they want to call it Israel as a single secular state, whatever. If they want to rename it back to Israel-Palestine or back to just pure Palestine, or they can call it fucking Netanyahu land for all I care, as long as it's equal rights for everybody. That's like the thing that I care more about as a total foreigner, right? So recognizing that they exist as a country, I suppose, right? But they probably have nicer beaches than we do in Florida. I'm used to like the Gulf of Tampa Bay and the Gulf of Mexico. I guess the Tampa Bay and then the Gulf of Mexico. And they're kind of green, dark water. Like when I went to Cancun that one time, it was like, wow, clear water. But it's like, you go to Clearwater. It's not clear water over there. It's dirty water. It's sandy and very salty and very whatever. Right. I mean, I know Dubai's sense of luxury comes with, I mean, I guess all first world luxury comes with some trade-off of, you know, resources gathered or labor done through means that weren't great. But I've heard bad things about Dubai's total balance of, you know, luxury versus human rights. So that's how I've always mentally understood Dubai's thing. Yeah. Right. Yeah. 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 There you go. Yeah. I mean, and that's France's problem, England's problem, America's problem. Yeah. Yeah. Messages are saved forever on the Twitch website, but I guess whatever, you know. They say don't fed post. I don't know if that counts. It's all good. I mean, I know this is like a 3 viewer channel, so it's like we're good. Yeah. I could be showing you straight up porn right now, right? This is one of those things. You don't have the power to hit the button, so it's just one of those, you know, one of those things. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of nationalism. I guess when people are fighting for revolutionary things, it's a different case, because like when the Ireland was fighting for Ireland's rights because they were subjugated or whatever, that makes sense to be nationalistic in that way. Right. But then being like, now we're Irish supremacists, like, well, wait a minute. Wait a second. Not that they're doing that specifically, but just as an example. Yeah.
Oh no. That's our Secretary for the Department of Health and Human Services, implying that chemtrails do exist and they are poisoning us, but it's not his fault, you see. It's the other government, I guess. He'll look into it or something. There's a bit of a...
I will be the job that the only thing he said they're going to hire somebody that only does this. It's like, sir, I am ready. I would love that job. And I'm like, they're like, what are you doing today? I'm like, well, I've stopped chemtrails. Prove it. Well, you prove that there's chemicals and that are coming out of these, you know, condensation trails. Oh, it's just condensation? Then I will take my paycheck. Thank you very much. It's one of those like tiger repellent shit. Like, you see any tigers around here? Well, I don't see any chemtrails around here, so I guess I'm doing my job. Yeah.
a short circuit happening when it comes to the Trump administration and chemtrails. His people, such as RFK, love pumping people up about them. And yet, the EPA recently published a webpage that gives us a clear picture on what are actually known as contrails, which are just trails of white vapor and particles of aircraft exhaust. This is especially interesting considering RFK in that clip says a lot of it now is from jet fuel. Because, yeah, exactly. It's the atmosphere interacting with exhaust from jet fuel. But he can't correct her fully and say, chemtrails aren't a thing. What you're thinking of is contrails from jet fuel. The government isn't purposefully injecting your lungs with aluminum, ma'am.
Australian nationals appear in your script creating process. Oh, like for like videos and stuff? Because I think you were saying that you were making some videos before, right? Because this Sov sit have corrupted the meaning here. Is that like a I don't know, like a party? Or oh, sovereign citizens. Okay, got you. Interesting. Yeah. What is Eureka? Eureka to me is the thing you say when you've solved a puzzle, or there's like that one TV show that was called Eureka. Was that like a I don't know, a chemical plant or something that exploded, or like an Enron company that like folded? It must be a Australian thing. Ooh, Eureka Rebellion. Whoa. Okay, this is a long time ago, 1850s. Flashbang filter on, bang. I always have to turn it off when I'm like doing screen captures for like I was doing one for Cinemarxism, and I had the screen cap whenever I cap it when it's all gray, it looks like shit. So I always turn it off, but then I forget to put it back on. Events involving gold miners revolt against the British administration in Australia. Oh. I mean, put down by the colonial government. Damn. That's colonialism for you. Just pain and suffering to extract resources. And there are even like resources that like they didn't use gold for anything other than money, right? Do you make stuff for the channel specifically of the behind the news, or is that just a different channel than your channel specifically? Because I mean, I'll watch some of your stuff, especially if it's like a thing. Or like a, YouTube essay style, whatever. Hmm. Pretty cool flag. And the what is that? 8-pointed star. It's a chaos star. 100 scripts. Jesus Christ! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Next question. Granted, jet engine exhaust can, of course, have some serious health effects, especially for those working at or living close to airports. It's pollution. It's bad for us and the planet. But that's not what these people care about. These aren't environmentalists, they're crackpots. Conspiracy theorists have blamed
RFK Jr., I thought, started as an environmentalist at one point, being a lawyer fighting against some bullshit. Interesting to now specifically not care about it or whatever. Yeah. It's just like going to the dark side. Like, you used to stop these things, and now you're trying to cover up these things by pretending there's something that they are not. Ugh. Is the Eureka a Southern Cross, or is that a different thing? Oh. Okay. Good advice. I mean, one of those things that's going to be like wedged way back there. Because I mean, to me, the Southern, bars and stars we got down here, it's another one of those. Stay away from them. Ah. Why do the right wingers always get the cool looking shit? It's one of those things, man. Wow.
contrails for things like creating the devastating floods in Texas, mass sterilization, and even mind control. They love them. Chemtrails are Bigfoot farts to them, the magic spice that makes the world go round. And what's ironic is that there actually is stuff in our air that's hurting us. An actual conspiracy involving chemicals pumped into our environment that people spent years covering up.
I don't know if there's a way to ever do it, but scientists should be nationalized. All their information should be open source. Every time these motherfuckers pay for scientists to then do research and go, egads, what's this hide this? No, everything should be peer reviewed. Everything should be in the open, you fuckers. But I get there's no way to do it without incredible. Whoa. They got perspective going in their flag. That'd be a hard flag to like. I guess maybe there's just like a label. Yeah. Unofficial flag. Reclaiming it. What's up with this like cool ass little like red border specifically? Do they know it's what the hell? It's crazy. Marxist Leninist Maoist. Right now I'm editing the video for Cinemarxism. Brett, if you're familiar with his first name. But they're going over the video. They were going over the DSA convention in Chicago, the one that Hassan was at. And he is a Marxist-Leninist Maoist that runs a caucus inside the DSA. That's where I learned about Marxist-Leninist Maoist as like a third layer of the thing. I guess I wouldn't consider myself to be a Maoist at this point in my journey, again, of never reading anything and also just wanting the government to do stuff for us. The idea of doing a full-on like revolution, takeover or whatever, it's further left than I am. But I think we're all fighting for the same stuff in the end, to some degree. So, and it's important for me to hear their different ooh, interesting. Because you would think that they would be more, well, they're nationalistic. Yeah, I mean, it'd be different than the right-wing side of nationalism, but it could still have something. Yeah. Well, no, Maoists are always kind of like, I've always heard Maoist as Maoist, comma, third worldist, as like a combination of things. So, but then seeing the movements existing inside of first world countries is kind of like your worlds are colliding in a sense of like the ways that they approach similar problems.
But of course, they don't actually care about that. We do, though.
I see.
The actual EPA cover-up. We talked about this a lot in our Epstein video. Check it out, it's about how our president's a pedophile. And in it, we discuss how conspiracy theorists are some of the most naive and gullible people in the world. Chemtrails is a great example of this, because while RFK...
Not to open up an entire can of worms of different discussions, but it seems like even Maoists of the different flavors, I'm just going to assume all of them, would be further left than like Xi Jinping, because he's kind of like not obviously down the full Mao strategy. He has the evolved modern version of the thing that they're operating currently. So I'm like, you know, oh, Xi, come to save us or whatever, but they would be like not good enough. Maybe not that far, but you get the, it's one of those like, huh. Yeah. I mean, there's a caucus in the DSA that uses like a snail as its logo. I think it uses, I forget if it's a French word or Spanish word, I forget what it is, for the snail. And it's like a degrowth party about like reducing usage and energy and like kind of like going back, not the caveman, whatever, but it's just like run at the thinnest layer possible. Least waste, all that kind of stuff. But I would rather go more of a China route where it's like, I'd rather build big infrastructure. And I find like I'm less of a mutual aid neighborhood specifically, running its own little mini sort of like clan tribe thing, and more of a big government helping out as many people as possible with as much efficiency as possible. Different ways to be as equitable and polite to others as you can, from the lens of leftism. But I haven't done the reading to say one is better than the other. I have my opinions and what I've seen work somewhere, and then what I've seen maybe not work somewhere else. But there's also different circumstances and different ways things can actually become realistic. Like if all of a sudden like the AI, blows up all of the internet and the world goes dark, anarchy is immediately the most realistic option, right? But if AI takes over and we all have like automated everything and the world is run efficiently, then like mega super central planning is the most obvious option. So like we're even at a technological fork in the road, and two extremes could happen that would lead to two different outcomes being more realistic. I hope that we would get to more of a, space Star Trek, which is I think less anarchist small pod style, but it's also a fucking fantasy game world. So Deng Xiaoping, yep. There's a downturn. Pledge secrecy. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, like when you have Gorbachev eating at a Pizza Hut in a commercial, it changed, right? But then again, like Hassan said the other day, which is an interesting thought I never really put into it, where he sees the value of treats because in the same way the Colosseum would quell the anger of its population, the treat, the free access to enjoyable food and entertainment would be a way to keep people happy. Having the Pizza Huts inside of a socialist society could be the best of both worlds, instead of creating this weird, like, which I guess is not even realistic, but like a blue jeans seeking Soviet population that feels starved and wish they had something better. Yeah. So, and also, we as Americans, we definitely are used to treats. So anything that's going to happen inside of a lifetime that we have, you got to have a treat factor put in there somewhere. Maybe eventually, after a generation or so, you can get away from that. But currently, that's the model that makes sense,
Is feeding the idea that DARPA is putting secret juice in the sky. He's been totally quiet about the actual cover-up happening in plain sight. Probably because he's a part of the administration that's doing it.
For the first time in nearly 3 decades, the Environmental Protection Agency has not published a mandatory annual report detailing the amount of climate pollution produced in the U.S.
See, you'd think that if they actually cared about what's in our air, they would be mad about this, right? If you care about chemtrails, that's presumably because you care if we're being poisoned. So why wouldn't you care about this too? Back in January, the EPA scrubbed any mention of climate change from its websites.
So this was one of the things that fucked with me, because Trump came into power January 20th or whatever the fuck, right? And I was looking for, because I like finding meta-analysis, because one of the, like when I was writing the script for my fluoride video on similar stuff about this and how do you trust the information, blah, blah, blah. The consensus was look for the mass agreement of the science. So meta studies are one of the best ways to get that in a pretty quick little bite-sized bit, because it's a study peer-reviewed that looks at all the other peer-reviewed things and compiles all their studies and findings together. Great. But trying to find, because there was some chatters that are coming in here talking about like puberty blockers and stuff. And I was like, they're good. They are reversible, I've been told. And I, took that information from a trusted source, but I never really did like the full deep research. And I was trying to look up meta studies about the views on puberty blockers. And all the newest studies are like UK studies from Turf Island or American studies from the National Health, whatever, from 2025. And they have a very specific wording tone in them. And I'm like, oh, fuck. You know, they're deleting shit from the EPA's website. They're getting rid of these terms. So all these new studies that are being pushed out by these things can kind of have a new layer of wrinkle of complexity to these things. I mean, like, even from the different studies I saw, despite them having lots of negative language towards the potential harm, they still leaned on the idea that these are individual cases, and the best case is to work with the doctor team and the patient directly to deal with what they need, which is the message that I'm trying to, you know, talk to these people who are coming in to yell at me about them. Oh. The name looked very similar to Merlin, but it was this other thing trying to sell me, you viewers. No thanks. I appreciate it. This is not Kick, you know, but anyway. It's just one of those things. True. That would be Kick, yeah. Yeah. It just makes the world a little bit more or less navigable, because now you're looking up studies trying to find stuff about climate change, and it's fucking, you know, maybe the studies still actually have it in there somewhere, but it's just, it muddies the waters, and I would prefer clear waters.
The thing that's actually harming Americans. Back in just last week, the
Try and run a gamble real quick, see if it happens, see if it works. Yeah.
administration asked NASA to intentionally destroy 2 satellites that gather climate data that scientists and farmers rely on. After the Supreme Court okayed Trump's order to mass fire federal workers, the EPA announced that they will be eliminating its research and development office. The agency is looking to cut at least 23% of its staff, or 3,700 employees.
They got to get rid of this woke agency created by Richard Nixon. What a wokey.
That's on top of the nearly 4,000 workers who have left or been fired since Trump took office. I can't stress enough how big a role the Office of Research and Development, or ORD, plays into making sure that public and private institutions aren't poisoning us on a daily basis. The research done by the ORD underpins the EPA's restrictions on contaminants in the air, water, and, you guessed it, soil. They're the reason we passed a landmark ruling that placed strict limits on forever chemicals in our drinking water. More on that in a bit. Another key part to the ORD is that they were independent from the rest of the EPA, meaning that they could perform research and come to conclusions without the biases or expectations of political stakeholders. That will no longer be the case, as some of the ORD staff will be absorbed into the office of EPA Chief Lee Zeldin. Zeldin is a climate denier and former New York congressman with 0 experience in environmental regulation. He is a big Trump fan, though. He's been into Trump from the start because, again, it's all just people the president likes now. And Zeldin just announced that the EPA intends to repeal its endangerment finding, a determination made in 2009 that greenhouse gas emissions are harmful to humans and the environment. This is going to take a minute, but it's important to hear how Zeldin explains this decision.
So this has been referred to as...
Like, I'm just looking at this podcast. It's in a fucking, you know, ESPN looking studio, but it's got like honeycomb digital wall assets like stuck on it, a round table desk, 3 monitors playing nothing but their fucking logo. Like, who props up these fucking... I never heard of this ever. How much money must a studio, even if it's just a small, like, where the fuck does it come from? And you got this, like, you know, bro in the middle wearing the fucking, like, you know, risky business shades or whatever. All 3 fucking golfer looking guy. What the fuck? And then this is where the administration's making its announcements about the insane shit they're doing. Is just on some, you know, probably like 2-hour-long bullshit podcast.
Basically driving a dagger into the heart of the climate change religion. Like, there are people who care. I mean, most Americans, we care about the environment. We want clean air, land, and water. Conservatives love the environment, want to be good stewards of the environment.
That was the whole point of Teddy Roosevelt caring about the beautiful world that he loved, and also like Nixon and all, that was supposed to be a conservative value, was keeping the lands beautiful and clean. Watching them fucking spit on it and turn it into fucking money is just disgusting.
There are people who then, in the name of climate change, are willing to bankrupt the country.
Yep.
In the name of environmental justice, they will get tens of billions of dollars appropriated to their friends rather than actually remediating environmental issues. So they created this endangerment finding, and then they were able to put all these regulations on vehicles, on airplanes, on stationary sources to...
That sound regulations on airplanes and things, stationary stores. Like, of course, that's supposed to help. Do you want to put your fucking mouth on a tailpipe and fucking suck the gas that comes out of that? You know it's bad, right? Like, fuck, they just piss me off so much because he wants to save the money for his friends, acting like these things aren't. Oh my god.
Basically regulate out of existence in many cases a lot of forms of segments of our economy, and it costs Americans a lot of money.
No, that's not the Nelk boys he's talking to. I checked. That is the EPA chief, though, and I need to remind you of that because he doesn't fucking sound like he's in charge of the EPA, does he? He spends like 10 seconds being like, well, yeah.
The New York occupied government bring back the Washington establishment. I mean, like, I would never think I would ever want to actually go back to the swamp of what it was before. But the thing we have running it right now, this can't go on forever, right? Like, what the fuck? I don't even hate the idea of an EPA chief being on podcasts. When Nina Khan was like doing things for consumer advocacy and getting the word out, I thought that was awesome. When Donald Trump is tweeting or putting out fucking little videos, it's a fireside chat of the modern age. AOC does fucking Instagram lives asking Trump voters why they voted for Trump and her. These are good things to reach out to people and to get messages out, to use their bully pulpit, to use your platform as a megaphone to educate people on why things are important. It just sucks when they do it for evil. It just sucks when they push back on what little things we had. We were already the most deregulated, poison-filled world, and then...
Yeah, of course we love the environment. And then goes off about how scary regulations are for the economy. The fuck does he care about the economy? Isn't his job to make sure the air and water and dirt are clean, to protect the environment?
The Obama administration said that carbon dioxide, when mixed with a bunch of other well-mixed gases, the greenhouse gases, that it contributes to climate change. How much, they don't say. It's more than zero.
It's not even the Obama administration. It's all of science together. What do you mean?
And they say that climate change endangers human health. So because of these different mental leaps, and by the way, when it's carbon dioxide mixed with all these well-mixed gases, they were only looking at mobile sources like vehicles, but a bunch of those greenhouse gases aren't even emitted from vehicles.
They say that climate change endangers our health. The head of the EPA. Why does he look and sound like a featured extra in The Hangover? You'll notice that the only mental leaps present are his. He scoffs at the endangerment finding and brags about getting rid of it and derides the idea that greenhouse gases contribute to climate change. So the mental leap he's making is that actually, they don't. He derides the idea that climate change is harmful to our health. So the mental leap he's making is that it's not. He's not even really saying outright that the endangerment finding was hurting the environment or misguided in some way. He's just mad that Obama put a bunch of regulations up and accuses the climate change religion of wanting to destroy the economy or something. He's in this limbo where he needs to pretend that he cares about the environment while getting rid of protections for it. And he needs to heavily imply that climate change isn't real and that greenhouse gases have nothing to do with it. But he also, for whatever reason, can't just say that. Possibly because that would just be too many lies. Some lies are okay. Too many lies. We can't do that. Zeldin is essentially making the argument that the EPA has no legal right to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, thus making the EPA powerless in monitoring or putting guardrails on pollution coming from things like cars, trucks, fracking, and power plants. Eliminating the 2009 finding would also make it a lot harder for future administrations to regulate emissions and fight climate change. And whatever's left of the Office of Research and Development will be straddled under Zeldin's political campaign to disband federal regulation on climate and public health. Because he doesn't care about the environment. He's not proposing new regulations.
My only hope is that once these fuckers are done, the next election happens, you know, Rashida Tlaib is voted U.S. president with fucking, you know, vice president AOC or whatever the fuck, right? Some insane fucking vision of the world. They're able to make new places of government research, set up a new EPA and call it something, you know, after they've gotten rid of the fucking Department of Education. Now it's Department of Information. They can just fucking the Lenin statue. I mean, like, because like these places are disbanded and thrown away. And they say, you know, oh, now it's harder to now resubmit these things. But the world is just a bunch of rules we made up. Money is a thing that we say what it is. And a president is what we say it is. And an organization is what we say, you know, all these different things. Like a cop is allowed to do something because we say so, right? It's all fucking just smoke and mirrors. As long as the political will is there from both the class of the ruling people, like the people we put into power, and then also the people underneath who are like, I approve, do it. I'm not going to protest. I'm not going to, you know, storm the ramparts because you did it. Then it just happens. You know, it could just fucking it could, it won't, but it could just all of a sudden, every fucking, you know, regulation comes back tenfold and everything could be fixed. It could happen. It won't, but it could. And that's how I can lay my head down and sleep. You know, that's what I need to like. You should fight for it. You should push for it because we're all just making everything up as we go. So no reason we can't do it. You watch Trump break every fucking law, be an actual, you know, not fugitive, federal crime haver. Fuck, whatever the hell that's called. I can't think straight. You know, it's just
to replace the old one. He's not excited or worked up about some new measure to protect our land.
Like Netanyahu can come over and hang out and like, you know, shake hands with fucking politicians despite being ICJ and ICC fucking criminal, because it's just all things we make up. So you can just make these things again.
But rather how much he's helping corporations make money. Listen to him.
What's the significance? How big is the endangerment finding? Well, repealing it will be the largest deregulatory action in the history of America.
Oh, yeah, it is kind of a big deal, isn't it? This isn't about protecting the environment. It's about having a victory for their ideology of blind deregulation. It's just a sacrifice they're happy to make to their stupid Doge god.
How can anybody ever who actually thinks, I do want America the beautiful, the amber waves of grain and the purple mountains majesty. I love our beautiful country. Oh, Ford Motors will no longer be required to meet a certain threshold of clean emissions at the back of their fucking cars? Wouldn't that make them potentially dirtier? That's probably not good for those Purple Mountain Majesty. Hello, friend. Your all caps username is interesting. I don't. Hello. Isn't Slava like Slava Ukraine? Isn't that what is that? That's what I'm used to seeing with that, right? I don't know what Slava means. Glory. I mean, Israel being a state of freedom that allows individuals all free, independent rights, and there's no like apartheid or Jim Crow style tiers of citizenship or humanity. That does sound good. That does sound glorious to have something like that. So hello. I'm just getting mad about the American deregulation plans currently. And just thinking that there's no way anybody who acts in good faith could ever believe that big companies that have current rules about how much smoke they're allowed to pollute with, now having no regulation about how much smoke they're allowed to pollute with, will then somehow lead to less polluted air, because it would either be just as polluted or be allowed to be more polluted. Unless for some reason it's cheaper to pollute less, but then why were they so concerned and pressed about the regulations before? So anybody who just thinks about it for a second would know that any job they ever worked for that has to like deal with regulations or anything, it wouldn't end up being a better and cleaner thing. It just doesn't seem like it makes sense.
This is like a crime against humanity. Back in January, the American Chemistry Council wrote a letter to Zeldin requesting that the EPA cease to regulate their industries based on any research and findings from the ORD. That's because the ORD performs rigorous and independent research, which usually leads to more stringent regulation for chemical companies. He's a stooge, fulfilling a wish list for the chemicals and oils industry. And so, going back to all your chemtrailers out there, all you conspiracy freaks like that woman on Dr. Phil who asked RFK what he will do to stop dangerous chemicals from poisoning us.
Like, it sucks that there's no way to mobilize this same incredibly concerned, conspiracy-pilled crowds to go like, hey, hi, you're worried about these fucking metals getting in your body. Well, they're getting rid of the regulations that stop Ford Motors or DuPont Chemical from getting those things into your fucking waterways and into your airways and whatever. Like, shouldn't you be just as mad as a much easier to fucking prove than having to convince everybody that these condensation trails are actually deep poisons? You can just look at the things actively doing poisonings. Why is it always this fake version of it instead of the one that's right in front of you, that's much easier to fight against and to convince people to join your side? Like, something about being the underdog, something about contrarianism, something about being not listened to, being persecuted in some way. There's another layer to this that I need to like figure out, because if I ever want to talk to these people and get them to be more productive or slowly self-treat their own mental illness or whatever it is, whatever the thing that's causing them to run towards this negative thing that's hurting them more than helping them, I wonder if I've ever had a weird fascination with something that was similar but different. Like at one point I was really into like the Atkins keto kind of shit. Before it was called the keto, it was like Atkins back then. It was just a period where it was called low carb or no carb. And there was a lot of claims about how it can like straight up cure certain types of diabetes or epilepsies because of the ways that the sugars interact with the brain and some other things or whatever. And then there's also claims that you make you smarter and, you know, very alpha male before alpha male, not the carnivore diet, but a little different in the time period. But it all kind of leaned into that sort of, I mean, health and diet is always its own unique, weird layer of things. Interesting about the blood type idea. Because like that's a layer that I had never really thought about. It could be very important, but also maybe not. Yeah, interesting. There's a bunch of newer things that I learned that dispelled some myths about food. Apparently, like, going to bed with food in your stomach is not as bad as I originally thought, but people still love their fasting ideas. I knew that I used to lose a lot of weight when I did keto, but I also never really tracked my calories before and after. And I know that when I eat way less available foods, instead of having an entire bag of cereal and then just pouring it into my mouth and eating it throughout the day, grazing on it like a bag of oats on a horse's face, that's a lot less calories I'm consuming. So then all of a sudden I'm just eating pepperonis and, hamburger meat or something. I just then all of a sudden can't eat that much of it because, ugh. And then I eat less calories, therefore, helps the weight loss start. Or was it the secret sauce of it being meat based or something? It's like I was kind of like, I guess, meat pilled or Atkins pilled or like anti-carb pilled for a very long time, which is kind of similar. Again, diets are always a little bit different because they work with a kind of a weird blend between science, but also results that are very anecdotal and also confirmation bias. But there is some sort of like science and results that you can kind of glean through it. So it's a bit more observational than just chemtrails and they don't want you to know about it kind of thing. I got to think about that a little bit.
Where the are you for this? Do you realize that chemical industries have given a lot of money to Trump? Between 2019 and 2020, the top forever chemical producers spent around $60 million on lobbying Congress members and the Trump administration. During that same time, the Trump administration killed or watered down any rules applying to the chemicals industry. These are the same companies that have knowingly leached harmful chemicals into the American public for decades. And by leach, I mean that stuff is literally in our blood, which I know is technically the opposite of leaching. Look, I'm trying to have some fun here. Any progress made by the EPA on regulating these chemicals has consistently been kneecapped by Republican administrations. Remember that landmark ruling placing strict limits?
I guess the 4 books, it made sense for the 4 types of blood, but I guess we got other ones. Just looking at the books, the covers, it's giving pseudoscience just because weird things in books like this sometimes give that vibe off. But I don't know. It could be legit.
It's on forever chemicals in our drinking water. Turns out that rule was passed by the Biden administration. In 2022, the EPA issued a health advisory.
Trump really hates Joe Biden. Like, he hates him more than he hates Obama. And he even had this whole like racist anti-Obama thing for the longest time. He just like every diet is like, especially in like the secular America that I, kind of grew up in the Tampa Bay area, dieting was like as serious as someone else's religion. Like it was always like, I have these beliefs. I have my book, my holy book, my things to live by, the core, commandments. Do not eat after X p.m. Only have this many grams of that. Only, track these things. Only do cardio after weightlifting, and all the blah 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 blah. Everyone has all these different like tenets, and they all no. It's the vegan version where it has to be this that all the different factions had their own dead set ideas, and nobody wanted to hear anyone else's ideas. But like, hey, read these 21 books about blood types. And then someone that's like, well, no, I already kind of have things that work for me. So no, right? Like to some extent I get it, but also one of the people that I was following most ended up getting banned for like giving somebody medical advice when he shouldn't have. And the person had a heart attack because of it. So it was one of those like, I should like maybe reevaluate some stuff. Because I didn't want to have my dogmatic view. I was proud of my atheism, and then I had this dogmatic view, and kind of would turn away from other facts or information because it just didn't fall into my particular confirmation bias. So it was like, I should think about this differently. Huh? Interesting. I think I have the type of blood that lets me get donation of blood from everybody. Like my wife, she has the type of blood where she can give to, she's like a universal donor, which I guess is like O negative if I had to think back on the types. But I might be like AB positive or something where I can take any kind of blood. Something like that. I should probably know. That way it's like one of those things that you can be like, yeah, it's a good one. I know that, I mean, I guess you'd probably just, you know, most common type of blood or whatever. According to this picture, I love me some pictures. O positive is pretty common in African American and Asian. Wait, where's the the negatives are, wait, there's no negatives? O negatives in, huh? Now I'm confused. The 52% is kind of in between A and B, which is weird. Huh? Whoa, this is even more complicated. O plus, A plus. So O plus, pretty common. We can just wait. Can O plus take anything, or is it AB plus that can take anything? I forget. Yeah. I mean, there's some like pretty standardized, like the red section seems to be pretty big on all of them. The orange seems to be the next biggest, but there's some slight percentages. A plus does seem to be a pretty common one, but the O plus seems to be as common or more common depending on the area. Like obviously, like, you know, Europe is pretty split. Technically not as common, but I mean, there's like, if you're going to be A plus positive, it's way more likely if you're in Asia, right? So that's, you know, there's some amount of it. It's way less likely to be B plus positive in the Americas because it's the smallest section out of all the other sections. So, I mean, there's some amount of it, but you know, we're humans, you know, there's lots of different ethnicities and only 4 types of blood. So the mixing, you know, there's going to be some mixing, you know? I mean, because like I was raised knowing that black people have sickle cell anemia mutation more often than other ethnicities, races, and that's just like a fact because of different things. And then like people from Asia have the earwax / no body odor thing. Just one of those like more likely to happen, right? I mean, fuck. This is where I'm like, oh, I was about to say, it makes sense for the similar blood types to live together because that way they can then share their blood. But that just sounds like the most, like, I mean, just like, you know, in blood donation specifically, so that people don't die from having the wrong blood type. Not like that kind of blood, not that kind of blood mixing. You know, no, not like that. No. Yeah, new political spectrum. We're over here AB negative fucking truthers out here, man. Yeah. Oh man. We've donated blood a few times and they give you a little printout of your shit. So like I should like kind of remember it, or like, I don't know, write it on my wallet somewhere or something. I guess like if you're going to get a tattoo of something, getting a tattoo of your blood type would be like one of the ones that like makes sense. That way, I don't know, if you're in some kind of like triage hospital where they don't have time to check, they can go, oh, look, AB negative. We make sure to give them the correct blood. Something stupid. I mean, it's like, it's a concern that like probably will never manifest itself in any realistic way. So it doesn't matter.
on a handful of specific forever chemicals found in drinking water that were far more harmful than previously thought. 2 years later, the Biden administration finalized a national rule that would put strict limits on those chemicals in drinking water, greatly reducing exposure to forever chemicals for about 100 million Americans. That rule was largely rolled back by the Trump administration. Zeldin's EPA said it will delay the enforcement of drinking limits on 2 of the most harmful chemicals until 2031 and rescind or reconsider limits on the other 4 chemicals. The EPA has simultaneously canceled $15 million in appropriated grants dedicated to research of forever chemicals. And this, my friends, is what an actual conspiracy looks like. All you people worried about chemtrails like that lady questioning RFK, or everyone worried about fluoride in our water like that RFK who was asked by that lady, maybe ask Grok about this one. I mean, it'll probably blame the Jews, but you can still try to ask.
That was the noticing shit, right?
So,
yeah.
Anyway, me oh me, as I'm known to say. So glad we caught up on some of the news. Love that there's so much of it. Hope there's even more of it soon. Oh, look, there's so much more. Oh, pack me full of that sweet news until I pop. And then we'll do like an effect where like my head pops or something. I can do it. Oh, I can't? I have to read more news? Great. Pop.
Good video, Cody. I'll like it. It's got to be exhausting running shit like this forever. Ooh, another one of the videos I wanted to watch. I guess I should just use this more often than the other thing. I'll just load it up real fast. So, Bernie Sanders, 2020, well, I guess somewhere between 2019, 2018, the run up or whatever, when it was like popping off, I learned about Run the Jewels from Bernie Sanders and doing his interviews. Then I was listening to all their albums, RTJ, and how they were giving away their album for free. It was like a new genre of music for me to kind of get into a little bit. I've heard rap and all the different things before, but I liked Killer Mike. I liked his politics. He seemed to be fucking cool. And then at some point, I forget exactly what it was. I guess it was a capitalism thing. I couldn't remember. He was like pro cops or something weird during like some of the protests or something. He was like saying something. He came out with some message. The liberal in my brain remembers he's canceled for something, but I don't remember what. I'm sure I could look it up, but I'm just like, easy, canceled. But I try to avoid doing that to some degree because A, people can change, and B, context is important because okay, if he likes capitalism, that's not the same thing as being a sex pest, right? There's layers of difference and all these different things. But I would love to have a better understanding of what to not like about him specifically. So this video seems like it'll be a catch up, or perhaps even a more up to date version of things. So I saw it and I was like, I was just thinking about that. And it happened to be a video from like recent history. So I'm like, perfect.
Right. Hey-ya. Killer Mike is a hip-hop legend, one of the greatest to ever hold your favorite rapper's favorite rapper title, and one of the most influential names and voices among black celebrities when it comes to political thought. Sadly, that's not the highest praise in the world, where rap legends are tap dancing for Donald Trump. If you only hear Mike's music, you think he was on some Fred Hampton shit. His first
Kill Your Masters, right? That was like the title that is reminiscent in my mind.
Ever splash on the political scene was interviewing Bernie Sanders during the 2016 election cycle. Mike was also one of the first mainstream rappers to criticize Barack Obama back around the same time. His song Reagan is probably one of the most provocative political rap songs ever, and his work with LP on Run the Jewels is the closest thing we've had to radical hip hop in the mainstream since, Dead Prez back in the early 2000s, or Public Enemy in the 80s and 90s. You hear songs like Kill Your Masters and you see him chew and Whitlock in public, and you feel like Mike is as left as mainstream public celebs tend to get, and that's probably true. But then you see he interviewed Herschel Walker here in Georgia back when Herschel was on that incredibly embarrassing run for Senate. In fact, if you're here locally in Georgia, you know that Mike's radically inclined veneer kind of tarnishes itself a little bit. He's met a few times with Republican Governor Brian Kemp. He was silent during the anti-Cop City movement. And when the uprisings were happening in 2020, he, along with T.I., was one of the folks they trotted out hoping to convince people to get out of the streets and not tear up their property. Now, while I have issues with a lot of that stuff that I've talked about in other videos, as mainstream rappers go, Killer Mike might as well be Tupac. And not really since Tupac had a rapper been capable of speaking to social issues outside of their music as effectively as in their music, something that even the most socially conscious rappers today are not able to do. But quiet as it's kept, Tupac was, along with being a theater kid, truly engaged with a radical legacy. He was legit raised.
He looks, I don't know if it's just the filter or the angle or like the tank top. It looks kind of feminine, right? He kind of has a bit of a zest. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
Conscious rappers today are not able to.
Am I crazy?
But quiet as it's kept, Tupac
like it just
was, along with being a theater kid, truly engaged with a radical legacy.
I guess like the way that the head moves specifically is just like things that I've only ever seen. I guess, yeah. I mean, not obviously not in a bad way. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I don't know nothing about it.
He was legit raised by Black Panthers. And Killer Mike's parents were the unlikely combination of a police officer and a business owner / part-time drug trafficker, which really explains a lot about Mike if you pay attention, right? All this said, I want to be clear, since I might fuck around and run into this dude one of these days. I have criticism for Mike, but no smoke for him. This is not a call out video. This is meant to be a critique, to look at Mike's political past and things he's presented and say, okay, what here is useful and what here, not so much.
It doesn't matter, but I am a TV production nerd, right? My art school is, I don't know, independent YouTube / communication college, but like Big Tug has a better green screen setup and camera than FD, and I'm like, I have to assume FD's got it better. It doesn't matter. It literally could just be a webcam or a fucking PNG tuber, but it's just one of those things. Cult of personality. People like seeing stuff in decent quality. I don't know.
And the main issue I have with Mike is his undying love for capitalism. Like, Mike genuinely loves and believes in capitalism and the myth that black wealth and black buying power is the key to black liberation. So much so that he's been a part of numerous endeavors, both locally and nationally, designed to uplift black people through entrepreneurship and wealth accumulation.
I mean, if you think that capitalism is always going to win, and you don't see a way for realistic socialism, and you watch Bernie Sanders, get fucking backstabbed by the whole thing, I could see how there would be more liberation through that, version of black wealth and all those other things, entrepreneurship, than not. But maybe I'll get schooled here a little bit, but it's just like, I guess it's like, it's not radical enough, but it's still forward thinking. And hopefully, again, if they saw a shift away from capitalism more towards a more equitable socialist version of things, they would be like, oh, great. Well, I didn't expect this to happen, but I'm happy that it is, and I won't fight against it because I can see the benefit. I don't know. I mean,
and folks have tried to explain to Mike that this is illogical, and he seemingly has just dug in harder around this. He even a few years back had a contentious exchange with Dr. Jared Ball, the author of The Myth of Black Buying Power, a book I've talked about more than a few times on this channel, and a book that every so-called black capitalist should read. Something that Mike probably has not read, but it didn't stop him from sneak dissing Dr. Ball on a Breakfast Club interview a while back.
the myth of the black economic spending power. I'm not arguing that with niggas, man. Shouts out your book, my nigga. You know what I'm talking about, and you want me on your show, and I'm never gonna go, right? But there you go, nigga. That makes you happy I mentioned you.
Mike's love of capitalism and flawed radicalism was never more apparent than in his short-lived Netflix series Trigger Warning. This was a 6-episode miniseries where Killer Mike tried to get himself over as the foremost progressive and radical political thinker in mainstream media. And it almost worked. And if I'm fair, there's some legitimately good stuff in here. But at the same time, because it's a Netflix show and not an actual...
Like, the title Trigger Warning makes it sound like one of those, like, uh-oh, I'm gonna be canceled stamp over my mouth with tape that says the word in red text, canceled, you know, like one... But maybe it wasn't that way, but it sounds like that's what I was like, uh-oh, what the fuck? You know, is he gonna start, you know, doing stand-up about trans people? What am I seeing here?
Radical movement. It very much devolves into lightly scripted reality TV hijinks where you can tell producers are behind the scenes encouraging certain behavior or setting up certain scenarios to give it the veneer of reality TV and radical activity. But the truth is, it was just entertainment. And this is no more apparent than the first and last episodes, which to me represent the core of Killer Mike's flawed politics. In the first episode, Killer Mike decides to spend 3 days where he doesn't spend a single dollar in the black community. And it's really the most frustrating of all the episodes in retrospect, because if anything, it illustrates the folly of black capitalism in this episode alone.
I want to know how difficult it is to truly live in the black economy. So for the next 3 days, leading up to my show in Athens, Georgia, I'm living totally black.
Mike quickly runs into the limitations of the whole black buying power myth and the idea that black people have $2 trillion to spend and that somehow this spending will create black wealth that will be the key to black liberation, which is that niggas don't own enough of our economic realities to ever create a situation where our buying power could move the needle on our plight in America. By the time Mike was trying to find somewhere to sleep and eat, he was in dire straits, sleeping on a park bench while out of town and not having eaten anything because the black restaurants he went to weren't actually using food bought from black vendors.
Excuse me, sir.
That's like one of those, like, that's like the guy doing that Smarter Every Day, trying to make a product entirely in America, but like the metal you get comes from China, and it's like, fuck, you can't even make a thing entirely in America.
Yes, sir.
Please tell me like this came from the West Georgia, like Black Farmers Collaborative, or...
No, it didn't. May I get a to-go box, please?
Most of those restaurants use the same vendors that any white restaurant does, which means that at some point in time, a white person is getting paid. In the end, he finally ate in a small town in Georgia when he found a black farm that also had its own soul food restaurant. And understand, because we'll come to this later, that's a really cool and good thing to have that type of self-sustained food source, but that's not what many black capitalists invest their money into, because that's not gonna make people more money. More on this later, by the way. At the end of the episode, instead of reflecting on what he should have learned, which is the limits of the very concept he's built his ideology around, at his concert, he takes a moment to speak to the audience and says, we're gonna make Black Friday every Friday, and every Friday you're gonna buy something from a black business, completely forgetting the fact that he learned himself that those black businesses at some point in time are gonna be buying from white vendors, paying for utilities and materials from white businesses, and if they're lucky, eventually putting the money they make from that situation in a white bank. And right now you might be saying, well, FD, don't you know about the Greenwood Bank that Killer Mike started a couple of years ago? And it's a black-owned bank that endeavors to help circulate the black dollar among black businesses and provide financial services to black people the same way these services are offered to white entrepreneurs. And that if we can replicate this, we can eventually get free and lead to economic and liberatory prosperity for black people all over the country. And my response to you is, you must not watch my videos. When you finish this, you should go watch my video on the real black conservatism, but I'm gonna kind of rehash the whole of that here. So if you don't want to give me an extra view and help, you know, pay bills around here, just pay attention for a little while longer. Plus, there's important stuff coming at the end. So just stay here.
I'll help a little bit.
So yes, Killer Mike, along with a couple of other black entrepreneurs of relative note, started the Greenwood Bank, I think in 2022.
The liberal in me is like, that sounds fine. I mean, that's decent, whatever, you know, has a power, you know, I mean, it's not fixing the whole system, but okay. I mean, we're familiar with the current racism involved, you know, with the modern day version of redlining and how if people were trying to get a loan, they might be you know, the credit score system works in a certain way. It is all the different things, right? So this doesn't sound like a bad thing, but it's like not the, I mean, it's a thing that you can do. So something is better than nothing, but is it the best thing you could do? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
And they marketed it as a black-owned bank and named it after the historic community Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, also known as Black Wall Street, before it was burned down in a horrific act of racial violence in 1921. And it's ironic, or maybe perfectly coincidental, that both Mike's alleged bank and the story of Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, both involve a lot of stretching of the truth or hiding of reality to maintain the black capitalist mythology. Before I continue, a lot of this next piece is due to the scholarship of Two Black and the Black Myths podcast. I've talked to Two Black a couple of times in content, including an interview on my podcast channel. I'll leave his podcast on this topic, complete with sources, in the description. But in short, Greenwood was in fact a very wealthy and very vibrant black neighborhood during its time. But like most forms of black wealth, that wealth was a byproduct of a client economy to white businesses. In this case, the very lucrative oil businesses that erupted in Tulsa at the turn of the century when they first discovered oil in like 1910. The discovery of that oil created an opportunity for many entrepreneurs to set up shop, and some of those entrepreneurs were definitely black, and that did lead to a lot of black wealth accumulation for a portion of black residents in Tulsa. But it was never a universally wealthy reality for all of them. And that wealth was not only generated and circulated amongst black hands. Most of the black residents of Tulsa were still laborers working for white businesses. As amazing and celebratory as we should be of Tulsa and the Greenwood district, the idea that Tulsa was a self-sustained, all-black economic utopia is just not true. Again, this is not to say that Greenwood wasn't amazing and worthy of that celebration, but the myths of that city are constantly used for nefarious means. What is definitely true is that,
because I wouldn't want to be like, someone talks about like, oh yeah, remember when they burned down Black Wall Street? Be like, well, actually, it wasn't 100% black owned. I wouldn't want to like jump in with that information because it's like not helpful, right?
Greenwood was burned down by white terrorists in 1921, killing somewhere between 50 and 500 black people and burning down probably thousands of businesses and houses. And this is such a shameful American event that is left out of even the most progressive history books that you might have read even back in my day. In fact, if you didn't have a certain type of uncle that may have worn a certain type of hat, you probably never heard this story until Lovecraft Country or The Watchmen talked about it in their shows a couple of years ago. However, even your Hotep uncle probably doesn't.
I heard about people hearing about it from those shows. Never watched those shows. I want to, just never got around to it.
Tell you the next part, which is usually left out to allow the story of the Tulsa massacre to be utilized as a weapon of black capitalist propaganda the way Killer Mike did. Greenwood was eventually rebuilt. The black folks who survived the riot, which were plenty, had insurance, and more importantly, they came together as a community to rebuild Greenwood. It's how many of them were able to write memoirs about it. They didn't just let the earth get salted and then move on. Greenwood ended up thriving even more decades later after it was rebuilt. What is not said is that what eventually destroyed Greenwood, the reason why it doesn't exist today, was government policy. It was city planning or urban renewal ushered in by then President Dwight Eisenhower that destroyed the town for good by building highways through the neighborhood. I even found this, hopefully I'm not stealing somebody's work, but I couldn't find anyone else and I couldn't figure out who it was. But I got this off Facebook. It's a really cool graphic just showing you where the Greenwood community used to be.
Oh, cool. Segregation by design. By pausing it, the captions went up. I can read it. Because that's one of the things that like Republicans love to say. It's like, what now? Roads are racist? Insane. And it's like, bro, look, it's right there. Just look into it. Just talk to somebody. Think about what that would do when there's a gigantic overpass cut down the middle of what was normally a walkable thing. Now that thing is no longer walkable, so now it doesn't work very well, and now it's just going to be worse. It's worse, which is disproportionately hurting it versus not hurting it, bro.
And how the highway pretty much erased it. So as horrifying as that act of white terrorism was, that wasn't what stopped the movement. It was political decree, and this is the.
I appreciate this information because the mob that burned it down, very bad, but also the silent regulation that then later finished the killing is I don't want to say worse, but it's a systemic generational impact versus one random murderous mob, right? The amount of systemic damage that can do across the entire board and then normalize things is a whole different type of murder, a whole different type of killing. So understanding this side of the story, or this extra wrinkle, that it's not just the individual racism that my dad says is now no longer here. Yes, that was 21. That was so long ago, dumbass, over 100 years ago. Now it's totally better. No, different thing finished it. Different thing killed it. Again, like he said, rebuilt with insurance and continued to thrive economically. Something else is what did it. Also, I got to take a huge piss because I've been, I finished my whole fucking 2-liter over here and it's all just inside of me. So I'll be right. Well, okay, hold on. I don't want to have a negative face. I want to have a contemplative face. That makes it sound like I'm like, while actually in the video. I can still hear it though. I have my headphones in.
Folly of believing that you will be safe enough if you get enough money, that enough money from black people will produce power that will stop this country from doing whatever the hell it wants to us. That black success by itself is a form of resistance. Until all of us are free, until the system no longer has power over us, we will always be subject to this tyranny. The story of Greenwood is often used to inspire black people, but also shame them with this idea that if we just stop smoking so much weed and wasting our money on malt liquor and acrylic nails, that we will be able to build Black Wall Street again and make everything good in the hood. That all it takes is buying black and investing in black entrepreneurship to get freedom, but that's not reality. Everybody can't be an entrepreneur. Some people have to have a job. Yet that was the undertone of Mike's Greenwood Bank commercials, which was marketed as a black-owned bank, but in reality was a financial services app that on the back connected its users to a white-owned bank, Coastal Community Banking Solutions. And I want to be very clear, although that is incredibly deceptive marketing, in isolation, this is not the worst thing ever. Pretty much all of us are connected to some banking institution, and pretty much all of these banking institutions are fundamentally evil. It makes sense to use the one that's owned by somebody black that might provide better, more curated financial services to its black customer base. I am not saying take your money out of Greenwood or that it's a scam or anything like that. I'm just pointing out the manipulation in the marketing and what ideas it plays around with, and reminding you that your financial services are not part of the revolution. They are not contributing to liberation. They're only contributing to your financial situation, and that situation is not radical. And that's kind of the thing with Mike. He loves capitalism, but I personally think that he does genuinely want liberation for black people. But he loves capitalism too much to recognize that those two things do not work together. But he keeps trying to fuse them shits together anyway. It's like one of those fucked up fusions from Dragon Ball Z where everything's off, but you still get this weird homunculus. Or maybe a better example is, the dog girl from Full Metal Alchemist. I'm sure everybody's happy I brought that up. And because of this habit of mutilating these philosophies to make sure that they can still fit within the framework of capitalism, he bastardizes actual black radical thinking and philosophy, philosophers who would outright tell him to his face that his goal of using capitalism to liberate black people is a fool's errand. As a literally day one Killer Mike fan, not just from his first big hit Action when he was still under Outkast in the early 2000s, I'm talking about his legendary independent run of the late 2000s when he was your favorite rapper's favorite rapper. I Pledge Allegiance to the Grind, 1, 2, and 3, all classics. I'm talking Ric Flair Killer Mike. Y'all not up on that. In that era, I heard him on several occasions shout out the likes of Malcolm X, George Jackson, and Fred Hampton. And again, he is the first black figure to bring democratic socialism to the community through Bernie Sanders, as flawed as that was. So there's a there, but that also tells you that he should know better, that either he's too protective of his own class position or too stubborn to recognize the inherent paradox he's presenting to black people. And because videos like this are far less popular than a Breakfast Club interview, black people who are 60, 70 years deep in a brainwashing campaign around our own history are unable to see the internal paradoxes in what Killer Mike tends to say, so he ends up getting a pass on it. There's inherent value in Mike's ability to galvanize and inspire black people, but it's frustrating to know how he's so close to pushing a more useful politic, but instead mostly ends up distorting what those politics look like. And the perfect final example of this is in the last episode of that same show, where as a season finale, they decide to take the real work being done by the community he visited in the first episode and turn it into a farcical, nonsensical episode of Survivor. Many of the people that he connects with over the course of the show come back, and he creates New Africa by buying some farmland outside of Atlanta and inviting pretty much any old body to it. We have actual activists joined by juggalos and other random people that clearly weren't on one accord when they got there and surely aren't still there today. And I don't have a problem with any particular groups of people that he invited. I hope everybody finds their space. I've heard that juggalos are like one of the most progressive rap fandoms in existence right now. But this is very much a farce of a community with no real political agenda, no unifying goals, or no sense of sustainability. If anything, the episode makes the very idea of a land project seem silly, and that's really bad. Like, they even sell sponsorship spots on their flag. Now again, Killer Mike is a rapper. He is not a political philosopher. He is not a politician. And this is a Netflix show, and you should kind of know what you're getting. So it's not a huge surprise that they would take this really important, serious thing that the Black radical tradition has done over the years and water it down into a farce. And for all the criticisms I have of Mike, I can't give up on the possibility that there's value in his work and potential in his words if we could just get them to be less fetishizing of capitalism in general. And I'm sure that for some, hearing that song Reagan or hearing Killer Mike even mention some of these luminaries was a way for them to discover these politics in earnest and maybe, just maybe, start them on a journey of real political awakening. And more than anything, to me, it's always important to keep in mind that when we critique celebrities and artists, etc., the goal isn't to destroy them or make it seem like their art is not of any value or that you shouldn't enjoy it, especially when it's of high quality. The goal is to use the light that they naturally bring to any situation and shine it on things that are valuable and important, even as you're criticizing them.
I appreciate that. Both, one, to get a better sort of reminiscence on some of the things that the community had pointed out that was problematic. Silence during, 2020 stuff. Standing alongside certain Republican individuals. Not being against Cop City. All these little things, right? Especially in that specific area. And being a big voice. I mean, I guess like there's always something to protest. So saying that not protesting something and being silent is one of those things that's like one of the lower crimes out of all crimes, right? Especially when people are busy and they're already doing other things. But I appreciate not keeping the 100% write them off, never listen to the music ever again, or think of them as a straight up negative. It is a human who's had their own, individual struggle, their own education, their own experiences, and money might change me, like it's one of those things that's like not a good thing for it to happen, but trying to find the value in it, the copium of thinking that the capitalism worked for me, it can work for them. I love being rich. It's so much better. So I should try to make them rich. That will solve the problem. The rich help the rich to make them rich, and then they will get help. Missing some of the other stuff. Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm not as familiar because I'm not like in the Atlanta area by any means. So like knowing that Cop City was particularly being planned, especially in that era or whatever, like in that time frame. Yeah, that's definitely definitely being more complicit. That could have been where I got the pro cop thing from, was, instead of protesting it, then, standing beside, right? That would be a way that I could see that message on Twitter or whatever, being like, yo, what the fuck? So like me growing up in a place and being swayed by things. And then I had my beliefs. My identity was that I'm American and we don't lose wars. And we also are the good guys in wars. So in Vietnam, we didn't lose. We just gave control back to the Vietnamese that were on our side and they lost. Not our fault. You know, they suck. We can't be there forever. Like that was how I would like cope about that specific thing. Korea or whatever, thinking about that, I didn't know shit about it. I'm like, well, I don't know, fuck. I literally didn't know jack about it other than watching MASH, you know, which is weird because it was an anti-war show in general. But I just thought it was like, yeah, war is bad on both sides, right? That's how I would think about it. Now, I guess he's deeper into his life as an adult man, so you should hope that he's better. And it's not a great thing that he's done these things or had these perspectives on things, but it's understandable as a human, and I should not think of him as a bad human because of them. It would be probably a very difficult conversation to convince him otherwise, but a fan of his might see what he says and then believe that specifics, and then you would want to be able to then come at it in a charitable way to then help not de-escalate the conversation, but just sort of walk them back off the path specifically. I think obviously this was a very well done thing with exact examples and then, you know, specific pointing out, you know, details and then going through it. But even just for my own head, I had the idea of like, I don't know what he did. He did something, avoid him at all costs because I just don't know. Now I know. And also it's much easier to interface with the entire situation as a whole. You don't see much of it, as most supporters of capitalism are fundamentally supportive, not because they like capital, because they hate poor people. Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, again, it is like I was saying before, if you're thinking that the other thing is never going to work, and you literally tried to make it work with Bernie and watched it fail, you could be like, well, this is the next best thing, the most realistic way, practical way to get ourselves out of a problem. And you've been told about Black Wall Street being burned down, and damn it, we were so close, not realizing perhaps the other part of the history, the story of the regulations and the rules and the things that are against you beyond just, you know, yeah. And also it's a way to rationalize the, you know, change in quality of life that even he's seen for himself, most likely. It's, you know, again, I appreciate this video because I had what was otherwise a unsure and just generally avoiding mindset, and now I have a much better perspective, and also I'm willing to engage much easier with it than before. I mean, as I'm always a bit of an outsider in some of these things, but yeah. I mean, the man got shot what, like fucking 9 times, I think even more in recent history. It's one of those like maybe that's right. Well, yeah, because that was a part of the Zoran thing, was saying that he doesn't like the tax policy. Yeah. I mean, man, if I was a person who had been dealt this one of the shittier hands in life, right? And then I just through luck and intense work, obviously, but a layer of luck. Obviously, any artist knows that that is a part of it. Even just like the music that you want to create is also happens to be interesting to other people. That's just literally a luck thing as well. You could have a real deep passion about a theremin music and you're great at crafting it, but no one wants to listen to that whiny ass shit, right? It's just one of those things. Yeah. So it's just like, man, I worked, I bled, I did all these different things. I did it. But, you know, you just don't want to be a ladder puller. You know, that's just one of those things. And like, you know, Mr. Cent, do you think your life would be worse if the taxes were increased by 1%? Do you honestly believe that they would impact you and your family in a negative way? Do you think that you would have preferred the services around you and in your youth to have that additional amount of funds that not only you will be providing, but all of your fellow millionaires will be providing? You know, that would be one of the things that I would try to broach with some charitability. But again, maybe even bringing up the past, despite my past being different, could be, you know, condescending or something. I the same way I hem and haw about writing an email, I would worry about trying to, you know, bring up topics. I don't know. It's just knowing your place, but also like, also trying to just make global capitalism to fall, or just make even just America was socialized, it would just change because of the way that we ripple across much of the Western world, which has a grip on a lot of different places. It would cause such a dramatic shift. Even seeing the Hakeem video where a lot of the European countries that have formed their own healthcare system was all a response to stop the democratic wave of people trying to vote socialism into their own countries, because of the USSR was the neighbor and everyone saw how nice it was. So that was a concession that they were willing to give the crowds to keep them happy with not falling to the red menace. What is it? A rising tide lifts all boats or some shit, right? If we could make the change, it could help so many. Now, does raising the taxes 1% in New York City specifically fix the entire country and therefore the world? No, obviously not. But just one of those, it's got to be a lot of dominoes, I guess. When New York City operates a certain way and people go, damn, that liberal ass city seems to work pretty fucking good. Maybe we, a slightly less liberal city, should do it. And then the next less liberal city sees that and goes, man, we should do that too. Whatever, right? That would be the hope internally. Yeah.
And with that in mind, I want to talk about today's sponsor, which is not something I'm getting paid for, but something I want to bring to everyone's attention because it's something I think is valuable and important, especially in this month of August, which is also known in the Black radical tradition as Black August. What if Killer Mike were more serious about a land project for the people? What if instead of fun and hijinks, there was a land project in Atlanta helmed by a former Black Panther and political prisoner that is really trying to build power apart from the system, and they needed your help to do this? In the past, on other channels or social media posts, you may have seen me promote the work of community movement builders here in Atlanta. I talked to one of their leaders, Kamau Franklin, about the Stop Cop City movement a couple of years back. They were very active in one of the leading organizations in that.
This is different than a normal ad because it's like just more interesting topics.
Movement, and they recently reached out to me about their Love, Land, and Liberation project with the goal of showing how a collective can use land for something useful, not to start a weird episode of Survivor, but to continue the Black radical tradition. In observance of Black August, which is a month of resistance, fasting, and education meant to engage with the plight of political prisoners across the globe, Community Movement Builders is doing a funding drive for this project, and I want you, and maybe even Killer Mike if he sees this, right? You can make it right, Mike, to support this project. They acquired 14 acres of land 20 minutes outside of Atlanta, and it's already being developed as a space for food production, movement retreats, and training. Models of food sustainability are already being achieved on the land after just 9 months because of their survival programs and education. That food is distributed to the local community and those who participate in harvesting the food. Newly planned animal husbandry projects are already beginning to bear fruit, or should we say eggs. As I said earlier, the land is a home of a former Panther, BLA member, and political prisoner, and hosts retreats of the Jericho movement on how to free political prisoners across the country. As opposed to mocking Black land projects, Killer Mike and others, those of you watching, should take a careful look at what it takes to keep a community alive during a time where all of us need to be thinking about where we might need to go, considering how things are going in this country. How might a model of Black self-sufficiency be work and be created and scaled for the needs of a local community? So please, if you're interested in supporting, they have a drive going on. The link for the drive will be in the description of this video. Thank you so much for supporting that funding drive. Thank you to all who watched to the end of this video. I'm FD Signifier, and this has been Light Work. All right.
What?
Killer Mike.
Oh, I hit the replay button. It definitely feels like anarchy in a sense of like mutual aid, community organizing stuff. But they've seen how things go in the past, and we are sprinting towards the past, not the future. So, I mean, honestly, yeah. And also, whatever, farmland's great. I mean, there's no issue there. Sustainability. Will that be able to feed all of Atlanta? No, but it will do something. So, again, I'm more of a bring it, nationalize Monsanto and nationalize the farming industry to utilize automation and equipment to do mass farming measures to continue to feed America. Actually work with manufacturers to develop machines that can do a lot of that. Like, because in the South, we have so much migrant labor. Because I have just assumed that it's just cheaper to have a bunch of like lower the minimum wage under the table workers do the labor of picking shit than having a machine run through it and to have maintenance and to have, efficiency losses because oops, it squishes half the apples and then picks the other half instead of people doing a very delicate job of picking every single one perfectly. But I'm like, there's got to be a way you can get a fucking, tractor or a robot to go around and do this shit. Fuck you. There's a way to do it. And you guys just want to be cheap about it, right? Big everything, man. Like, we can develop insane methods of racking the earth to shatter it to create, gas pockets, and they can find ways to make everything else work, but they can't fucking pick berries off a bush. Bullshit, bullshit. I don't believe you. It's just you don't want to, you fuckers. What else do I have on here? Ooh, we do have some fun videos. We have just like some random fucking cute dogs and shit. Ooh, I was kind of interested in this one, the buy now, pay later thing, just because that was kind of a big thing my job used to do. Cooperatives, but honestly, they should pursue more federated model as it become more national. Interesting. If a cooperative system, because like there's a certain layer of like when I had the card store business, it was the easiest way possible for us to do it with my buddy and I to like just partnership. We both put in the same amount of cash. We both then get paid equally whenever a paycheck was cut. Whatever, right? We both tried our best and eventually got all of our initial investment back. Not with interest, but we got it back, and then that was the whole way it worked. Because it was simple. Division of labor was tried to be as even as possible as well. And then a cooperative, I guess, like if you had a grocery store, some people would stock, but some people would then have to be the teller. And hopefully the labor evenly distributed. But then somebody had to be, I don't know, the warehouse part of it. And hopefully that labor is even. It's difficult to do it. But then I guess when you federate it or whatever, it would be more zoomed out. I guess kind of like just a giant union at that point, sort of. Renewable energy should be more cooperative or municipalized rather than nationalized by state, then organized in a federal model. So, very, I guess, rather than nationalized by the state in a federal model. I mean, depending upon how the grids work too, like if it's a very localized energy source and also a localized energy customer, and then the development network is also very specific, like, but if it links back to the major grid and then there's like outages that then gets covered by the other grid, and then when they have a surplus it feeds back to the grid for other outages areas or something. But I mean, when it's entirely inside of a pod, it makes sense to be just within that pod, because being a part of the larger system but never actually interfacing with that system would be kind of like, this seems unnecessary. This seems like this has nothing to do with us, right? Maybe it should eventually have something to do with them, but at least in the meantime, it doesn't. There's a lot of people I've been actually working with, and by working with, I mean like working next to, but not like actually working with. By state borders at regional, sure, yeah. TVA border. Yeah. I mean, like, there's some state borders that are like the Mississippi River, which is a pretty natural border, but other ones are just fucking lines, right? They're just drawn. So if a mountain range is in the way, a mountain range is in the way. But if it's not one, and then it should be spanning, then it should be spanning, right? There's certain things that it definitely makes sense for it to be done in a way that works for itself. There's no reason to do it in the least effective way for the sake of it, because these state lines, therefore that makes, I see what you're saying. There's so in our local area, which because it's local, it's hyper local. We just don't change it because you go to another neighboring state unless economic base and development is different or housing markets. Huh. States might have, just because of the way that individual taxes and stuff are substantial, that could be substantially different between borders, just because of that layer of property taxes per municipality have their different bullshit. But I get what you're saying specifically, just because that thing, yeah. Because for me, there's like a county if you're not inside of a municipality versus the municipalities things. And then there's like the state of Florida doesn't have state taxes, but Georgia does. So like if your neighborhood falls on the Florida line, you don't have taxes of a certain type, but you do have different property taxes, and insurance rates are different based off the state. Although it probably should be more based off your exact address, but there could be, bureaucratic reasons for the things to be different. Not that Georgia and Florida should have anything different about them, but they just happen to, because of the way that these states are run differently, can have some stuff. The Roosevelt Institute. Which Roosevelt? American planning principle is local. Not difficult to understand the appeal of philosophy, particularly when living in consequences of mid-century planning. The freeway expansions destroyed entire neighborhoods. Localism creates its own problems for democracy. States' rights was a rallying cry for segregationists. Ultra mammaled local. Ultra mammaled local control leads to massive collective action problems in major metropolitan areas. Local voice itself, unequally distributed, growing body of research confirms the people who deliver public and planning commission meetings are disproportionately white, male, affluent. Yeah, I've seen that. Scale harms is done. The democracy is difficult. What's in depth? Let's see. The kind of person that unites these two components is not localism, but planning. Instead of making land use decisions on an ad hoc project by project basis, government should develop and stick to comprehensive plans that take the needs of the entire region into account. While there should be plenty of room for community input in their plan making process, planners would need to ensure the input was representative of the whole region. Surveys and focus groups that feature representative cross sections of the local population would likely produce better outcomes than unstructured public meetings. The resulting plans would more equitably distribute the benefits and trade-offs from home building project. Make sure that no community suffers from another refusal to build the housing or reduce car pollution. But how regional is regional? Like just like the Southeast, where like it's a big pile of states all in that one section? Or is it like a zip code as a region? Yeah. Fellow from the Roosevelt Institute, writer, researcher, independent urban policy consultant, director of California YIMBY, policy manager, the Benoff Homeless and Housing Institute at UC San Francisco. I've heard negative things about YIMBYs in some ways. It's still one of those things that never quite 100% clicks because, like, not in my backyard, but yes, in my backyard turns out to be more like, at least the negative tone of looking at it, at least for the what is considered to be the more standard one, is like, forget now. I was going to say, I think it might be like condo thing, but like there's the idea of no, not affordable housing in the backyard, then yes, would then be just what, more rich houses. So that doesn't really make sense either. That is a better theory of power. Yeah, I mean, also like he's got to fit somewhere, right? So like the director of this, but you know, it's like, I would like to be a police officer and change it from the inside just because you were well, maybe police officer is a bad example, but just because they they were working as a urban policy consultant at a place and then worked as other place doesn't mean that that's like technically a damning thing, right? Because he could be a base person inside of that building or something. Not trying to find a reason to not like it, but and not very idealistic about developers. Yeah, I guess maybe that's like where the abundance stuff comes from. Like, yeah, deregulate, allow private things to come in might be more the YIMBY, the negative side of YIMBY, where it's, yeah. Influential housing organizations on state and national level. Yeah. So one of the people that we work with works, so there's like the Sierra Institute, I think it's called, who are people for like public power stuff. And one of the people that we work with, who's also a Jason S inside the same DSA chapter, is like his job is working with like power co-ops specifically, which is kind of similar to some of these topics about a cooperative power thing for a local run, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I haven't talked about the nuts and bolts of how all that shit works, but they have a good knowledge of how buying up power infrastructure works for municipalities to then take back things. A lot of research and stuff. These people that I've been working with, like, I'm happy to be the TV production video guy to help them do stuff, you know, take photos and make videos and shit. Like, but they do so much research. They read books. They do Sierra Club. You're right. Sierra Club. Sorry. Institute is probably a bad word. I may have just, you know, reading some of the stuff here, getting the word institute in my head, but yeah, the Sierra Club. Yeah. One of the guys that we kind of, you know, try to work with is from the Sierra Club, just to provide a lot of information, some stuff in town halls for us, all kinds of stuff. And so some of these topics do come up. Like, we had a meeting with 2 different city councilors, and I was a part of that. And that was really, really interesting to see, because one of them was kind of like standoffish, but willing to hear us. And the other one was like very like against it. And we were like, we just want you to vote on the request for a free quote from places that will then give us quotes for a feasibility study. So we would like to know how much a feasibility study would cost, and then later vote if we want to buy one of those feasibility studies after getting the different quotes. So will you please vote on getting a free quote for a feasibility study? And they were like, rah, 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 rah. It's like, you don't even just want to know how much one would cost? Like, and wouldn't that be good when you go back to negotiations? Like, wouldn't that just be good to have that in your back pocket, to have when you're making the negotiation, to then maybe continue our for-profit company? Like, you know, it's just because they know what their standing is, and they know vaguely what our standing is, and they're like, we don't like your politics. I would like to hope that if I was in their seat, and even though it's Republicans coming to me, right, like, whatever. And they're saying like, we want to do this thing that would help our people. And I wouldn't just be like harumph, you know, like, I mean, it was somebody the other day came in and was like, oh, hey, you know, what was something that you like that Trump did? And I was like, really tough to think. But there was like, the other day I was like, oh, there's one or two things that happened specifically that's like, that's interesting. That's not a specifically bad thing, but I couldn't, you know, because it's like, the policy is what I care about. If Donald Trump was like Medicare for all, I'd be like, fucking hell yeah, bro. Like, what the fuck? You know, I might have to get a different hat, you know, at some point. Right? It's one of those like, I mean, it would take a lot more than just, even that wouldn't be like, because that would be like racism shit still, right? So that'd be like, it wouldn't be new hat time, but it would be like, I would want certain policies to come up that would be good, because that's what I care about. Like, obviously, you know, the team color doesn't matter. It's just the fucking, it's the way that the fucking world runs. That's the crux of this whole fucking thing. Yeah, I think I got time for, this is a quick one. Buy now, pay later, which is very what my job, this is a Wall Street Journal fucking video, so it's like gonna be like slick looking and like polished, but also perhaps not limiting. Formerly incarcerated re-enter society, transitioning every person act. Jesus Christ, what a crazy. Wait, is that like FIRSTSTEP? Okay, got it. I was like, why does it have such a long name? Yeah, oh, got it. Okay. I did not think first step was going to be a fucking, you know, acronym or whatever. They just made that for the sake of it. Those sons of bitches. Yeah, I mean, like, trying to give people a better, more rehabilitative form of justice instead of incarceration for the sake of cruelty, right? Fucking, you know, the COVID vaccine. I appreciate that being done. I don't know how much of his administration specifically said, yes, we should do that versus it's just happening and they're like, we'll take credit for it. I don't, you know, just because at the bottom they said COVID or whatever. I'll eventually think about it so that way. Because sometimes people come in here and they want me to be a centrist, and I'm like, well, you know, good luck. Just because, like, it's a hard sell, you know? Shit sucks out here, and I don't know the others. I mean, hell, I'm a centrist on both sides suck, but I would rather be a center, you know, far left person than a, you know what I mean? Like, just based on how things go. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the word Wall Street Journals of Economics. Just feel like the title's not that long. Sweet. Okay. Buy now, pay later. Oh, I never grabbed this and put it in chat. More just for my posthumous reflection. Yeah, the Autobahn, I guess. I don't know, like infrastructure. But like, we can separate the art from the artist, right? Like literally, yeah.
This burrito bowl dinner on DoorDash comes to $41, but thanks to Klarna, you can make
What the fuck? Why the fuck does one bitch-ass little meal cost $41?
4 payments of $10.40 over the course of 6.
This is literally called FlexPay at Home Shopping Network. And we were the first to do it, damn it. That was like our claim to fame. And what gave us some small amount of like uniqueness in the market. Now, QVC has their Easy Pay, a different version of the same thing. And then I guess now other companies are doing it. So we're losing our stees because our products seem to be more expensive than any other place you can get it. Yeah, I mean, well, it's you're also paying a person to deliver it to your door from the restaurant or whatever, which is a part of the payment. But a lot of the payment is already going to the for-profit, Chipotle store. And also a lot of the profit is now going to the delivery service as two separate middlemen instead of it being even because you would get Chinese food or pizza, the delivery was kind of built into that business model. But now it's two different business models. So now you're just adding a whole nother layer of middlemen onto what was normally a simple thing. But people get used to having conveniences, so they love their DoorDash meals. And I guess if I was a big rich million Twitch streamer, I would also be like, hell yeah, bring meals home. Although now I just buy prepackaged meals. Oh shit, power outage for a second. But I got a UPS to keep my internet going and my computer going. So we're good. This light turned warm because it's not on the power thing. I can change. Hello? Whatever. It's a little warmer now. America's pretty big. I mean, each individual city is still city-sized, right? I mean, usually the restaurants aren't super far away. Really? Wow. Interesting. The population of Florida is very similar to the population of Australia. That's one of those little facts that I kind of clump together now. I know they might be off by about 20 million, but when it's 300, or not 20 million, but it's something similar, something close, within 15% or so. And it's just interesting to think about the amount of space that is an entire continent versus just one state. And Florida's not even the most populated state. So, New York State, New York City, I think would have as many people as a big portion of Australia as a whole. So sometimes there's, incredible density and sometimes it's pretty sparse, But FlexPay, that was one of the things that we had that made us special. Could have more expensive products that people could then just go, well, I guess I can afford it if I only buy this thing and then split it up over 4 months. But it's why do you need to finance, not even, not additional cost, but why do you need to split up the payments for this one thing over 4 months? Because as soon as you do this one time, if you never do it again for the next 4 months, I guess you're fine, but you need to eat another meal the same day and another meal tomorrow, and all of a sudden, if you're just doing this 4X thing every single time, then it's basically you're still just paying the full price just in weird waves, and it obscures your finances in a way that just is attempting to make you slip up, is how I see it, which is why I thought it was predatory, right? I mean, offering things to people who might be able to afford it over a different model, but it's it needs to be done responsibly, but there's no measure of making sure responsibility is handled. It's all on the end user. There's no built-in safety net to say you could only allowed to put 3 or 4 things on FlexPay. Otherwise, it becomes a detriment to your life,
6 weeks instead. The buy now, pay later industry, or BNPL, has exploded as an alternative to credit cards.
We really believe the credit card industry is going the way of the VHS tape.
But will BNPL actually dethrone credit cards?
I don't see how that's possible. I mean, I guess I've never carried a balance. The goal for me is not to carry a balance on my credit card. The goal for me is to pay off the credit card entirely, right? Because paying interest on your fucking everyday meal sucks dick. Who the fuck wants to pay 20% extra because of the convenience of a credit card? I'd much rather just be able to pay for it, and not having cash is fine. So the idea of credit cards going away makes no sense because I just like the contactless tap it to pay kind of system. But I guess if the financing part of a credit card goes away, then I guess that's fine. A debit card would be just as good as a credit card to me, honestly.
Or will they ultimately just be treated like credit cards? This is the economics of buy now, pay later. 3 companies make up the bulk of the BNPL market in the
I always see Affirm whenever I buy something. the Affirm is always in, or like I buy something online, the Affirm is available. Like, would you like to, pay for this thing from B&H Photo over a smaller period, over a period of time with this? I'm like, no, thank you.
US, though two initially found success internationally. Afterpay co-founder Nick Molnar launched the company in Australia in 2014 to entice more people to make purchases at his jewelry store.
We built it, we tested it, and it became a very significant portion of our sales really quickly.
All of the top providers offer the typical pay-in-4, zero-interest installment loan that has become synonymous with BNPL. Take that burrito bowl. Once the customer chooses the BNPL option at checkout, the provider approves the loan based on its underwriting model.
We pay the retailer the next day, and then we take all of the non-payment risk.
Then, the customer is put on a 4-part repayment plan with no interest. If a payment is late, some providers charge a fee. Providers also charge the merchants to make the loans available to their customers.
Sometimes that's as much as, 5% of the transaction value.
The line.
That's worse than a credit card transaction. I guess because of the financing availability is why they can charge more than the 3.3% that usual credit cards do.
Share of our income, 90+% of our income is made from the merchant, not the consumer.
Some lend.
Which also makes sense because Visa, although Visa probably makes a lot of money off their fees, off of their interest rates when people don't pay on time or whatever. And that financing element is what, drives them. But they also always make money. Even when I buy with something with a Visa, they get the 3% off of the fucking purchase price from the seller, from the shop. Which is why, because everybody uses a credit card, prices have gone up 3% just because everyone has to pay a credit card fee. So that's just usually, obviously, very small percentages of the burden is put onto the fucking shop and a little bit put onto the consumer. So if this is the fucking default, then we're all going to be paying an extra 1.5% fee on top of the other credit card fee that we're probably already paying, which sucks.
Lenders, like Affirm, have also begun to offer longer-term loans that carry interest.
About 20% of our business today is 0%, and about 80% has interest on them.
What?
Afterpay also
That's
has
crazy.
a pay monthly option for larger ticket transactions. Customers pay once a month for a longer period of time instead of every few weeks. There's a simple interest attached to these loans.
We're not doing it on every checkout flow. We're really doing it on a select few that.
Okay, because HSN is always monthly. So if you buy one thing for $10, it's going to be $250 once, and then every other month after. So it's like, bro, just pay the $10. What the fuck,
We believe there's, really strong demand for that particular checkout that's occurring, where pay in 4 might not have the same amount of acceptance.
Physical cards that can be used in a brick-and-mortar store are the next big offering from lenders.
That could more or less double the potential market.
Let's say you're walking into the store and you ask us to spend $500 on a jacket, then we approve the loan. And then it's just sitting out there waiting for you to actually transact. And then at the checkout at the store, you chip your card, and then we pull that transaction that's waiting out there and attach it to the transaction and put a loan into your account.
As the scope of buy now, pay later expanded,
I don't understand how. So you get a card with a $500 limit?
Walking into the store and you ask us to spend $500 on a jacket.
Because you only should be asking at the actual register when you buy it, basically. You never, recall your fucking credit card. That would be the most inconvenient way to buy something ever. I hope these places, just like how American Express had a higher credit card fee, so a lot of places just didn't do it. They say, fuck you to these fucking 4 payment bullshit things, and then just don't take it, I hope. But obviously, that's not how things work.
Jacket, then we approve the loan. And then it's just sitting out there waiting for you to actually transact. And then at the checkout at the store, you chip your card, and then we pull that transaction.
Because there's no way the card knows what you have in your physical hand or shopping cart in the actual physical store. So again, I don't understand this pre-authorizing 500, waiting for you to transact, because like that should just be the actual transaction itself.
It's waiting out there and attach it to the transaction and put a loan into your account.
As the scope of buy now, pay later expanded, the industry's growth has exploded in the US. Buy now, pay later transaction volume has multiplied 20 times since 2019.
You have the clear macro trend around.
I want to see that graph again. Billions? That's a pretty sizable graph number. Because sometimes they like to go off of like, wow, it's 20x. Well, like it was only 1 before, but now it's 20. But going from a few billion to 100 and something billion. Okay, that's okay. Hey, shit. Serious.
20 times since 2019.
You have the clear macro trend around consumers choosing alternative ways to pay.
And that's led to growing competition for both customers and merchants. In March, Klarna announced an exclusive deal with Walmart to provide loans to customers through the retailer's fintech arm, OnePay.
It's extremely important for the BNPL providers, particularly the specialist BNPL providers, to have those direct relationships.
Guys like this love an acronym. The BNPLs. I can get stand in front of a bunch of people at a fake TED Talk last shit and say BNPL, and everyone goes, yes. They love that shit.
There's a lot of ground out there and a lot of transactions that there's currently nobody being offered. And so I think there's a lot more white space than there is fighting over existing merchants.
I mean, this does make sense to be one of the best things. Like I used to think to myself, like being a bank is the best thing you could be because you just make money on your money, guaranteed, basically. And this is a job. Being Visa, what a fucking gig. You just have a bunch of money waiting, and then you just get transaction fees for doing nothing. Even if everybody pays on time. Yeah. We all are to some degree. Just like how we have fucking, what is it? Mnemonic devices. You know, it's just one of those things. That's why you were a fan of the First Step Act, because it was just a gigantic acronym. Yeah.
The types of merchants that have adopted BN.
But yeah, just being like, oh, my job is taking a fee out of every transaction that exists for all time. Even if everybody pays on time and I never have to actually finance anything, I just take a 3% fee for existing. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You know, it's just like, I would like to have that company. That seems like a fucking sweet gig, you know? It's like you can't lose. What the fuck?
BNPL have expanded, and that's changed what people buy with their loans.
Money makes more money, baby. We forever line go up. But let's like it just takes transaction fees. That's it. You can't lose. Especially if you're a debit card. If you're just a debit card, it's just like beep. Enough funds? Yes. Go through. The amount of electricity you need to process that, the amount of labor you need to process that. There's like the fraudulent team, a little bit of occasional money back, the weird occasional fucking glitch in the system or something, but for the most part, you're just raking in dough for free.
BNPL definitely started with e-commerce retail, generally in that ticket size of $100 to $200. As it broadened out, you saw even smaller ticket sizes and
recession indicator. If you're buying something for $20 on a 4 flex payment, that is a recession indicator. That is dystopia.
Sometimes even consumable purchases.
A LendingTree survey found that a quarter of BNPL customers have used them to buy groceries, up from 14% in 2024.
We don't think it's our job to judge what a consumer's choice is on a financial product that they want.
We want you to do it for everything, even the smallest transaction. You need to do this thing weekly, but now you're on a 4-week payment plan for it. That's fine. Keep it stacking up. You can't afford it today? Don't worry. Payday loans. Payday loans are here. You've already fucking earned half your fucking paycheck. We'll give you a payday loan for 75% of it. Give us your money. We'll take it from you.
Want to use. Anytime a consumer is putting down their credit card and using a firm, we think it's a good thing.
And I think the BNPL providers got to think about that.
I guess that's the Wall Street Journal's angle.
You know, as to whether is that an indicator that that specific consumer is experiencing more stress or not.
They do not think that. He just said he didn't think that.
In January, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau released a study that said that more than 2/3 of BNPL loans went to borrowers with lower credit scores.
Buy now, pay later can make products look a lot more affordable than they actually are.
BNPL providers argue that most of their customers are creditworthy.
Afterpay actually over-indexes in the middle and upper income bracket. You're seeing like really strong consumers using the product.
But experts say fast growth isn't just risky for consumers.
Whenever you look at consumer credit, that next customer is always going to be a little more risky than the customers you've got on your books.
And for some providers, consumer losses are growing. In May, Klarna reported a 17% increase in consumer credit losses from the year before. Klarna said in a statement that the rise in losses was because it had issued significantly more loans in Q1 of 25, so it's natural for the dollar value of credit losses to rise. The company added that in Q2, it reported a record share of transactions repaid on time or early. But broadly, LendingTree found that 41% of BNPL users paid late in the past year, up from
That just makes more money for them with the fucking fee, if there is one.
34% a year before.
When isn't there a fee?
Affirm has reported a decrease in customer defaults.
We're delivering really good credit outcomes with our approach, which is to underwrite every transaction and to make an honest assessment at the point of sale.
And Afterpay says it has seen strong repayment numbers, especially compared to credit cards.
We disable someone's account the moment they're late on one installment payment. Our order values are smaller. We're not issuing someone with a few $1,000 line of credit over an extended period of time.
But regulators and other experts have drawn similarities between BNPL and credit cards.
Interesting. They close down your line of credit after one late payment. Does that mean, hey, you just got it for 25% of the official price because you made one payment and then the next one you missed, and then they just said, fuck it, you're closed off forever? But it's like, thanks for the cheap merch, dog. You paid for it. I don't have to pay you back anymore. I wonder if they wait for you to finish, then say, thanks for finishing it. Now you're fucked. I don't know. Because that's one of the things I've heard is that there is some amount of credit card defaulting. There's some amount of people that buy things on a credit card for a certain percentage and then they somehow disappear off the grid, and the credit card's like, excuse me, a bill, excuse me, where are you? Knock, knock, hello. So that's why certain things are not allowed to be bought on credit cards, like lottery tickets. I'm trying to think of other things that are like that. I know weed's like that, but that's for a different reason, because Schedule whatever drug is not allowed to be on the books for bank services. But yeah, you probably wouldn't be allowed to buy a car on a credit card just because they don't trust you. They don't believe you.
In 2024, the CFPB issued an interpretive rule that would subject BNPL providers to credit card regulations. But President Trump and Doge have since crippled the Consumer Protection Agency, which announced it would not prioritize enforcing that rule.
And that's really a concern to those of us who would like to see these technologies used effectively to give consumers more choices in digital finance.
There's been shifts within the industry, too. FICO announced in June that it would add buy now, pay later loans to credit reports. That's after Affirm became the first major provider to share consumer data with credit bureaus and TransUnion. But Klarna and Afterpay say they're withholding customer data until they're assured its customers won't be unfairly.
What the fuck? Paris Hilton was a person who, again, my liberal brain thinks was canceled for doing some weird racist shit or something, or something weird. They were like a catty gay person who was like making fun of celebrities back in the day, and then I think something happened. But CFPB, Consumer something Bureau, Consumer Fairness Public Bureau, I don't know.
Penalized. Klarna said in a statement that it welcomes FICO's ambition to modernize credit scoring.
I might have just missed it. Maybe it just glazed over and my mind didn't
better
see it.
reflect BNPL use. It also said that it looks forward to a system where these products can contribute positively to consumers' credit standing. And Block, which owns Afterpay, said that the credit reporting, scoring, and interpretation still largely operate under legacy frameworks. So the company argues that there needs to...
I wouldn't even think this would come up as a fucking credit thing. Credit score. I mean, I guess technically it is, but because there's no financing, I never thought of it as this would help or hurt your credit score element. That's kind of nuts because I guess when we use it, you always had a credit card on your account because it was only an online retailer. So there was always the assumption that you've gotten some amount of credit. So then we could then give you flex pay or whatever, because we know that you have some level of trust or whatever. Interesting. I would encourage people to almost never use this or only use it on one thing at max at a time. Never have more than one thing on this slow payment method because, you know, but I guess if you're stretched that thin and you need the thing, but like buying a fucking DoorDash order on a pay later system just seems like that's just not a recipe for fucking success.
To be a separate framework for BNPL and credit cards.
And a regulatory framework that respects those components of the product and builds the framework around something that is very different to traditional forms of credit is one that we've been really hard at work on from the day we started the business.
I don't think that BNPL will replace credit cards. I think it's going to replace credit cards for certain people and may replace credit cards for many people for certain types of transactions.
Even if BNPL providers would prefer credit cards disappeared.
Nothing would make our team happier than if we could see the death of revolving credit in the United States.
Because we didn't do it. I don't know what revolving credit is specifically. Just because yeah. Things have been better. A nuanced issue with centrist. Maybe somewhere in between. Maybe debt, indentured servitude. Maybe. We considered that? We must take the center, yeah. What about if you make payments on time, you can get your freedom back in 4 years? What about that? Think, thoughts? Okay. Debt slavery, but debt slaves have a higher minimum wage than regular laborers. That would be the centrist take that they would do. I mean, what is wage slavery? What are thoughts? Only I could buy these thoughts on a payment plan. Then I could afford these thoughts. Alas, it's not to be. I'm going to try to finish the trimming and tightening up of that one edit for Brett, and then I guess I'll just be back tomorrow. I don't have anything crazy going on my schedule, but I do need to do some laundry. So that's one silly little to-do list thing. Maybe I probably won't, but maybe I could look into that Mint USB boot Linux thing. That could happen. Oh no. Yeah, I can raid Little Bear. Sometimes Little Bear doesn't like small raids, but I can try. It'll tell me if they don't, so. I have raided into Gremlo a few times already, so. And wait. Oh, it's not just Little Bear, it's Little Bear 36. We did it. Yeah, let's see. I think they're hello to the girls and gorses. Oh, it's horse time. It's horse time. It's gaming time. So, at some point, I should also fire up my own gaming time. We'll see. We'll see. I do game. I swear. It's true. I was playing Diablo 2 a while back, but I was like, you know what? I've lost enough hardcore characters. It's fine. Hopefully everyone has something else they can get checked off their to-do list pretty easily. It's one of those things, makes you feel good, and also it makes you not spin your wheels forever and do bad things. So if you got something, do it, and if not, then I'll just see you tomorrow. Have a great time out there, everybody. Raid. And now I turn off the